Hey everyone, I believe I am currently live now. So let me know, make sure audio is okay. Video is never going to be great, just the way this camera is. See Scott the Canadian in there. Scott, you have full moderation duties tonight. Make sure you kick ass. Anyway, how are you guys doing? Oh, we gotta make sure I mute myself. Okay. All right. Red Cal X, I saw you. I met you at Too Many Games, didn't I? Yeah, we hung out for a little bit. What's up? Super Quiet Gamers here. Mystic Manification. Just, just another fanboy says, "Oh my god, haircutty." Yeah, they cut a little bit shorter than I would have preferred, but that's how shit went down. At least the beard is trimmed. The beard's okay. The thing about my beard is it grows like 4 times the length of, or 4 times as quickly as my my actual hair. So it does become unbalanced, but it is what it is. Hey, Chip's here too. Yeah, I just got a haircut, man. So what's up, everybody? You guys say everybody says it's good, everything's fine. As long as the beard's okay. I don't really care as much about the hair. The hair will be fine. The hair grows. It kind of just it was cut shorter than I would have preferred, but it's okay. It's all right. Well, we will get through this. It's a great thing about the hair. It always grows back. So, yeah, so if you guys are new to this, if you've never been to one of these, basically all that happens is I just do a live Q&A. You just kind of ask me whatever. We just kind of chat, hang out. A lot of the time people do super chats, which is completely voluntary. You don't have to do that. That's the donation system. If you do that, the only thing I can do for you is I'll immediately prioritize your question or your comment or whatever. But aside from that, it's just let's just hang out and on whatever, what's today, Tuesday? We just hang out and do this. I typically do this about once a month, just kind of fun. And it's become a strange tradition that I always do it right before I fly somewhere. I'll be flying to Europe tomorrow. I'll be there for a few weeks. So wanted to make sure I got this in before I went. I'm going to try to do another one from Europe, but I'm completely at the mercy of an internet connection in a hotel. So it's like, I don't know if that's going to happen. So I want to make sure I got this in before that. So I see a lot of familiar faces. Julian's here, Scott's here, the importer's here. A lot of good people are here. So let's just start taking some questions, shall we? Is the new Nintendo 2DS redundant? You mean in the sense that, like, why do we need this? I personally don't have a problem with it. I mean, people forget Nintendo has a history of always releasing like a smaller iteration of a successful platform after they've already done once they've released their next thing. So like, for example, N64, once they had released that, they released the SNES Junior. They went back a generation. The SNES was successful, so they released one last gasp of hardware for it. And that's just one example. Nintendo does that all the time. So a new 2DS that's slimmer doesn't really surprise me by any stretch of the imagination. Chip says today is Prime Day. Doesn't Prime Day always suck? Like, I remember looking into that the first time, and it was like just absolutely fucking horrible. Will I ever shave my beard off completely again? Not unless I absolutely have to, which I don't see any reason that would be the case. What part of Europe? I will be in Poland briefly. Primarily, I will be in Germany. And then briefly, I'll be bouncing around in a couple of other countries. I want to say very briefly in Austria, Hungary, possibly Switzerland and Liechtenstein. But the bulk of the time, I'm going to be in Germany and just a couple of days in Poland. What are my thoughts on the SNES? What do I think about the mini SNES shortages? Well, has that even come out yet? I assume there will be shortages. Chip says there's actually good deals on Prime Day. What did they change? Because, like, I swear, I remember that they made a big deal about that the first year, and it was just, like, awful, and nothing good ever came of it. Ugh. Have I played the Japanese-only Skylanders? No, because I don't have a Japanese Wii U, nor do I have a modded Wii U. So, plus I have no interest in actually playing Skylanders. Have I ever seen the Black Apple Pippen from Europe? Rumors say there's only around about 500 in existence. No, I haven't seen it personally, but there is a funny story about that. I got contacted like 2 or 3 years ago by a guy who said, hey, I saw a video where you mentioned the Apple Pippin, and, I have one. I don't want it. I'll send it to you. And I was like, dude, like, that's insane, because you don't have to do that. And he was like, no, I really don't, I don't need it. And I was like, well, where are you shipping from? And I believe he actually said he was shipping it from Germany. And I was like, At the time I knew a lot less about the Apple Pippen, and I asked him just some basic questions, and I was like, you know, can I see it? I'm just curious. And he shows it to me, and it's black. And I was like, I thought those things were all white. And he was like, I really don't know. And then he started doing a bunch more research, only to find out like the thing was like some super rare thing. And then we were both of agreement, like, dude, hang on to that. Don't just give that away. So he still has it as far as I know. Am I visiting Cologne while I'm in Germany? I don't have any plans to. I was there a couple of years ago for Gamescom, but that's, you know, not what I'm doing this time. Adam owes Scott like $100 worth of German Coke at this point. I don't know Scott shit. What do I owe Scott for? Scott, what do I owe you for? What kind of shit are you going to make up and tell them that I owe you anything for? Yes, I got a haircut. I agree. It's shorter than I would have preferred. Yes, I know modding a Wii U is easy. Like I said, a couple of streams ago, I actually got another Wii U. Specifically, well, it wasn't for that purpose. I wanted an extra one, but I'm thinking I'll have it modded at some point. It's just like kind of like a matter of when I'm going to do it, you know? The new Atari box thing. Jesus, why are people believing that crap? Atari is a defunct company. They're not going to be making a new console. Best case scenario, you have a little Android box that plays 2600 games. Ugh. When am I coming back to Toronto? Oh, it's the Retro Electors. What's up, guys? No current plans, but you know, I don't know. My current schedule. I know I'm going to Europe tomorrow for like 3 weeks, and then I get back and I'm here for like a week or so, and then I know I'm going to St. Louis for the Missouri Game Con. So if you're anywhere near Missouri or St. Louis, sorry, come on out. That'd be great. I know I'll be going to San Francisco shortly after that. And then I think like a week or two later, I'm going to New Jersey or something like that. I don't remember offhand, but there's no current plans for Toronto. But Atari said they would. The actual press, of course they said that. Like I think they're gonna release something like a little fucking clone console or an Android box. The idea that a defunct company with no money could spend billions of dollars out of nowhere to make a legitimately competitive console, dude, you're buying snake oil if you believe that shit's gonna happen. Do you think with the cost of developing consoles and games, it is time for a single format like 3DO? It's interesting. So if you guys aren't aware, when the 3DO came into existence, the kind of the weird plan with that was that they were going to try and unify gaming into a single platform, kind of the way DVD or VHS was a single platform. You know, that was the idea with gaming, is that they were going to try to unify it. It didn't work out, and the idea is, could we potentially do that? I mean, it's always possible, but I wouldn't prefer it, but I might be of an old school mind where it's fun to have the more of the competition, and you know, who knows? I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, but as things move more digital, maybe. Come to London. I've been. I was in London last year. I was in there, and I was like there like 3 years ago as well. This time around, I'm going to mainland Europe, primarily Germany. Ironically, it has nothing to do with Gamescom. Gamescom will actually happen like the week after I get back. So unfortunately, I'm not doing that. When did I get a haircut? I got the haircut yesterday. As I keep saying, it was shorter than I wanted, so it's got to grow back a little bit. So how it is. The beard's okay though. I think the beard's fine. It's just they kind of made the hair shorter than I wanted. Adam's never been to Houston. Yes, I have. Just not in a long time. I think I was like 9 years old. I don't remember it. I'm pretty sure I've been there though. What about Rerez, my buddy Shane? Should I get an Amiga even though I'm in the US? Which Amiga are you referring to? Like, I have an Amiga CD32, but if you're talking about like the PC hardware, like that's somebody else's forte. That's not my thing. Am I gonna be playing my Switch? No. I know people love to bring portables for trips and stuff, but I was like, no. I don't do that because it's just additional stuff I have to take with me. I try to travel as light as possible, especially because I have a tendency to acquire things in other places. And if I buy a Switch, or not buy a Switch, or bring a Switch, I'm just going to end up with more shit that I can't get because I have the Switch. Does that make sense? You went to LA last year or 2 years ago? I've been to LA twice in the last 3 months. I get around. I fly a lot. I get invited to a lot of conventions and media events and just all sorts of stuff that for one reason or another I'm just like bouncing around from place to place. I'm on average, honestly, if I'm level with you, I'm on average I'm on a plane every 2 weeks. Um, I was actually on a flight last week. It was last week or was it earlier this week? I don't even fucking remember. I was on a flight. I was the only person on the plane. I shit you not. I was the only person on the plane. If you check out my Instagram, it's my latest post. It's just a picture of me and an empty fucking plane. And I was flying coach, but I got bumped up to first class because there was no one on the plane. So they're like, do you want to sit in first class? Sure. And what first class meant on like a little flight like that was, I mean, I say little, it's like a plane the capacity of like 100 people, which is not like a giant Boeing 767 or anything. But they were like, first class meant you get coffee and you get, you know, some candies and shit. Like that's all there was to that. But yeah, check out my Instagram. Check out my latest post. It's just a photo of me on a plane looking back. There's no one else on the aircraft. Any plans to get a Mattel Hyperscan? No. My buddy Shane Rerez just picked one of those up, and he'll do a video on it. But beyond that, yeah. And I don't. He let me tinker with his. He picked it up at Too Many Games in Philly, but I didn't. I don't want it, you know, because like you have to have the cards for that thing to be even remotely useful, and no one ever has them because all the kids who had the toy, which wasn't that many of, all threw them away. Scott says the flight was Friday. Okay, so I flew on Friday, and yeah, there was no one else on the plane. How is YouTube's Adpocalypse going? Not great, but I do want to thank Rafalik 100 who donated 25 PLN. What's PLN? That's not Polish zloty, is it? You'll have to forgive me. I'm not familiar with the currency. He says, can you tell us about piracy of disc-based consoles in USA and your personal experience with it? Because in Europe, those burnt discs were everywhere. I assume you mean theft, like as in were people trying to sell burned discs? So when I was a kid, I remember a lot of people figuring out how to burn PlayStation 1 games. I remember my cousin would, you know, I went to his house once and a bunch of his friends were there and they asked if they could borrow his games because they were going to go pirate them. And I was like, how do you even do that? And they would have tech classes where they could build their own mod chips. But how you would actually install them back then, I didn't know. So PLN is zloty. Okay, perfect. Because I'm going to Poland literally tomorrow. So that's kind of cool. Thank you for that. But anyway, so yeah, so it was a prevalent thing. People were doing it, but I don't remember it ever being like to the point where it was just mass piracy and it was people were over, you know, selling them over the counter and stuff like that. In general, that stuff's been policed more in the United States. And yeah, so but when the Dreamcast happened, that was slightly a different story because that one didn't require any sort of modification and it came about at the same time that everybody had CD burners. So like the Sega CD, for example, you could pirate, but when it came out, nobody had CD burners. So it's something people were doing retroactively. The Dreamcast is the only one I can think of where people were pirating it and it had a direct effect during the time of the lifespan of the console. Because anything else, like the PlayStation 2, sure, people were fucking pirating it like constant, but you can't, you not, the majority of us couldn't use it because you had to have some sort of modified PS2. Xbox piracy was very prevalent, but for totally different reasons. So yeah, I don't remember ever in my life walking into a store and just seeing like pirated content anywhere. So that was always kind of my experience with it. Thank you for the super chat. Killpain8787 also super chatted. He says, went to go buy the Akura HDMI box, but they're not taking orders for it. Do you know if they're going to sell it anymore? I don't know personally. My guess is that I know those things sold a hell of a lot more units than they were expecting. And my guess is they're just massively backlogged and they don't want to start promising more units to be shipped until they've actually delivered on the ones they already have. So, My guess is yes, they'll take more because it's people actually the unit is in extremely high demand, but I think they just want to make sure they actually can fulfill orders because they've already, I'm sure, have gotten a lot of complaints. I know I have, and I have nothing to do with them, but I get messages and emails and stuff, people being like, yeah, I ordered the Akura, where is it? I'm like, dude, I don't work for them. I just made a video about it. I just reviewed the thing. So I know they probably got it way worse, and they probably just want to fulfill orders. So that would be my guess. Aaron, my buddy Aaron, well, I say buddy very in quotations because Aaron, you're a fucking dick. He says, can I turn my audio up? Is it actually low? Are other people actually, is people having trouble hearing me? You let me know. Have I obtained a full Sega Saturn US set? No, I have not. That would be nice, but basically impossible. The time for that is, I think, is over. Like, I had... Really, I've told this story before, but frankly, I had one really good score with the Sega Saturn in bulk, and then after that, it all just kind of went downhill. Is the audio seriously too quiet? I'll just move in further, because that's the best I can do. All right, is this better? I just moved the mic in a little bit. Okay, that's good to know. Maybe I'll lean forward. Yeah, see, I'm not used to actual praise or suggestions coming from Aaron. Usually it's just like him being a dick for whatever reason. Thanks, Aaron. So you have to understand, I had to verify with everybody else. Any tips and general advice for visiting Japan and anything you've learned when you visit next time? Good fucking question. Okay, so there's two parts to this. One, sorry if that clap was too loud. Okay, one, so I put out that book off video, right? And that is the biggest video on pickups I've ever done. It's like 51 minutes of stuff. And I want to apologize to everybody because there was some sort of YouTube error with that one. The video, for whatever reason, only processed in 360p. And I don't know why. Because the actual video is in high definition, and it was in high definition when it was just sitting there waiting to go public. And then as soon as it did, it went fucking, I don't know what the hell happened. But unfortunately, there's nothing I can do about it because that video was lost in my hard drive failure that happened like a couple months ago. So I'm lucky that video exists at all in any form, and I'm sorry. It sucks. And the reason I'm bringing that up is because a lot of people in that video said, like, yes, do some sort of stream, talk about Japan, what's it like to go to Japan, all that kind of stuff. What kind of tips you got for us? So yeah, let's talk about, this is the I'm going to Japan and I want to, give you some sort of suggestions segment of this video, I guess. Why do people keep saying I need a haircut? I clearly got one. Like, it's too short. I agree with you, but okay, so yes, going to Japan. Now, personally, when looking into an advance, as someone who cannot speak Japanese, I understood I was going to be limited to basically Tokyo, Kyoto, or Osaka. And Kyoto is, of the three, the hardest to get to as far as like direct flights from the United States. United Airlines, for example, will fly directly to Tokyo and they will fly directly to Osaka. But they, internally you'll have to do more flights. And if you don't want to do that, that's up to you. Those cities are very manageable because A, they're used to tourists, and B, the street signs are very much in English and in Japanese. Now, that doesn't mean that everyone is going to be able to speak English. We just got a super chat. Marius Warhide, do you have a source for a full list of Wii U games? I'm trying to get a full sealed set, but I'm having a hard time to find a full set on the internet. Yes, there's a guy named FinGamer. FinGamer takes Wii U collecting to a completely different level, like way beyond me. Like, I want a basic set. That dude wants all the variants. So he actually did this video about his full biggest Wii U collection ever, and he actually keeps in the description of that video a document that he's got on a Google Drive, I think it is, that he constantly is updating with, like, here's every variant that exists and here's every title, and he just makes it public. So you can just go ahead and grab that from his video and you'll have a full list. And then if you want, depending on how you like to collect, you can go in and delete repeat titles or whatever you want. So you got that option. Okay, so back to thank you for the super chat. But we were talking about Japan. So in those cities, Osaka, Kyoto, Tokyo, you'll be able to function pretty well, but you will do yourself a lot of favors if you learn some basic phrases, just like, you know, your hellos, your goodbyes, your thank you very much, your, you know, no, I'm good, excuse me, you know, stuff like that. Sumimasen, which means like sorry or excuse me, is so fucking valuable. Having a grasp of basic numbers, you know, like 1 to 10, you know, ichi is 1, ni is 2, san 3, and so on. Ichi, ni, san, shi, go, roku, shichi, hachi, ku, ju. You know, 1 through 10. And the reason those are helpful is when you look at a menu and you're trying to like order something, they know you don't know the language. But if you make a little bit of effort, that'll help. Generally, when you walk into a restaurant or something, they can, just by looking at you, they'll assume you don't speak Japanese. And so they'll generally have an English menu on there. And so what I would do is, like, you know, my girlfriend and I, if we wanted something, I would, you know, be like, I'd point to one thing, I'd like, sumimasen, ichi, which I point to just means one, like I point at the item and say one, to, which means and then ichi, you know, like another item, and then, you know, arigato gozaimasu. Like, so you're pointing and you're basically saying, like, excuse me, one and one, thank you. And so those kind of little moves will make them much more friendly to you. They'll be much more interested in helping you. That's always good. As for stores, things like where you want to save some money, Japan makes that surprisingly easy. In the case of, like, I went to Denden Town a lot, which is like a store area in Osaka that has all sorts of nerdy shit, the shit that frankly we would all want. And there, a lot of stores will not charge you sales tax if you have your passport present. Essentially, if you're not a Japanese citizen and you can prove it, they won't charge you tax, provided you go with, you have to meet a couple qualifications, pretty much all of which are just spend over a certain amount. Some stores, the amount is 5,000 yen, which is about $45 US, 5,400 yen, which is about $50 US. And then sometimes it's a random number like 5,001 or 5,401, but I never saw any numbers other than that. If you exceed those, they usually have a sign that says like no tax somewhere, and you just kind of say no tax, or you point at the sign, you have your passport out, and they'll do all the work. In most cases, they'll do it digitally, meaning they'll just kind of take it off and then you pay. In some cases, they'll charge you the full thing, and then they'll say something like refund, or cash back. They'll utter some phrase kind of like that because they're not exactly sure how to phrase it in English. And what it essentially means is that they're going to either do it right there, or they're going to take you to another part of the store where they're going to give you the tax back in cash after they've charged you for it already. So that's useful. A lot of stores are trying to push Visa, specifically Visa credit cards, and if you have one, a lot of them will give you 5% off of whatever the sales price is. So if you were to, for example, go into a store that did that, and you spent 6,000 yen on something, which would be about $55, you get 5% off that, plus you get the 8% off sales tax, so you're doing pretty okay. We just got another super chat here from Gene Y. Thank you. Says, I have a Divers 2000. Congratulations. There aren't many of us that do, but I don't have a remote. How do I safely turn it off while in Dreamcast mode, or do you recommend Transformer for the do you recommend using a Transformer for the US? I would, because it's using 100 volts instead of 110, so over time using it, you're going to chew on it a little bit. The power supply will be a little bit chewed. But the top left button will simply turn it off, and I don't think you have any other way out of it without the remote control, unfortunately. But yeah, I would use it. If you're going to use that thing, I would actually use a transformer, like a step-down converter. Like I said, it will work in North America, but it's not recommended to operate without that. So that would be my suggestion. Thank you, Gene, for the super chat. But yeah, back to Japan. So what else can I tell you? Well, do you guys have any other specific questions about Japan, like in operating there? I found the train system to be surprisingly, I mean, it can be kind of a mess because there's so many different train companies, but they all link together. And once you kind of get a handle on it, you realize the train system is your best friend. Never use cabs ever. I don't even know if Uber exists there. I wouldn't use it. I used trains everywhere, or I just walked. Osaka is a very, very walking compatible city. But yeah, trains there are nice. They're cheap. They get everywhere. I mean, it only took me like a day or two to really completely master the train system there. It wasn't that hard. Um, so that would be my recommendation. Um, yeah, if you have other specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them about Japan. Um, have you finally become an anime superfan, dude? I don't give a fuck about anime. Like, not even the slightest, littlest of a fuck. Which is actually great because when I was in Japan, dude, there's fucking like hentai stores and all that crap everywhere, and I'm just like, nope, you have no effect on me. I don't care, which is nice. How friendly are Japanese compared to New Yorkers? I well, I speak English, so New Yorkers, I guess, would be easier to get along with. But I would say stereotypically anyway, Japanese are friendlier. But and this is the unfortunate truth: Japanese people are much nicer to white Americans. That happens to be what I am. So when you're not, they're less interested in being nice to you. Is everything I was told is like, you're okay over here because you're a white American. To them, you're fucking cool. You're in the club. You're exotic. You're neat. Everything else, if I was anybody else, it's like, get them away from me, or whatever. It's a social thing. So from my perspective, I mean, I never had any issues with New Yorkers either. But I guess I would say Japanese people, from my personal perspective. Did you find any American stores or restaurants? Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, not just the obvious ones like McDonald's and stuff, which of course are there. But like there's department stores, things like that, and then there's always ones that don't exist here but are like big America town, stuff like that, which is always amazing. Yeah, so they have them over there. Oh cool, then I guess Japanese are racist. Yeah, kind of, to be honest with you. The thing about Japan is that if you are not Japanese, you're one of two things. You're either Chinese or you're American. The rest of the world isn't a thing to them. It's not. It's just how it is. They have a very myopic view of the world, and those are the only two other countries that exist as far as they know, basically, in a very stereotypical level. And so to them, if you are really anything else, you're just fucking weird. But yeah, I mean, it is easy to interpret what their social norms as racist, to be honest with you. Okay, I got a question. What about Canadians? Okay, and as far as the context of Japanese people go. So I told my buddy Scott, if he's still here, I told him the story. He doesn't believe me, but I swear to you it's true. Japan is like one of the only countries in the world that thinks the Canadians are fucking obnoxious. And here's why. As mentioned before, they tend to believe that if you're not Japanese, then you're Chinese or American. So a Canadian to them is an American. The same as someone from Germany to them is an American. Now, it's typically when someone from Europe is accused of being an American in Japan, it's funny. Like they're not, and they think it's silly. It's not that source of anger. Okay, generally. But with a Canadian, they're so fucking used to it. They don't want to be considered Americans, even though they come off like Americans everywhere they go. I mean, they're sick of that. They go to Europe and they get that shit. Everyone just assumes you're Americans based on your accent. But when you go to Japan, you're not. You're sick of that shit. So a lot of times, what Canadians will do is try to differentiate themselves from Americans. By blasting the maple leaf everywhere, right? And in large parts of the world, that gets you far. Like you go to Europe and you're Canadian. They're like, oh, okay, you're Canadian, not one of the Americans. We like you then. That kind of thing. You go to Japan and you're perceived as fucking annoying because to them it doesn't matter what you tell them. You're an American. You're just that annoying subsect of Americans that blasts this fucking maple leaf in my face and is constantly saying, no, you're not an American. To them, it's just annoying. And like I looked for references to Canada over there, and I found, as I recall, I found two. One was a restaurant that didn't sell Canadian anything. They just used the map of Canada, like the physical shape of it, as their menu. But they sold sushi. Like they didn't have anything to do with Canada. And the only other time was literally, I think it was just a story about someone telling me that Canadians were just fucking annoying to them. And I was like, that's amazing. That's amazing. So there you go. It's weird, but that's how it is. It's the one place I would say, if you're Canadian, if you go to Japan, embrace being an American, because you'll get along so much better over there. They love us there. They don't particularly like Canada. Just some of the sludge that we get everywhere we go, and everyone hates us. So it's just how it is. Any other Sega systems you don't have? I do not have a Sega Mark III. I considered getting one in Japan, but my suitcase was full. If I get to go back, which I'm really hoping I get to do next April, that would be nice. I have no plans currently. It's just kind of like, it's on paper. It'd be nice to go there. That might be what I do. What I would do this time, though, is I would definitely go with 2 suitcases instead of just one. Did I see or meet any Mexicans in Japan? Funny enough, Japan is the only place where I have ever been confused for being Hispanic. So when I landed in Osaka, I was wearing my Breaking Bad shirt, which is it has the logo for Los Pollos Hermanos, you know, the fake restaurant in the show. Spoilers. Well, it's not fake restaurant, I guess, but whatever, the restaurant in the show. And so I'm sitting there waiting for my girlfriend to get off her plane. So I'm just sitting there, like, you know, looking at my phone, getting all caught up on stuff, right? And this woman walks up to me and she goes, "Senor Pablo?" And I was like, "What?" And she's like, "Oh, sumimasen, sorry, not Senor Pablo." I was like, all right. So she thought I was this guy, Senor Pablo, that she was looking for. And then I finished playing on my phone, and I go over to the gate where my girlfriend's going to be. And I see her again, and she's with Senor Pablo now. Oh, Senor Pablo looked nothing like me. But to her, couldn't tell the fucking difference. And I'm like, yep, that's it. So that guy, I saw Senor Pablo. He's the only Hispanic person I saw there, though. What would happen if a South Korean goes to Japan? I would assume they think you're Chinese. That's what I've been told, is that if you're not Japanese and you're any other kind of Asian, you're Chinese to them. Again, I'm not Japanese, you know? I'm just giving you secondhand information based on when I was there. Game Boy player is the shiznit. Yeah, I picked up a couple of those over there. For the GameCube. Well, we have 212 of you watching. Thank you. Hey, RGTA5, Sean, what's up? What guests are you looking forward to seeing the most at AVGC? I don't even know who the fuck's going, dude. I go to so many, like, conventions and events. I kind of, like, digest it, like, the week before. You're going, right? I guess the answer is, Sean, I'm looking forward to seeing you the most. Sean and I were supposed to do a panel together at Too Many Games, but that didn't quite work out. Did it, Sean? But don't worry, I got a video on that coming out soon. Did I check out many arcades? Not really. I went into a couple of those, like, Sega toy shops. You know, they have, like, big capsule toy places. I went into those. But you know, that's about it. Like, I didn't really play anything because I was more focused on, you know, eating food and looking for cool stores and shit. Sean says it's myself, him, Pete Dorr, and Console Wars. I used to watch Pete Dorr a lot, although I got the impression he doesn't like me very much. But I don't even, or assuming he even knows who I am. I've never met him. I think I ran into him briefly at AVGC last year. Console Wars is cool. Dan, I hung out with him. Yeah, if that's it for now, then I guess it's you. I know Shane's not going this year. I don't know who else might or might not be going. Please raise the volume. There's not really much I can do about it. I guess I would just talk louder. See, there's no, like, it's not muted or anything. I'm trying to fuck with the settings a little bit. Sorry, move the camera there. There's some Xbox stuff there. Did you relive Shenmue in real life? No, I did not do that. There's a lot of people who do that. Like they go to the actual streets of Yokosuka and all that stuff. Obviously I love Shenmue. I'm a huge fan of it, but like I've never really been interested in doing that tour. Like I would do it with other people, but to set out to do that pilgrimage specifically by myself, nah. I have a question. Do Americans find Canadians annoying? I personally don't. They might. I'm sure there are people who are, just like I'm sure there's Canadians who hate Americans. Like, you're going to have that on every side. I would say as a general thing, no. How far was Dobuita from where you were staying? I don't know. I didn't really check. I stayed in Osaka pretty much the entire time, near the castle. I belched. Thank you. On the near the Osaka castle. I wasn't too far from that. And then I went to Kyoto briefly twice. The importer just super chat. He says, first of all, thank you. Hey Adam, you picked up a Famicom disk system in Japan. How many disk games does that make in total? I didn't. Oh, disk system game. That means I have 4. I have 4 Famicom disk system games, and the only one I wanted was Toki Doki Idle Panic, or Doki Doki, or Toki Toki. I don't even remember what it was. I think it's Toki Doki Idle Panic. That's the only one I cared about, and that's the one I picked up there, so I'm happy about that. But yeah, I only have 4. Like, I don't even have an operational Famicom disk system. I have a disk system, and it should work, except it needs a new belt. I have the belt. I lack the skills to install it, so it just sits. Thank you for the super chat. Brooknet just super chatted as well. He says, no, please don't turn up the volume anymore. You guys got to give me some sort of consensus on the volume situation. But thank you for the super chat. Any new info on Shenmue? Well, I'm sure we'll get a bunch of it soon. They're going to be at Gamescom next month. And they're going to be showing off a bunch of stuff, which is really cool. I'd love to see that. But that won't, ironically, even though I'm going to Germany, not tomorrow, but I'm leaving for Europe tomorrow. But even though I'm going, I'm not going to Gamescom. I'll actually be back here before Gamescom happens. How often do I actually play rare and obscure games? Not that often. And if I were going to do that, I would probably play like a backup or something. You know, it depends on the game. Like I don't own Stadium events, but if I did, I'd probably leave it alone, and then I'd play like a ROM of it if I, for some reason, wanted to play that particular game. It's Doki Doki Panic. Okay. Either way, that was the game I picked up for the Famicom disk system. Is there a new fear and prediction video about the Switch coming out? If I do that, it would probably be after a year, so it'd be in like March 2018. Not now. Nice meeting you at Devolver's E3 thing, Adam. Thank you, Kyle. Yes, I met a bunch of people at that. That was a cool party, man. I hung out with the developers of from Outpost Games. They make a game called SOS, and they brought us to this party at E3 on the last day of it. And so we were just hanging out there. A lot of people were like, aren't you the fucking nerd from YouTube? Like, got that. And I also got a free set of Logitech headphones, like $100 headphones I got them for free just for going. Which I was like, yeah, score. I don't have them on me, though. They're in the other room. But that was a cool party. And thank you, Kyle. Yeah, we met around the arcade and the drink area, right? That sounds familiar to me. Have I rented a car when I was in another state? I mean, I've had rented cars as a child. My mother would do that. I have not personally ever had the need as an adult to rent a car ever. Because, like, it depends on the situation, but I don't think I've ever been in one where I was, like, going to be there long enough where I needed a car for any reason. What's better, Super Mario Bros. 2 or Doki Doki Panic? Well, to be honest, I haven't actually played Doki Doki Panic because I don't have an operational Famicom disk system. So I guess I have to go with the other one by default. Even though essentially they are the same game, just with reskinned. Which consoles do you hesitate or hate collecting for, and why? I think the one I would have the most burning hatred for to collect keep that in mind, not the console itself, to collect, the act of buying things for it, would be the Neo Geo AES. Because it's a console. Who the fuck wouldn't love to have a nice collection for that particular game console? It's an amazing game console, awesome games, and it's just absurd in so many fucking ways. But at the same time, collecting for it's like you have to sell your house. Like it's insanely expensive. So that would probably be the one I would have the most burning hatred of attempting to collect for. Like I've had one, I don't even remember, like at least 15 years, you know, like the console itself. I bought 4 games with it when I got it, and I got gifted a game for it like 2 years ago. And that's still where I'm at. I have 5 games for that thing. And when I was in Japan, I was considering buying some games because they're cheaper there. But even there, it's like, they're still expensive and they're fucking huge. So to, you know, it's like you put 2 of those things in your suitcase and you're already like 20% of the way of your suitcase being full. So I was like, no, not this time. So if I get to go back to Japan, I have no idea what I'm going to do, but I'll probably get some stupid shit. Like, I hope you guys watched that book off video, man. I know the whole resolution thing sucked with it, but man, I picked up some insane stuff. Yes, you're right. I did rent a car in the UK. I completely forgot about that. Yes, I had this car. Okay, so here's my story about renting a car as an adult. It's the only one that ever happened. Importer, I will do your super chat after I finish this story. Thank you. So yeah, I went to the UK 2014, and I rented a car. Now in the UK, they drive manual. Now in North America, we typically drive automatic. I mean, obviously there's plenty of people who can drive a manual. I cannot. I never learned it. So I was like, I'm going to have an automatic car, which is kind of rare over there. So I put in a notice ahead that that's what I was going to need. And they were like, okay, sure, no problem, whatever. And I get there and they're like, okay, here's your car, and it's fucking manual. And I'm like, I literally can't do this. Like, I can't drive this. And they're like, okay, well, we only have one automatic, but it's this, and it's like this like sports car, and it's huge for British roads. So you're driving on the opposite side of the car, on the opposite side of the road, in like the most expensive car I've ever operated, but only because it was the only car I could actually control. And I've never been more unhappy to drive a car in my fucking life. I was like, I could not wait to not be driving it anymore. And as soon as most people would be like, oh yeah, sports car. And they had to give it to me for the original rate because it was their fuck up. And most people would have been thrilled in that situation. I was not. I was so unhappy to have that car. I wanted a tiny little compact car because I was so fucking afraid of damaging it, but got through it like a champ. It all worked out, but man, I was not happy. But that's the only story I remember about renting a car. So back to Importer, who super chatted. Thank you very much. He says, that's not a lot of disc games. Adam, I'll send you 4 more. No big deal. They're just gathering dust in my closet. Thank you. You don't have to do that, though, because as I mentioned, even if I wanted to, my disc system does not work. Like, I mean, I would need to fix it. So they're just going to collect dust here. I'll take them if you really don't want them, but you really don't have to do that. But thank you very much. Julian says the book off video is great. Thank you. The book off video is 51 minutes of pickups, and probably the most insane pickup I've ever found out in the wild at the end of that video. So many people were messaging me like, seriously? Is that what happened? That's why I didn't even open it until the video, because I wanted you guys to see, like, yes, fucking this is real. It was insane. No, I am not a car guy. Fun fact about me, the only car I ever really wanted, though, is a DeLorean, just because of Back to the Future. Be cool, but I would never drive it. Importer says, better in my collection than his. Up to you, man. It's totally up to you, but you really don't have to do that. Okay, here's a good question. So you mentioned a possible fan meeting in Berlin in another live chat. Is one happening? So here's the thing. July 19th, I'm in Berlin. I have no plans that day. I am totally down for some sort of organized fan meetup at like a restaurant. We all go out to dinner, whatever. There's been some people on like the video I announced my summer convention schedule who talked about it, but nobody, as far as I know, has really done anything. I know it sounds like it should be me who's coordinating that, but I really have no way to do that because I don't know who the hell wants to go, and I've never been to Berlin. I don't know where we would go. So I would kind of need somebody to take charge of that, pick a restaurant, and just, I don't know, make a Facebook group or something. I have no idea. And I'd be down. I'd be down to do that. But as of now, there's nobody taking that role. So if nobody does, realistically, nothing's going to happen. So if you want to do that, you know, message me and we'll figure that out. Have I heard about the SNES Classic Edition? Yes. I'm not into the clone console emulator bullshit. I mean, more power to you if you want to, but that ain't me. Have I done anything with my SG-1000 yet? I've tested it. I've made sure it works. I tested all the games I picked up for it in Japan, so they're all good to go. But beyond that, no. Like, I haven't done a cleaning video on it, which I may or may not do. I certainly haven't done like a retrospective or anything on it. I'm sure I will eventually. It's just a matter of time. Just got a super chat. I just wanted to send you another super chat. Well, thank you, Brooknet. That's very nice of you. Thank you, Brooknet. Seriously. Did you see a Wonder Swan in Japan? Yes, they are stupid common over there. In fact, a lot of the time, the games for them are just sitting in those like 50-cent bargain bins, just trying to get rid of them. I have one, but mine's sealed, and I don't really want to open it. So, you know, plus I'm not really a big handhelds guy, so it's not like I would get a whole lot of mileage out of it. So I just kind of didn't. I left them for other people, you know. No, I'm not gonna fix the jersey behind me. Every stream, man, every stream, there's always people asking me to fix this thing. No. At this point, I won't do it out of principle. Darth says he loves Game Society. Thank you. Game Society is my other channel. You can check that out. We do a lot of gaming comedy. Video games comedy, obviously. And it's a lot of fun. Clean that white GameCube. You might get your wish. Spoilers, you're going to get your wish. Adam, I bought a copy of Trick Style, but it doesn't let me get past the game's menu. Is it a disc problem? What can I do? It could either be the console lens needs to be cleaned, it needs to be tweaked, or the disc needs to be cleaned. It's likely one of those three things. The first thing I would do, the easiest thing would be to clean the lens. What I would do personally in that situation is take a little Windex, put on a Q-tip, very gently rub the laser, swap it to the dry side, and very gently clean it. Give it a minute or two, and then try again. If that doesn't work, then probably clean the disc. The last of those three things that you should do is tweak the laser, though. I did videos on that though, if you want to see it. Marius says he lives in Cologne, so it's hard for him to organize, but he will ask in your Patreon page. Maybe there's someone who lives in Berlin. All right, so the only lead I have on this is if you go to Meet Me This Summer, it's a video I did a couple weeks ago. There is a thread of other people from Germany who were kind of discussing this and trying to figure out like where to go, and then it just kind of stopped. If you want to like reignite that, I tried, but nobody responded to me, funny enough. If you want to try that, that's worth a shot. It's up to you. What do I think about Metroid Prime 4? There's nothing to... I mean, realistically, when you break down that, Nintendo just did a very vague announcement in 10 minutes in After Effects. There's no details about the game. Anyone could have done that. That's just their way of showing something to stockholders to get them excited about the future, because everything else they have is very much 2017 relevant. And Metroid Prime was like the one thing they could throw out there and say like, yeah, this will happen, that would get people invested into the future. So there's nothing there yet. I need something more concrete before I'm going to form any sort of real opinion about that. We need more Sega support on Xbox One. I'll tell you right now, Sega is probably going to be one of the only third-party developers who gives them OG Xbox backwards compatibility support. So if you guys don't know, Microsoft announced at E3 that OG Xbox backwards compatibility is coming to Xbox One, but it's much more heavily downplayed than 360 compatibility was. The only titles that we assume will happen are Microsoft first-party titles, and then maybe some third-party developers who are willing to cooperate. I'm betting you that Sega will be one of them, because Sega loves to sell their backlog. So I will not be surprised at all if they're one of them. Plus, they had some really solid titles for that particular platform, so that could be really good. Beyond that, I don't think you're going to get much out of Sega. Sega is not going to make like Yakuza for Xbox One. That's not going to happen. Do I live in a city or the suburbs? You're out in Naperville. I've been in Naperville many times. No, I live in the city. I live in Chicago. How much was Hagane in Japan? I don't know what that means. That's an anime thing, right? I told you, I'm completely immune to anime because I don't care about it. Pledge versus WD-40 versus Windex. I don't know why you would compare those three. Windex would be to clean like electronics to a certain extent, not in all cases. Pledge and WD-40 would only be used on plastic. Am I coming back to the UK? Not this year. Not that I know of. There's the possibility I'll be there in November 2018, as weird as that might sound. There's a convention, a Dreamcast convention that may or may not be happening. Shout out to the Dreamcast Junkyard. They talked, if the convention happens, they'd like to bring me. But that's very far away and very, very well may not happen. Yeah, I'm going to Europe tomorrow, but that's not, the UK is not part of that. Will I ever do a meetup in California? I mean, I guess I could. I've been to California like 6 times this year alone. In fact, I told people I was going to be in Los Angeles. If you wanted to meet me at E3, you could come. But I don't know if anybody came specifically to meet me, but there was a lot of people who showed up who were like, oh, it's this fucking Dreamcast guy. Actually, there was this guy, I want to mention his name. His name was Dan. Who this is fucked up. So I was walking around the convention center, and I think I posted like a tweet or something like that, and I said I was hungry. And then I get a message from this guy who says, I'll be there with a burrito in like 20 minutes. And sure enough, Dan showed up with a burrito. And then I was like, thank you. You know, like, what can I do for you? You want like a photo or something? He's like, no, I'm good. And then he just left. Really nice guy. He just brought me a burrito. Brooknet just super chatted. He said, thank you for the super chat. Adam, what should I do with my Amiga CD32? Well, I take it based on the fact that you're paying in pounds, that you're in the UK. So I would say enjoy it. Maybe find some games for it. I'm jealous because I have a few CD32 games. It's always whatever I can wrangle up when I'm over there. I'm gonna try again this time because I'm going to Austria for a little bit. Speak of the devil, my buddy Ronald is in the chat right now. Thank you, Ronald. I'll be seeing him over there. And he and I like to round up a lot of Amiga CD32 games. So I'm going to see what else I can pull up because I'd love to get more games for that console. Because I have this soft spot for collecting for consoles that I can't have access to. So like the CD32 is fascinating to me because we never had. I mean, Canada did, but the US never did. And in Canada, except for my buddy Scott, the Canadian, who's also right there, I've never seen the Canadian one. And I don't think Scott even has a game for it. So it's cool that you can kind of hunt for these consoles you otherwise would never see. Same with Japan. It's just a different thing. To be honest, I'm getting kind of burned out on North American collecting. It's kind of weird. So the only excitement for me, if you will, is when I go to other parts of the world now. So I'm excited. I'm going to look for weird shit in Europe while I'm there. So they're talking, Ronald and Scott are talking, they're hanging out, admin party. Do I think Sega will ever make a console comeback? Hell fucking no. People have to let that shit go, man. Like, that is never going to happen. That is not who they are. That part is done. Everything that is all the remnants of the video game division of Sega, which is actually a very infinitesimally small part of their business operation now, all of it is put into the Yakuza franchise. Beyond that, they do nothing really with video games. If you going to Japan really opened my eyes to that, because over there they're like an entertainment company. Their name is on so many things you would not associate with them over here. Toys, hotels, all sorts of weird shit. They're kind of like a much, much less successful version of Disney, like Japanese Disney, but much, much smaller. And yeah, but in video games, it's just a small part of that puzzle. And to assume they will ever blow that part up again, no, I don't see that shit ever happening. And Sega Forever, as people are pointing out, Sega Forever is just the North American division really trying to make something off of their legacy. Like I mentioned before, that's why I think Sega will support OG Xbox backwards compatibility, because they love to make money off of games they already made. They're not making new ones except for Yakuza. Anyone at Sega who's like, I have an idea for a game, they basically say, hey, just put it in Yakuza somewhere. Yeah, but I want to make a racing game. Fine, we'll have a section of Yakuza where they can race. I don't care. Get out of here. Like, that's why Yakuza has so much insane shit in it. Is because, like, everyone over there who's talented, who wants to make games, they're just throwing it all into Yakuza. How do you send me things? You don't. Don't do that. You don't have to, man. But thank you. Scott just said to bring him back a German cookie. I'm not, fuck Scott. I'm not bringing him back a German cookie. He can bring himself his own damn German cookie. I'm going to get some German Coke. Ronald's going to hook that shit up, right, Ronald? Actually, I'll be in Germany before I see Ronald, but I'm going to have my fill. And then once I see Ronald, I'll get more. German Coca-Cola is fucking amazing. Doesn't Sega still do Sonic? Yes, barely. Like, he exists because he's a name. He can make them some money. But aside, like, that's not the creative division. That's the marketing division that's making them do that. Would I ever watch a Shenmue anime? Nope. Sean says he's out. Hit me up before AVGC. Have a good one, man. Yes, I will. Scott, I can't bring you a German Coke, man. Interesting suggestion. Only fuck Scott is the best way. So I think what he's suggesting, Scott, is you can have a German Coke, but you have to pay for it in a way you may not necessarily want. Any good retro game stores in Chicago? As much as I love this city, it is not the best place for retro games. The best places in it are, there's a store called People Play Games. There's Video Games Etc., also known as Video Games Then and Now. There's Play It Retro. I don't know if they still exist or not. And then there's just a bunch of disc replays and The Exchange that are around the city. Those are pretty good, but nothing amazing. What do I think of Spanish Coke? I've never been to Spain, so I can't say. If you mean Mexican Coke, Mexican Coke is good. It's just nowhere near as good as German Coke. German Coke, like, nobody touches German Coke. It's not even possible. And I was hanging out. This is gonna be weird how I know this, but the reason I know it's better is because I was actually hanging out in San Francisco at 2K, like 2K, the video game company. I was hanging out at their headquarters for a preview event for Mafia 3. And with Mafia 3, I was talking to the developer. He was German. And I asked him straight up, like, why is German Coke so much better? And he was the first person to ever be able to explain to me why that was. And he said, well, we use real sugar, which is like how most of the world does it. Like Mexico does that. Most of the world does that. That part I got. That's why it's already infinitely better than American and Canadian Coke. But he said on top of that, Germany has incredibly strict standards on the water supply. And because of that, the Coke is just elevated to the next level. And I was like, that makes so much sense, because every Coca-Cola I had in Germany, flawless. And then even we'd cross the border down to Austria, no offense, Ronald, it was just back to Mexico. You know, it was the same thing. But inside of Germany, oh, fuck, it's a different thing. So there you go. Oh, we just got a super chat from Add a Hat. What up, man? The Swedish kroner, right? 500 of those. Wow. Although I forget how much that actually is. He says, love your Q&A streams. Nice prison haircut. Thank you for that. Dude, the fucking haircut, man. I just wanted a nice trim before I fly out to Europe tomorrow. And they went a little too far with it, I think. It's a little, you know, I told them a number 4 buzz, but I think they went a number 3. And I usually leave it a little longer on top, but I think she just buzzed it and didn't listen to me. So it's shorter than I would have preferred, but hair grows back, right? So it's all good. Beard's okay, though, which is more important. I got totally screwed once a few months ago. You guys probably, I know you guys noticed, because like the first wave of comments after I did a video was, where's the beard? I went to get a beard trim because my beard grows about 4 times the length of my actual hair. And so I have to get my beard trimmed usually, you know, twice or even 3 times as often as I go in for a regular haircut. And so I went in. I showed her a picture and I was like, yeah, I just wanted to trim down to like this. And she's like, what do you mean like this? And she just buzzed it like almost completely off. And I was like, oh, fuck. And there was no fixing it at that point. So she just finished. And I essentially didn't have a beard. And then I just basically hid here. In fact, Scott knows this. We were supposed to do a live stream that night on here. It was going to be a live Q&A. Scott was going to phone in through Skype. And we were going to do questions and answers and all that fun stuff. And then I totally screwed him that weekend. And I think that's why maybe I do potentially owe him a German Coke. Is because I had to cancel on him, even though he begged me not to, because he's like, if you cancel the stream, my plans are all fucked. Let me know in advance, because I'll go do something else if we can't do the stream. I was like, we're doing the stream. And then I got the fucking beard cut, and I couldn't do the stream anymore, because I was like, if I go on there without a beard, people are going to lose their shit. And as you can see from all the people asking about the haircut, I'm not even wrong. That's just a normal haircut. So the fucking beard was gone, and I basically sat in my apartment for like a week and just let it grow back as much as it could. Then I shot a video, and already the first comment of that video was like, "Why is your beard so thin?" Fuck. So then I waited like another week, and I was back to normal. I grow facial hair very quickly, but not quick enough. But yeah, Sean, in all seriousness, Scott, I will try to bring you a German Coke. It's easier said than done because I have to put it in my suitcase because you can't bring it in a carry-on. And then to get it to you, I would have to either fly up there with a checked bag, or I'd have to drive up. And I have no current intentions of driving back to Toronto or even flying to Toronto anytime this year currently. It'd be nice, but that's not currently the plan. Am I going to destroy a game console on camera someday? I don't plan to do that. So no. No, the conversation is not about cocaine. Are you guys still there? Do I own a disc repair machine? The reason I asked if you guys are still there is it started timing out, but it seems like it's okay now. Yeah, bitch, get me a German Coke. You know what? Fuck you, Scott. Fuck you. We'll see. Depends on how nice you are. It's not about liquids so much as it is having to put them in the suitcase, because I have to check the suitcase and you have to pay to check a fucking suitcase. Scott. Would I ever do a meetup in New York? I did one like 2 months ago. I tried to anyway, and only 2 people showed up. My buddy James, who knew me personally, and then this guy named, well, I'll just call him by his alias because I'm sure that's what he'd prefer, Chaos Rabbit. He showed up, and that was it. Nobody else showed up. So we hung out all day. It was fun. We were wandering around Manhattan. How expensive are Neo Geo Pocket games in Japan? I wasn't really looking for them, because handhelds are like the lowest on my priority, except for very specific titles. And I think the only one I picked up over there was Sonic Drift 1 for the Game Gear, only because that was an exclusive one. Jimbo says, keep up the good work. Thank you very much. As an American visiting Europe, is there a common question you get asked? Like, do all Americans own guns or something? Well, here's the thing. I do not mean to get political. I'm not trying to do that right now. I'm just going to express the honest truth here. In the Obama years, when I would go there, it was very, I assume, different. Because when I went there, it was, like a lot of times I would be wandering around Austria, Germany, whatever. Based on the accent, they can't tell where I'm from. They know I speak English, but am I British to them? I don't know. And then they would be like, oh, where are you from? Are you British? And I'd say like, no, American. Oh, an American. They would be more like excited. And the last time I was in Austria, Germany was like right after all that FIFA stuff. So over there, the United States was suddenly like amazing to everybody. They were like, you guys destroyed the corruption in FIFA. Yeah. So all of a sudden we were like loved all over Europe. I have not been to Europe since, frankly, since Trump has been president. And I don't know exactly what to expect, especially since of his just recent activities over there. The only time I've been to Europe in between, like I went to France while Obama was still in office, but before Trump had won, but he wasn't in office yet. And the general attitude was like caution, I would say. They were friendly, but they were kind of like, you guys know, that was kind of like the attitude towards us, for lack of a better term. So I'll see what it's like this time. Maybe I'll take Scott's advice and pretend I'm Canadian. So, I mean, any other questions about that? Like, I'll be curious. I might have more of a story coming back now this time. It might be a little different. So, I mean, there's a lot of you in here who are Europeans. Set aside the fact that you actually like watch my content and I guess like me on that basis. Set that aside. What are your opinions of Americans in general? Like if you just met me and wandering around, I'm not doing anything to you, whatever, but you're like, oh, it's an American. Do I love him or hate him on that basis alone? or maybe you don't care, because the majority of people don't fucking care. But I'm curious to see if anybody here actually does. I'm gonna cough. Coffee down the wrong pipe, motherfucker. Sorry, guys. Sorry. Don't drink your coffee that quick. Just got a super chat from Richard R. How much is too much for Panzer Dragoon Mini? Dude, I never saw it. I looked at every fucking game store. Okay, so you guys may not know, Panzer Dragoon Mini was a Game Gear game exclusive to Japan. Very uncommon over there. And I never saw it. Even in like super rare places like Super Potato and stuff. Nope. Nobody had it. So I have no idea what it's worth. I would have, you know, I don't know. I couldn't even find them online. So I really had no basis for comparison, unfortunately. Sorry. How can you say McDonald's is tastier than Domino's? Because Domino's is like made out of dog shit. That's pretty much why. McDonald's is not good for you, but you know, it's tastier. I still wouldn't eat it. But there's no circumstance other than maybe like death by starvation in which I would eat Domino's. We do love coffee. I finished this one. I have another one here in my Warner Brothers mug. Well, it's not a mug. It's like a water bottle, but I've got extra coffee in it. How common is Sakura Wars stuff in Japan? Actually, funny you mentioned that. It's stupidly common. I can't remember which. I think it was. I think I was told by somebody that the entire reason the Sega Saturn did as well as it did over there was exclusively because of the Sakura Wars games that were available on it. Like, and that was enough where developers just threw everything they could make on it. Kind of like the Wii, for example, was successful largely because of the gimmick of the Wiimote. So all these developers were throwing games at it, even if they didn't really make sense. I guess it was kind of the same logic with the Saturn. Like, it did really well because of the Sakura Wars games. So they just kind of threw anything they had at it. So yeah, the point is, I saw a lot of it over there. I saw that Dreamcast collection, you know, the big box set with all the games. I saw that there multiple times, and it was actually usually pretty cheap. If I didn't already have it, I would have bought it. How common is Sailor Moon stuff? I wasn't looking for Sailor Moon stuff, but I did notice some of it. The one I might have bought if I had found it would have been the Sega Saturn game, but it wasn't really like, meh. I didn't really try that hard. Scott says he loves coffee. I've brought him tons. I have brought Scott tons of coffee. Scott's becoming an addict for American bagged coffee. So yeah, I guess because even in Canada, you guys don't have flavored coffee. Flavored coffee is kind of a uniquely American thing, where you can have a bag of coffee that's black coffee, but it tastes like a jelly donut. And so, or there's all sorts of different flavors. And so I guess to most of the world, that's fucking weird. That's not a thing. To us, it's common as hell. And so I have, like, my girlfriend's from Portugal, and like same thing. Like she's like, bring me, whenever we see each other, bring me the bag coffee of this flavor and that flavor, whatever. And then her mother got like addicted to it, and she's like, I need the blueberry pie one or whatever, just random flavors. So it's a common thing. We have, hi Adam, did you primarily stay in Osaka? Yes, I did. I was in Japan for like, what, 3 weeks, 2 weeks, something like that. Almost the entire time I was in Osaka. I went to Kyoto twice, but it was pretty much for about like a half a day each time. The rest of the time I was in Osaka. Is it weird that I eat the fillet of fish at McDonald's and nothing else? No, man, when I ate McDonald's, that's pretty much what I did. Do you plan on getting some pickups in Germany? How about for CDI? You got to be careful when picking up video games in Germany, because Germany, and to those who live in Germany, I'm sure you guys already know this, Germany has a lot of strict, weird rules about video games, like where villain characters and all that, they can't be humans. They have to be like robots or aliens or zombies or something like that. So as a result, a lot of their games are like mutated versions. And so if you're going to pick up a game, like, let's say, I can't even think of a great, like, Contra is a good example, right? So Contra, you know, you're wandering around, you're playing as those Rambo-like dudes, and you're shooting at people. But I believe the German version, they, like, reskinned them so that they're, like, metal-looking, so they're robots or something like that. And that law has not gone away. So it still affects modern video games over there. So in general, if I could avoid it, I would do that. Like Ronald was telling me, what will happen is a lot of German speakers, they don't like that either. So what they'll do is they'll import all their games from Austria because Austria doesn't have that rule, but the games are still in German. So what I'll probably do, video game wise, is if I'm hunting for games, I'm going to do that mostly with Ronald anyway, because he's the person who I'm going to hang out with the most who would be interested in that. And so maybe we'll just hit up some flea markets and all that kind of shit and just see what we can find. So the bulk of any video game hunting will be done in Austria. What was my favorite food in Japan? This little ramen shop just outside of Kyoto. Oh my god, that place was unreal. Oh man, it was amazing. It's the kind of place where they don't let you in if you don't speak Japanese. Now, in my case, I obviously don't, but I was with a buddy who did, and he's like, look, I'll go order the whole thing. I'll pay for it all. Like, I mean, I gave him money. He just physically handed them money and explained what he was doing. And he's like, just don't talk, don't do anything. Just go in and eat the food. And I was like, you don't have to tell me twice. So that's exactly what happened. And that's how it went. Because Japan is... like I said, they're very myopic in their view of things. Like, it's not even so much that I'm like white or anything like that. It's more like they don't want to deal with the fact that I don't speak Japanese. So if I don't, they know enough to tell me to go away. And it's totally socially and legally acceptable to deny me service on the basis that I don't speak Japanese. And in some places, it's legally and socially acceptable to do that based on the fact that I'm white. Now, I didn't actually personally run into that problem, but I did, at least in that case, I knew I wouldn't be accepted in there if I didn't speak Japanese, or at least have someone with me who could order on my behalf. And that's how that worked out. That said, that was the best fucking ramen I've ever had in my life. And in fact, we did it 2 weeks in a row. Like, I went back up to Kyoto just to get this fucking ramen. It was amazing. Opinions and thoughts on Telltale games. I've liked a lot of their stuff, most notably the Jurassic Park game and their Back to the Future game. I actually have done fan edits of those games on my channel and turned them into whole movies. I even got, after Back to the Future, my Back to the Future 4 actually blew up enough that Telltale contacted me about it. And I was kind of scared at first because like, oh shit, are they going to tell me to get rid of this? And they're actually praising it. They're like, we can't believe you proved that this game actually would work as a movie. We're really appreciative. It's really awesome you did this. We've all shared this around. This is just fucking great. We were really happy that this exists. So you're good. And so it was high praise, and I was pretty happy about that. So those games I really liked. To be honest with you, though, I haven't played any of their more recent stuff because since they've gotten more successful, they've just kind of generated too much content for me to follow. Akihabara has some good game stores, but is a little pricey. Yeah, that's part of the reason I selected Osaka, because Osaka has its equivalent of that, which is Den Town. Now, Den Town is basically, it's the same idea as Akihabara, just not as big. But because you're in Osaka, everything's a lot cheaper. And in general, I mean, Osaka's also less crowded. There's less people there. And it's just as compatible with tourists and all that stuff. So that's why I chose that. But when I was hanging out with my buddy, he took me out to a more rural area in between Osaka and Kyoto. And I did a video on this place called Suragaya. Now, it's like a chain, but we went to one specific one. Look at this video I did on this place called Suragaya. Oh, that's the only word I remember of the name. The prices in there are stupid cheap because it's not the kind of place tourists ever go because they don't know it exists. And it's not the kind of place you can get to without some understanding of the language, or at least, a competent understanding of Google Maps, But, or at least you would have to know where you're going already. You would have to know what you're looking for. And in that case, the place was so cheap. And I got tons of footage of that place because it was the only place where I actually got permission to film. So check that out. How's my Sega CD collection? Any recommendations for collecting them? My Sega CD collection doesn't really advance much because you don't really find Sega CD stuff out in the wild. At least I don't. And I never had any great burning passion to collect for it. It's, there are games for it I would like to have. Like, I would really like Snatcher, but that's never going to happen. I'm never going to pull the trigger on that. Unless I find that in some freak situation, very unlikely. So I think the time it's a little late to get into Sega CD stuff, to be perfectly honest. Any interest in collecting SG-1000? If you're not aware, I got an SG-1000. I was donated one like right before I went to Japan. And while I was over there, I picked up some I picked up some SG-1000 games because it was just amazing timing. And I only bought the cheap ones I could find, only to find that the games were all like shitty, which is not really surprising. If I get to go back, I might actually spend more money on more worthwhile titles just because it's something I can do while I'm there. Whereas I would never try to like buy them and import them here. It would add up, and really I would not get anything out of it. Whereas at least when you're there, they're cheaper, and it's just kind of the fun of finding them, you know? How much was the PSX? I assume you were talking about the white PlayStation 2 DVR from Japan. Actually, I got mine for free. That was a gift of Toy Rat. He runs a store in Milton, Ontario, Canada, and he just gave it to me. It does not work. It needs to be repaired. I was considering bringing it to Europe, actually, and having my buddy Ronald, who's in the chat right now, seeing if he wanted to work on it, but it's too big, and it would just be too hard to get there. Adam, I'm going to Toy Rat tomorrow. Any advice? Mention my name and say what's up, you know, and look around. He's usually pro giving you a deal. Also, bring cash. He typically will charge you less if you have cash. GameCube or Wii U in terms of legacy and playable games. I think in the long run, GameCube is going to win the that one because it has a wider array of titles. I think the Wii U will be the more collectible one, though. I think you're going to see more people trying to get full sets of it because it's not that big. But I think as legacy power, it's going to be the GameCube. Because frankly, because the GameCube has Melee on it, and that game alone, like entire tournaments and events run around it, so you can't really beat it. Does my friend Raymond live in London, Winchester, or Southampton, England? No, he lives in Cardiff, Wales. Ronald says he should fly to Chicago to fix it. Hey, come on out. I got a couch for you. I'll see you in like 2 weeks, dude. Be fine. We'll just do that. Well, I can't do it this time, but next time, if there's a next time, we'll hook that up. We'll make it happen. What are your thoughts on the PC Engine? Do you think you'll ever get into it? I have one. I considered getting games for it while I was in Japan. I only ended up picking one up because you kind of have to pick your battles with something like that. If I go back, you know, my priorities will change, and we'll see like what I try to invest more in. PC Engine has never been one that really captivated me just because it's too expensive and I just missed the whole thing. So I don't have like the nostalgia fueling me, and I don't have like the luxury of like it's super cheap either. Whereas at least like CD32, like none of the games I run into for that thing I'm ever going to find here. But PC Engine, there's going to be in a lot of cases TurboGrafx 16 equivalents. And the collector in me is like, well, I'd rather have the American version of a game than the Japanese version if possible. And I don't know enough about it to know which ones got where. Why do I hate Knuckles Chaotix? I wouldn't say I hate it. I just thought it was a shitty game. It's just not a fun game to play. I didn't enjoy the mechanic of having the two characters like linked together and stuff. I mean, there's definitely worse Sonic games if you want to count that as a Sonic game. But yeah, it just never was my favorite. Marius just donated a super chat. Thank you. Couldn't you just visit the Berlin Gaming Museum on the 19th July at maybe like 3 o'clock? Everybody can come and they'd have a lunch together. If nobody comes, you can still have a good day in the museum. I didn't even know there was a gaming museum. Like I said, I don't know shit about Berlin other than like Checkpoint Charlie and, you know, Brandenburg and all that stuff. Like I know basics. Never been there. So that's not even a bad idea. Maybe we could do that. Where is this gaming museum? Because like that's not a bad idea. Like I to be honest with you, I don't even know where my hotel is right now. Like I'd have to look at that. And I want to do stuff that's like walkable. I don't really want to have to take cabs anywhere. But if that's doable, yeah. And thank you for the super chat, by the way. Do I think Apple will ever try video games again? I mean, if you include the fact that the iPhone can play games, then there's that. Beyond that, I don't think No, like iOS support for games exists, and I think that's as most you're ever gonna get out of it. They're certainly not gonna make like home console again. You want an Apple home console, you got to buy a Pippen. That's it. The Japanese PC Engine library is quite large and much more affordable than the US TurboGrafx. That is definitely true, but I'm talking about more of the collector's side of me, who just goes, I would always rather have the North American version of a game than the Japanese one. The same thing is like true for Sega Saturn. Like there are so many expensive Japanese or American Sega Saturn games, and the Japanese versions are like stupid cheap. But I just can't bring myself to pick the Japanese version over it, knowing it came out here. And I don't know why. It's just part of that collector's bug. Everyone has their own little rules on how they want to collect stuff. And in the case of PC Engine, frankly it stems from ignorance. I just don't know enough about which games came out where, and I probably could do that research, but because I have no nostalgia for it, I don't know. There's nothing fueling me to do that. Maybe next time, if I get to go back, I'll do something like that. Like sometimes stuff just hits you, man. Like when I was there, I had no intention of picking up N64 stuff. I didn't care at all. And then somehow I walked away with like 60 N64 exclusives for Japan. And it was like, I don't know, it just kind of happened, you know? And so sometimes you just got to see what bites you, you know? Do I think Sega and Nintendo should team up on a new console to go head to head against Sony and Microsoft? No, that's like an idea I would have had when I was like 10. Like, no offense. It's just like, that's never going to happen. That's like a fantasy. Major companies do not cooperate together like that on something that huge. Plus, Nintendo does not need Sega for anything, and Sega does not care. Like I was saying earlier, the video game division of Sega is pretty much insignificant at this point. They do almost everything else other than video games. Does Ben live in London, Winchester, or Southampton? No, he lives in Nottingham. Does your Wii U collection include collector's editions too? Not really. The only one I think I have is a Xenoblade Chronicles one. I don't really care about collector's editions in general, to be honest. Have you ever been called arrogant? If so, what was your response? If not, do you think you are anyway? Yeah, whenever anybody calls me arrogant, I just say it's not arrogant when you're right. Because there's no more arrogant response than that. I get called everything, man. Did you ever recommend an item in a video and then regret recommending it? Yes. The most notable thing would be I did this video on a SCART to HDMI adapter. It was my first foray into the world of RGB SCART. I knew nothing about it prior to that video. And to me, it was amazing because it was so much better than composite. But as I learned more about, you know, RGB signals and all that, it became apparent that that particular box was really not very good. And a lot of people in like, especially in like the FrameMeister community, who are like some of the most unfriendly people there are, like seriously, like if you think I come off as arrogant, like Jesus Christ. But some of these people were just so mad at me and doing like whole hate videos on the fact that I recommended this box. And I regret it, not because of them. I don't care what they think. But I regret it because in hindsight, having used other devices, I realized, yes, it really wasn't that good. It's just kind of an introductory device. And if I could redo it, if I could fix it with that information, I would tell people that from the get-go and say, like, this device is introductory. It's, you don't only do this on a bargain, on a budget, but understand there are vastly superior options. And I tried to do that somewhat retroactively by telling people that in the FrameMeister and the OSSC video. So that would be, I guess, my primary one. Add a Hat just super chatted again. He said, I almost have a complete PAL PS1 collection. I love the console. What's your thought on the PS1 and its games? Well, first of all, let's all give him a round of applause because a complete PS1 collection is an insane thing to try and pursue. So if you're that close, congratulations. Second, I really liked the PS1, but I never really got into collecting for it. It was one of these consoles where the only games I ever picked up for it were the ones I actually wanted to play. Because the same with most PlayStation stuff, it's just there's too much content on there for me to ever even dream about trying to pick stuff up for it. But that said, I still ended up with some junk that I don't even know how I even got. But Yeah, in general, I think the PS1 is probably my favorite PlayStation brand console. And if there was any console I was ever going to try to mass a big collection for PlayStation stuff, it probably would be that. Ironically, of all PlayStation hardware, with maybe the exception of the PSP or the Vita, the PS1 would be the one I have the least games for. Thank you for the super chat. Scott the Canadian's bailing. Bye, Scott. The Jimmy Butler trade. Yeah, I think the Bulls would love to suck for eternity. So that's how that goes. Dude, you curse too much. No fucking shit. Sorry. You had that one coming. Yeah, I'm not exactly ad friendly. What can I say? Yes, but SCART isn't American. Hashtag composite till dies. Ugh. That doesn't matter, man. That's the whole point. That's why you introduce these little devices that fix that problem. Yes, composite is garbage. What's my take on using AVRs for setting up a game room? I'm not sure what that is, to be honest with you. Will you ever replace or update your intro? The figure it out thing is out of place. You don't have to worry about that thing anymore. It's gone forever. I mentioned this in the last stream. I had a hard drive failure, and the original audio file for that is now lost to the ages. So there's now going to be videos that come out with a newer intro slightly. I basically was only able to recover some stuff, but that particular file I couldn't get back. So it's going to have, it says something like, the following video is a video of some kind, and I hope you enjoy it. I think it's just vague and to the point, because it's like, fuck it, who cares anymore? But there's a few different videos that will still come out that have the old intro, because they were finished and uploaded before the hard drive failure. So there's that. But yeah, the intro will change. What's the most offensive thing you ever told to someone? I don't know. I don't really seek to offend. I'm not racist, so I don't say stuff like that. I don't know. I don't recall a specific situation where I think I openly offended somebody where I was trying to do that. I don't seek to hate. Berenstein or Berenstain? It's obviously Berenstain, but I like everybody else. I remember it as Berenstein too. Do you know where to find a complete list of independent Dreamcast releases? Not currently. I mean, that used to be a lot easier because they used to appear on the wikis and stuff, but a lot of sites took them down for whatever reason. So, like, I have a list of all the ones I currently own, and I think it's accurate. Generally, the best place to find information like that would be like the Dreamcast Junkyard. They have a nice catalog of everything. Just got a super chat from Gene. Y says, have you stopped using CRT since the FrameMeister? First of all, thank you for the super chat. Second of all, I stopped using CRTs a long fucking time ago. So yes, most certainly since I got the FrameMeister. But the only CRT I own is the Divers 2000 Dreamcast, and I certainly wouldn't use it as a monitor for video games. That's obviously personal preference to a lot of people. And mine has always been that I don't. If you have a nice setup like that, you really don't need a CRT. There's a lot of nostalgia that goes into that more than actual video accuracy. I know a lot of people will dispute that, but like, I'm willing to trade whatever that small amount is for the space that comes with it. Like, CRTs are fucking huge and inconvenient. I don't want one. Like, I just don't want it. And this is from someone who collects a bunch of old shit. And even I'm like, no, I don't want the fucking CRT. Hey, Adam, are you aware that some people say you get your facts wrong on those videos about retro console picture quality? Exactly what I was talking about. I told you. Guys in that, the FrameMeister Super community, generally kind of dicks. So it's like, you make a small mistake once. Like, I regret kind of some of the things I mentioned about that one particular box, and you never hear the fucking end of it. No offense to you, dude. Game room tour. No, I'm not doing a game room tour unless that's my last video ever, because like that's such a bad thing to do. Because first of all, it goes out of date immediately, and second of all, you have nowhere to go after that. Like that's the kiss of death. Whenever I see a channel that decides to do that, I'm like, oh, they're giving up. Like that's what that is, because they will not have anywhere to go after that. How do you possibly intrigue anybody to keep watching your stuff if you show them everything you have in one go? I love your channel, Adam. Huge fan. One day I want to have your autograph. If we meet up, I'd be happy to do that. No problem. Thank you. Do you know about the defective power supply of the Amstrad GX4000? Mine works. Beyond that, no. I don't know a whole lot about the GX4000 other than what I did to research it for my video. Because, I mean, I got one last year, and it was the first time I'd ever really used one or anything. Brendan B just super chatted. Thank you. He says, thoughts on Jet Set Radio Future reimagining for the Switch. Splatoon 2 Overworld reminds me of it. I can't imagine that Sega will ever do anything with Jet Set Radio Future. That'd be nice. Unless I missed an announcement and that's a real thing. I'd be astonished if it was. The only way I see any sort of passing the torch of that particular game is if the OG Xbox version is made backwards compatible with the Xbox One, which is very possible. Like I said, I think Sega is most likely one of the companies that will be supportive of that. But beyond that, I don't see much happening with that game. Splatoon 2 Overworld reminds me of it. I need to look at more footage of Splatoon 2. I haven't played Jet Set Radio Future in like 5-6 years. It's been a while. But off the top of my head, I can't think of that connection. Do I charge for autographs? Fuck no. If you want an autograph, you want a selfie, if we're at a convention or whatever, just be like, yo, dude, can I get an autograph selfie? I'd be happy to do it. I don't care. I'm not an asshole. I come off like an asshole, but I'm not an asshole. Thoughts on the re-release of Crash Bandicoot of PS4? Crash the Insane Trilogy? Haven't played it yet. I hear that a lot of people are disappointed by how fucking hard it is. And that's too bad, because I remember playing those originally, especially the third one, and loving it. And I would love to sit down and play that, but if it's like so hard to the point of being like, people are comparing it to Dark Souls, I'm like, Jesus, really? I hope that's not true, because that's not fun. At least not to me. Crusher Bad's heading out. Good night, Crusher Bad. What about your Sega 32X collection? Is it easier than the Sega CD? It's easier in the sense there's way less games. And there's only a couple on there that are actually like really hard, like Spider-Man Web of Fire and stuff like that. So I'd have to say, yeah, it's probably the easier one to do. Yeah, because there's some on the Sega CD that are just like impossible, like Snatcher. Whereas at least 32X only has like one of those. Can I get your autograph on my butt? Nah, I'd rather not. I'll sign your boobs though. Something tells me you have boobs. Have you ever played on or even bothered with the PlayStation TV? I have one. It is still sealed. I've never used it for any reason. The only Vita games I have, actually, I think the only Vita game I have is, what the fuck is that game? Oh god, I can't remember. It was made by Ubisoft. It's about this little princess. She's in like this lost world. The physical media version, the only way you could get it was on the Vita. Child of Light. That's the only one that I have, and I got it just for that reason. That's the only way you could physically get that game. But I'm not even sure that game's supported on it anyway. And I don't own a PS Vita. What's the hardest game I've ever beaten? Call of Duty 2 on veteran mode. That was a pain in the ass. Have I watched the Netflix Castlevania series? I have not. I only heard about that like 2 days ago, actually. Turns out the guy who made that show is a Shenmue fan. He started tweeting about it. That was pretty cool. Have I ever I think you asked me this already. Have I ever regretted recommending an item in a video? Yes, and I talked about it. It's the little SCART HDMI box. Just got a super chat from Marius Warehide, who says, put Berlin Gaming Museum in Google. I am not allowed to put links into the chat. You can switch into English on the right corner. Let us know if you were there the day before so I can drive to Berlin. Okay, what social media are you following me on? Are you following me on like my Facebook fan page or Twitter, Instagram, or any of that stuff? If so, that's where I would post about it. because you can't make posts on YouTube. I would have to do like a whole video about it. So follow me on one of those things and then let me know. Have I ever used the PlayStation 3D TV? I think I tried one once, but it was like a brief thing. I think I did it at some convention or something. It didn't make much of an impression. You're right. I do have Retro City Rampage DX for the Vita. That's true. I do have that. I think it's sealed, though. I don't think I ever opened it. What are we supposed to figure out? Figure out whatever the fuck you want. I mean, really, it's supposed to be intentionally ambiguous. It's like, whatever. Do I like kebab? Yeah, who doesn't? Super Famicom worth it. Depends on your standpoint. As a collector, it was something I wanted to have because it's Nintendo hardware and it's neat. Do you need one over a Super Nintendo? Probably not. It does no real point. It's just kind of cool. But it can be, if you want to go for just cheap games, in theory, you can come out way ahead. Have I ever played my Tiger Gizmondo? Do I own a Tiger Gizmondo? I think Chip gave one to me, but I don't think it worked, if that's correct. If so, that's where it sits. Have you ever smoked crack and played video game at the same time? No, I've never smoked crack. Why is the video quality on the PS2 so bad? You'd have to ask someone at Sony. I forget. People have mentioned this a few times. There's some sort of filter on it. I think it's a filter that's just built into the hardware that you can't disable. There's no getting around it. Somebody out there can correct me. But yeah, there's no way to fix that. Time for more coffee. Would I rather play Sonic 06 or Sonic Boom? Probably Sonic Boom. Sonic 06 is like legendary bad, whereas Sonic Boom, I don't know, I might get a quirk out of the fact that they did that weird style. Do I have a Nokia N-Gage? Yes, I do. I have almost a full set. I'm only missing one game, actually. Warhammer, something like that. Do I like composite video as my video source? No. I know you know that's not the case because you keep talking about RGB stuff. You know that I use RGB. Why are you asking questions like that? How come Mrs. Claus didn't join you in Japan this time around for the trip? She did. She was there. Am I a smoker? No, I'm not. I've never smoked a cigarette, actually. How do I like my coffee? Typically just black. Favorite game on PS2? Twisted Metal Black. Do you like chimichangas? I haven't had one in a long time, but I recall liking them. What are some country exclusive foods you've had? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I don't know how many foods are exclusive to a country, so much so as they are like just better. Like I had amazing ramen and amazing soba in Japan. Stuff you can't even come close to it here, but we have it here. It's just nowhere near as good. And then, I mean, the things you're going to run into that are weird are usually ones that are like banned in one country for one reason or another. Like, or just so uncommon that you just never find it. Like, for example, I've had wallaby and I've had kangaroo. Guess what country that was, you know? But it's not that you can't have it in the United States. It's that no one would bother. So that might be something like that, but wallaby and kangaroo taste like steak. Like, there's nothing special about it. Mario says he follows me on Facebook. He has to go to bed now. So I am, so he's going to go to bed. Have a good evening. Hope to see you in Berlin. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Yeah, follow me on the Facebook fan page. I'll definitely post about it there. Thank you for the super chats. Have a good night, man. What do I think about the Atari box? I've already talked about that already, but the long and the short of it is I can't believe people think that's going to be real. It just perplexes me. Like, I could see them doing some sort of like Ouya like Android box, and that's about it. A clone console that plays 2600 games through an emulator, like maybe. But the idea that that company could possibly try to compete head on with Nintendo, Microsoft, and Sony, if you believe that, then I got some real estate on the moon to sell you, because that's absurd. Do I like cats? I don't dislike cats. I'm more like indifferent to it. Not really a pet person. What's your recommendation for the best place for Chicago style pizza? Well, if you're in Chicago, my all-time favorite is Lou Malnati's. People always say Illuminati's. No, Lou Malnati's. It's 2 words, the guy's name. That's my favorite. And then there's places like Giordano's, which is really good. Paisano's is great. There's a whole bunch of them in Chicago. You can't really avoid it. The shitty ones are things like Nancy's. The crappy ones you find at the airport that claim they're the real thing, they're fucking shit. Don't eat those. Or like you go to a bar and they're like, oh, we have the deep dish. Don't eat there. There's like specific places that are really good at it. Odds are you'll actually find the worst ones in all the tourist trap areas, which makes sense. We just got a super chat from Red Z. Thank you. He says, hey, Adam, great seeing you at Too Many Games. I literally saw you within a minute of entering the convention. Yeah, I remember that, dude. We were over right by the booth, just across from the Screenwave booth. That hell of a nice guy. And he introduced himself, and I didn't remember his name. And then he said his like handle there, and I was like, oh yeah, fuck yeah, you follow me on Twitter all the time. And he started like melting down. It was great. So thank you again for coming out, dude. That was awesome of you, and thank you for the super chat. What foods am I allergic to? I don't think I'm allergic to any foods off the top of my head. Jimbo5577 just super chatted, but he didn't leave a comment. Dude, leave a comment. I'll hook you up. Thank you for the super chat. Have I ever been to Austria? Yes, and I'll be back there in like 2 weeks. Adam should do a Halloween video where he dresses as a Dreamcast. Think about the logistics of that statement. I don't think that's going to happen. If you could do a complete set of anything, what would it be? Are you talking about ones I haven't already done? If so, it'd be nice to get like a full Sega Saturn set. I think that would be really cool. But that's fantasy. What states did I live in? I have lived in 2. I live in Illinois, and I have lived in New York. Have I tried Portuguese-style chicken? Yes, I have. I like Portuguese chicken, actually. Not that this would be anything you consider authentic, but I do eat at a place called Nando's every once in a while. That's good, but I've had actual like Portuguese-style chicken in Portugal. Favorite subscriber other than you wish you could meet? I don't know if I have a favorite subscriber. I don't know. Going to Seattle, any good retro game stores? Dude, Seattle is the mecca of retro video games in the United States. There is no part of the U.S. with a better retro video game selection. Check out my North American video game hunting playlist. There's so many videos about stores in Seattle. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. It's because Nintendo's based there, and so is Microsoft. And it's just like there's so much stuff floating around in that area. It's sick. Jimbo says, got my Dreamcast hooked up to VGA. It's amazing. What do you think of Sega Forever? Well, first of all, congratulations on the VGA. Second, the Sega Forever, it's just Sega reselling you Genesis games through ads. They're giving away for free, sure, but then you have ads. It's like, I don't care, man. Like, that whole thing does not appeal to me. I've never wanted to play previous generation games on my phone. Like, it doesn't interest me. If it makes some money, great. It's not, doesn't appeal to me at all. Thank you for the super chat. You're one to talk about logistics. You went to Japan to buy 60 N64 puzzle games. I didn't go to Japan for that purpose. That happened while I was there. There's a world of difference. If I really had been like, all right, guys, I'm going to Japan, and my purpose in doing this is I need to find 60 N64 puzzle games, and I'm not fucking coming back until I've done that, then yes, it's time to put me in the loony bin. But that's not what happened. Every once in a while, the chat seems to freeze. Anybody else having that problem? Just got a super chat from Generic Interwebs. Your top 5 MCU movies. Ooh, good one. So I just saw Spider-Man Homecoming. I really liked that. And it's absolute proof that Spider-Man should never be in Sony's hands. But it's great that they're, at least temporarily, he's back with Marvel. That's good, though. Let's see. Let me try to do this in phases. My first phase 1 film, other than the Avengers, is Captain America, the first one. So there's that. There's the Avengers, the first Avengers. I really liked Captain America too. I liked Civil War a lot. Spider-Man was great. I didn't really like Avengers 2 as much. Ant-Man wasn't bad. I don't know, man. Like, I'd have to have a list in front of me. Guardians of the Galaxy was fucking amazing. I don't think there's been any I actually hated. I think the worst one, personally, to me, is The Incredible Hulk. The Edward Norton one. Didn't like that. I mean, it wasn't awful. Iron Man's really good. The first one. Yeah, I think those would be some of my favorites. Thank you for the super chat. You guys are saying there's no problem with the chat? Okay, then I don't know what's going on. It just, every once in a while, the comments just stop dead. What's my other channel? I work on a few. So my other channel is Game Society, aka Game Society Pimps. You can look that up. And then there's also, I work on Machinima and I work on Blame Society Films. For Machinima, I work on a lot of different videos, mostly like celebrity impression comedy. And then other like random projects that come up. And then for Blame Society, I do stuff like beer and board games and all these other things. How do I super chat? Super chat, in case you're curious, because he is, obviously, there's a little dollar symbol below the chat. You can put in any amount you want, and I will just, as a courtesy to you, I will answer whatever question or comment you throw out there. Any amount, it's up to you. It's completely voluntary. It's just a way to, you know, thanks for the channel, you know, that kind of thing, and to support, because Adpocalypse, yay! Thank you very much. Oh, Jimbo's heading out for the night. Good night, Jimbo. Have a good one. Thank you for the super chats. Here's the perfect example. There you go. Blackest Night Batman super chats. He says, is it possible to make an SGB or SMS gen adapter for Saturn, since you can get games to play via the cartridge, like you said in your Saturn video? I know at one point, first of all, thank you for the super chat. I know that at one point it was Sega's plan to make the Saturn backwards compatible with the Mega Drive, aka Genesis, but then they dropped it. I don't think anything other than emulation would make that work now. I think the hardware was the final hardware was too different. So I don't think you could just like put some sort of slot adapter in there and make it work somehow. But crazier shit has happened. But my guess is if you had anything like that, the cartridge itself would be like an emulator, kind of like those stupid like Genesis on the SNES cartridges that have popped up. Those things are really just using they're doing all of the work. They're little clone consoles, and they only use the Super Nintendo as a controller input. And I'm guessing if they were to do something similar, that's what it would be, is like the little cartridge would be a clone console that plays Genesis games, and it just uses the Saturn for controller inputs. That'd be my guess. We just got another, thank you for the super chat. And we just got another one. David Bowie, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, says, I know after YouTube's cut, I'll be 4 and change. How's your 4th? You get anything on Amazon Prime Day? David Bowie. Okay, well, yes, he's right. YouTube does take a cut of super chats. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. They got to make money too. How was my 4th? It was fine. Went to my family's house and watched fireworks, hung out, all that kind of stuff. It was good. And no, I got nothing on Prime Day. My first time I ever looked into Prime Day, I hated it. It was all crap I didn't want. So I was just like, fuck it. And I never really went back to it because I wasn't really actively looking for anything. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Bowie. Adam, why don't you donate to your PayPal and YouTube doesn't take a cut? Here's the thing I keep saying the super chats are completely voluntary. You don't have to do that. The same would be extremely true of PayPal. I guess I could open the door. Would you guys prefer to use PayPal? Do you care? If you want to, we could do that. I didn't know anybody would be interested enough. At least with super chat, it's right here in my face, and it's up to you guys. With PayPal, I'd also have to kind of monitor it, which I guess I could do. It's up to you guys. You tell me if you're interested. I can put in PayPal information. Would I turn myself into a Dreamcast if I could? No. I choose life. Wii games with Atari 5200 controller or vice versa. Just trash that shit. Why are you even trying? Yeah, if you do, all right. So Super Kawaii is asking about this PayPal thing. If you do PayPal, then I get 100% of it. Super Chat, it depends on the country you're in, but the percentage is adjusted. You know, my Super Chat buy and send button doesn't let me send. That might be because your credit card is declining it. I don't know. PayPal is good. It's up to you guys, man. Whatever you want. Maybe in the next stream I'll put the PayPal information in there. It would just be my company's email address, and you would just do that. Tell you what, I'm gonna open up. I'll tell you what, I'll give you guys the chance here if you guys seriously want to do this. It's up to you. You know, actually, to be honest with you, the thing you should do if you really want to do that, go to my Patreon. For $5 a month, you get early access to the podcast. You get early access to videos. Like, because a lot of time I have to make videos because I fly like every 2 weeks. So I have to make videos like well in advance, and then I upload and they just kind of sit there. And so because they're done in advance, I often will give them out to Patreon backers and be like, hey, you want to watch it before anybody else? And you can do that. It's up to you. I'll log in. Yeah, I own a company. My company's Figured Out Productions. Like, that logo isn't just bullshit. Like, that's a real LLC. Give me 1 second here. Do you guys seriously want me to do this? Like, do you care? Should I actually do this? Should I put PayPal information in there? Because, like, you can do this anyway. Like, if you do it on PayPal and you put a comment in there, I can read it that way, too. It makes no difference to me. Like I said, this is always voluntary. It's completely voluntary. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, let's see. PayPal. Sorry. Let's make sure that's correct. Okay, if you refresh this stream, you'll now see an email address. It says PayPal address in the description. If you want to send to that, that's up to you. Same rules apply. You put anything, I'll answer your question. Try to write the question in there, because if you just send it blank, then I have nothing to say to that. But it's up to you entirely. Completely voluntary. But do me a favor. I'm not going to be constantly checking it. So just if you're like, hey, I donated to PayPal, say it, and I'll do a quick refresh over there. Okay. That's up to you guys, though. It's again, it's completely voluntary. You don't have to do it. So anyway, back to the point. We got some more options. Okay. When I donate, I want you to get all the money, not some of it. Okay, I appreciate that. That's nice of you to do. So it's up to you. It's up to you. PayPal's an option. I'll leave it in there as an option to you guys. Honestly, I never really thought about it before. But again, I keep saying I recommend Patreon. Like, I know people hate when you talk about Patreon. But I say it because if you want to give me the money, if that's your choice, if you want to do that, you can get more out of it. You can get early access to videos. Personally, I would think that would be the most exciting thing, but it's totally up to you guys. No. Will launch PS3s make PS2 games look less shitty? I actually did a video on this a few years ago. If you look it up on my channel, it's basically like how to get the best video quality out of the PS2. Look up like PS2 video quality in my name. And I show comparisons of what they're all like. The launch PS3, the one that's fully backwards compatible with the PS2, is the best way to get image quality out of PS2 games. But even then, they don't wow you. There is no way to wow on a PS2 game, at least currently, natively. I'm sure PC-based emulators and stuff can make it look a lot better, but if you want to play it on a console, that's not the way yet. And it may never be. I have not tried one of those like Sony PS4 like redistributed versions, so I can't say how good their emulator looks or performs. If they gave you that for free, the way Microsoft is, then that would be more open to debate, but that's not the current case. Favorite movie of the year so far? I'm a little biased because I just saw it, but Spider-Man Homecoming might be my answer to that. Spider-Man Homecoming was really good, like way better than I expected. What else have I even seen? I saw Cars 3. That wasn't bad. I've actually seen every Pixar movie in theaters since Toy Story came out. All of them. Every single one. Not the shitty ones that you think are Pixar movies, like Planes or whatever. That wasn't actually made by them. Or stuff that's made by DreamWorks and is CGI. No, that's not a Pixar movie. Pixar specific. I've seen all of them. And so just saw Cars 3. I saw Power Rangers, which wasn't bad. I did a stream on that one, actually. I can't remember what else. Yeah, if you gave me like specific titles, then I might give you a better answer. What was my first car? It was a Volkswagen Jetta. Although the first car I had access to was a Volkswagen Beetle. I drove that for like a year. How do you get rid of the red light of death on a PS3? I thought they had like a yellow light of death. You'd have to find someone who's actually good at repairing stuff, and that would not be me. I can clean stuff, but really 7th gen consoles and onward don't... A cleaning isn't going to fix them a lot of the time. It's going to be more complicated than that. Greetings from Devon, where I can see whales. Have I been to Devon? I've been to Wales. Well, greetings. Although you've been super chatting all night, so I know you've been here. Brooknet. What do I think of how the Switch is doing so far? I think it's great. I think it's great that they're doing well. I still think that they're kind of riding the coattails of anticipation, like Zelda. That's what everybody wanted. Then they threw at us. The next thing they threw at us was the most biggest game of the Wii U, and then they're kind of just buying time until the next Mario game pops up, and it's an interesting strategy. They're kind of just throwing all their eggs in one basket at, you know, like certain points, as opposed to kind of riding it out. And I think what they're going to keep doing with the Switch is keep throwing the Wii U's greatest hits at us. I'm still concerned about the longevity of that particular platform, and I want it to do well, but I don't know. How rare is the direct black Sega Dreamcast? I saw it a couple times in Japan, actually, so it can't be that rare, but I certainly wouldn't call it common either. Do I like water parks or water slides? I went to a bunch as a kid, but I haven't done one in a long time. I guess if I had to pick, I'd say water park. You like my clean cut look? Yeah, the haircut I'm not a fan of. It's shorter than I wanted, but whatever, it'll grow back. The beard is fine, though. I like the beard the way it is. What's my favorite gaming YouTube channel? The one that inspired me the most was a channel called MN12Bird, although he's no longer active. These days, actually, it's funny, a lot of the channels I watch aren't video game related. I think my current favorite channel is a channel called Midnight's Edge, and they do a lot about, they mostly just movie news. Got a super chat from Nick Plays, thank you. Have you ever considered the Ultra HDMI mod for the N64? Yes, I have. A buddy of mine claims he wants to work on one for me, but he's waiting on the parts, and that's kind of where it's been sitting for months. So if that ever happens, you'll see a video on it from me at some point. Do you like Metal Slug games? Yes, I do. I'm not that good at them, but I do enjoy them. I want to play them more on like actual Neo Geo hardware as opposed to anything else they ever get replicated on. I was always kind of sad that series of games didn't have like a nice Dreamcast collection. That was kind of logical that it should have happened because SNK had like a boner for that console, but they never put any of those on there, which is too bad. Thoughts on the new Jumanji movie? Scraping the bottom of the barrel. Thank you, Sony Pictures. Sony Pictures is the most incompetently run film studio out there. And I hate to say that because I know people think Oh, you're shitting on Sony, and that means you hate PlayStation. It's like it has nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. Sony is a conglomerate. They have multiple things they're good at. I like things that they're good at, and I do not like things that they're bad at. And what I do not like about them is the way they run their film studio. And if you have any love for Spider-Man or any other like franchise like that they have control over, you should immediately understand why. Like, look at the track record Spider-Man has. Look at the latest situation where he's now sort of in the hands of Marvel and Disney again, and you get the best Spider-Man movie and the most properly handled version of the character ever. You get him back into Sony's hands, and he's gonna go fucking retarded again. And I just don't want to see that happen. But we already know it's already starting. How much of you guys, how many do you guys know about what's going on over there with the whole Venom movie and all that shit? Does anybody care? Would you want me to talk about this? Also, Tony D just super chatted $2. Thank you, Tony. You didn't write a comment though, so if you could, that'd be great. Do I think Sega can make a ton of money off of a Chow Garden only game? No. No. Am I getting Sonic Mania? No, I'm not. I would have if it was physical, but it's not going to be. Do I like the 1995 Jumanji movie? Yes, I do. How could you not? That movie's awesome. Have I seen Review Tech USA's recent video about where he says he doesn't know what the point of consoles are anymore? I didn't see that one in particular. I saw the one where he was talking about an all digital future, in which case, yeah, he's right. I mean, I don't want him to be right, but I know he is. Like, that is going to happen. Talk about the Venom movie. All right. Adam, I became a Patreon. Can I ask a question? There are no super chat on Patreon. Can you check? What's your question? As for the Venom movie, so all right, so Sony has, let's do a little backstory here. Sony has had control of the Spider-Man film rights for a long time, and that means that as long as they satisfy the basics of a contract, they can keep the character, and it doesn't revert back to Marvel. And the currently what that means is that they can do, if they do a movie every 2 years, he just retains it. Even if the movie sucks ass, even if everyone hates it, even if it's a reboot, another, it doesn't fucking matter. As long as they meet that qualification, they can redo it. But they made, back when they were doing those amazing Spider-Man movies, not the Tobey Maguire ones, the one in between, they were so sure those movies would be successful and that they would be able to build their own like cinematic comic book universe out of it, that they cut a deal with Marvel where they basically said, look, these movies are going to be fucking huge, and we know they're going to generate a shit ton of money, but we want all of the money for the movies. Because the way it currently works is Marvel gets a cut of any Marvel movie, even if they have nothing to do with it, because Marvel owns Spider-Man, they just don't have the control of his movie rights. So Marvel would have been getting a cut of each of those movies, which is very standard. Sony was so sure that the movies would be successful, they didn't want Marvel to have that. So they decided to trade them something. What they traded them was the toy rights, any claim to merchandise, which was a stupid ass move for Sony to make, because Spider-Man toy rights, far and away the most valuable toy rights of any comic book franchise, bar none. Like, you combine every other character in both Marvel and DC, you still won't reach what Spider-Man sells in merchandise. So when the Amazing Spider-Man 2 came out and it bombed, Sony had nothing. They made nothing off the movie. They lost a lot of money on it, and they couldn't even fall back on toys. And so they were like, all right, we need to cut a deal here, because at that time especially, Sony was hemorrhaging cash in all divisions except PlayStation. And they knew they couldn't do another reboot yet. They would have to within the next 2 years, but they fired Andrew Garfield, the guy who was playing Spider-Man. So they're like, we can't even do a third one of these. We're going to have to reboot again, and we're nowhere near ready to do it. So they without the money for the toys, they basically went to Disney and cut a deal. And the deal is what we have now, which is where he appears in the Disney-controlled Marvel Cinematic Universe. And that's why you have Spider-Man Homecoming. Now, per that deal, he agreed to they signed Tom Holland, the guy who plays Spider-Man. They signed him to 3 Marvel movies and 3 Sony Pictures movies. Sony Pictures being just a name that appears on it, even though they're really not making the film. Like, Spider-Man Homecoming is technically a Sony movie, but Marvel did everything for it. They did all of the actual filmmaking, all the storytelling, all of that shit. The only thing Sony did was the marketing, and they did a very bad job with that, by the way. But we'll talk about that later. We're getting a couple of super chats, and we got a PayPal donation. I swear I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to finish this up real quick. But so basically, what's going to happen is Tom Holland appears as Spider-Man. He did it in Captain America. He's going to do it in the next 2 Avengers movies, right? And then he appears in the 3 Sony movies, which are Spider-Man Homecoming 1, 2, and 3. The problem with that 3rd movie is that the 3rd movie is not part of the overall Sony Marvel deal that's working together. What that means is there's an option where Sony can force Tom Holland to play the same Spider-Man in a 3rd film that looks like it's connected to the Marvel Cinematic Universe, but actually isn't, which is intentionally designed to confuse audiences. At the same time, they're now working on a Venom movie made by Avi Arad, the same guy who ran the Spider-Man franchise into the ground when he was at Sony. He wants to make a Venom movie in the vein of Deadpool, and he wants to do it so they can jumpstart their own Spider-Man universe without Spider-Man, so that when they have this 3rd movie, they can make it all look like it's part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In a sense, hijack the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's what these people are trying to do. And it pisses me off. And I really hope that Disney and Marvel find a way around that. Super chat from Generic Interwebs. Thank you. He says, growing up, I've always been a Sony guy. Nothing against Microsoft. It just ended up that way. That said, is there any reason to buy an Xbox One to go alongside my PS4 this late in the game? Thanks. I'd love to tell you yes, but the truth is, the only reason to do that is for the exclusives, or at least in the case of the Xbox, you do have the advantage of backwards compatibility with both the 360 and potentially the OG Xbox, so you get a lot of games under one hood. But exclusives wise, Microsoft has dropped the ball on that so fucking hard, because every time they come up with one, they also throw it on the PC, thus really defeating any reason to own an Xbox, to be honest with you. I would tell you to get one if you can get it cheap enough and you have enough interest in their backlog, but beyond that, I really can't recommend it over a PlayStation 4 anyway. Now that might change once Xbox One X is out, and depends on, all those things down the road, but for now, that's my answer. Another super chat from Tony D. Favorite 90s FMV PC/console game favorites. Oh, you mean like the full motion video ones? I can't say I've ever found one that was good. I think the funniest one, in my opinion, is the Yakuken Special for the Sega Saturn. Paper, scissors, rock, paper, scissors, however you prefer to say it. Strip game. Did a video on it on my other channel. Look it up. It's sure is something. So we did get one PayPal donation here from a make sure he doesn't say anything. From a John Welsh. You saved my console gaming life. I had pretty much given up on consoles, but I found your Dreamcast videos and I had to get one. Now I'm fully on board and buying consoles again. Many thanks, dude. Many thanks. You are welcome, John. I'm glad I could help you with that. And thank you very much for the donation. Yeah, he's the first person ever to go through PayPal, folks. So it's there. You can do that if you prefer. As people were saying, with PayPal, there's no fees, at least on my end. I don't care. This is completely up to you guys. This is not a requirement of anybody. It's 100% voluntary if you want to do it or not. And we just got one on Patreon as well from a Catherine Garcia. So I don't know offhand who you are. I'm sorry, because I don't know your alias. But if you have a question, feel free to contact me. The thing about Patreon, I swear to God, I'm not trying to push money on you guys. I'm really not. I'm just acknowledging things that are happening around me. But with Patreon, you get early access to videos. So that's always the one I recommend to you guys, because I don't make as much off Patreon as I would say PayPal. That's how you know I'm being honest with you. Because at least with Patreon, you're getting something back for it, like something obvious, like early access to videos. Up to you guys, whatever you want to do. Oh, that's Super Kawaii Gamer. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to reveal your real name. Sorry. But yeah, Super Kawaii Gamer, thank you for support. If you have a question, please feel free. How do you get all your Dreamcast stuff and for how much? Well, I don't get it anymore because I already have it. When I was buying it, It was like 2008, 2009 after the economic crash. Nobody wanted it. So I was just buying it for nothing. It was super fucking cheap. Super quiet. Would you mind repeating the question? Because it's been kind of buried. I'm happy to answer it. I just need to know what it was. Yes, I am wearing pants right now. Do I have a spreadsheet of collections to inspire other collectors, or would you consider blowing your load like giving a game room tour? I don't have readily available spreadsheets. Actually, I think the way I typically do it is I just kind of keep stuff in text lists just to make a record of what I own, but nothing more than that. We got a super chat from Kyrick. Here's a couple bucks. Keep being awesome. Smiley face. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, Kyrick. Super Kawaii says, I made my own gaming channel and I'm really excited but nervous and I don't know where to start. It's not this profile, of course. Do you know some advice, tips, or anything I should start with? Yeah, don't do a game room tour. Do not start with a game room tour. Unfortunately, you're entering YouTube in a very different time than I did. When I started it, there was way less people. There was way less competition. Now the rules are different. Now it's really hard to start. Don't let this dissuade you. You should keep trying. Just be yourself, be honest, be confident. Like, I'm a good public speaker. You can probably tell that from me. Just, I own this mic and I fucking talk. If you're like nervous and you don't really emote, no one wants to watch that shit. You can't do that. So you have to fucking own whatever the hell you're talking about. And I find that people tend to respond that way. Because I get a lot of people who watch me, they're like, I don't even, like, I'll clean a video game console, right? And people will be like, I don't even own this thing. I have no interest in fixing one, but I can't help but sit here and watch this. This is like watching Bob Ross paint. And that's what people have said. I swear to God, real comments. And it's like, that's not because of anything other than the confidence in which to actually make the video. So that would be my biggest point of advice to you is someone, if you're going to be doing vlogs and stuff, be confident. That's the biggest thing. And an audience will find you. Thank you for joining my Patreon. Have I traveled to South America? If not, do I plan to do so? That would be fun. I have never been there. Yeah, no current plans. I'd like to go to Brazil. One thing I'd like to do in Brazil is there's this... It's funny that this is like my priority in Brazil. But there's this game that was released for the 32X Sega CD combo. There was like 6 of them, right? One of them was only released in Brazil. It's extremely hard to find, but it actually just got a re-release down there. That would be like, odd as it sounds, that'd be like my #1 priority once I'm there, is to find that fucking game. That'd be cool. Ronald just super chatted. Thanks, buddy. I'm getting cake from the kitchen. You want some? Yeah, save me a piece. I'll be there in 2 weeks. You better have fucking coffee ready, dude. I'm going to take Ronald's coffee, everybody. I'm going to be in his house, and I'm going to take his fucking coffee. What started the 2008 economic crash? Probably the repeal of Glass-Steagall. This is not a channel for politics. Not even really economics, although economics does seed into it a bit. Yo, Adam, I want to visit Japan so bad after seeing the footage. Looked like an amazing time. Yes, it was. It's unfortunate you missed earlier in the stream. I did a lot of talking about Japanese travel tips and Japanese money tips, stuff like that. If anybody has any specific questions about Japan, I'd be happy to answer them. Yes, Surgical Strike. Thank you, RRW. Yes, Surgical Strike is the game I'm talking about. That's the one that got re-released in Brazil. How tall am I? I'm 5'10". Hey, Adam, I wanted to thank you for your work on the Japanese videos. Well done, bro. Thank you. I appreciate you watching. Did I graduate from university? I assume based on your phrasing that you're British. If you mean college, the answer is yes. Yes, I'm wearing pants. Would you like to see them? Here, there's some pants for you. There's some knee. People are laughing at the idea that I would go to Brazil just to buy a video game. That's not why I would go. I'm just saying I don't have a whole lot on my list for Brazil. So if I went there, that would be one of my objectives. Like, I gotta find this fucking game. But, like, there's no current plans to go to Brazil, man. University is a thing in Canada. Well, so is putting a superfluous U in words that don't need it, like harbor and favorite and color. You don't need a U in there. So, of course, you guys got the university term. Devin's American and use the term university? Sinner. Favorite story from Japan? I don't know, man. That's kind of tough because it's all like different contexts, you know? Like, if you mean like, as far as like, oh, what was the coolest thing I picked up? Well, then you got to watch the end of my book off video because I saved the absolute best for last on that video. I mean, that was a pickup so good. If I were to sell it, I would easily have funded the entire trip. Like, that's how insane that one was. I'm not sure what the emoji face with the question mark is about. Oh, it's people want to see more of my legs. Nah, man, you got to earn that shit. That's what those super chats are for after dark. Games are expensive in Brazil. Yeah, I'm sure, but since that one was only released there, like, what are you gonna do? Have a complete Genesis or 32X list? I don't. I'm sure they're out there. Good day from Melbourne. Hey, what's up? I've been to Australia. I don't think I was in Melbourne though. Do I plan on selling any of my collections? No. How much was my hotel in Japan? I want to say I paid about $1,000, which, yeah, that's a bit, but like I was there for 2 weeks. Part of the reason, and that, I mean, that was cheap, but part of the reason that was cheap was that I was, the hotel was right next to a fire station. So it went off a lot, but worth it because the room was big and it was cheap. You just need a place to crash. That's really all that is. But I'm also not the kind of person who will stay in a hostel. I don't want to do that. Do I know where you can find one? Nobody seems to have one. Have one what? The list? They must exist, but I don't personally have access to those lists. Would I rather have a complete N64 or GameCube collection? GameCube. Well, you know what? I'm actually going to go with N64 because with GameCube, I would really only want the ones I couldn't get on the OG Xbox. And that's, I mean, that cuts out like a large percentage of them. Whereas the N64, it's more charming, I guess, to have a full set. Do I like South Park? I do. I love it. I thought season 20 was awful, but, you know, overall, I think it's a great franchise. Favorite ice cream flavor? Probably Rocky Road, although I really don't eat ice cream anymore. Omega, hey, what's up? N64, so many bad games, but hard to emulate, though. I don't think it's that hard to emulate anymore. Is the Switch worth it? Yeah, I'd say so. It's pretty neat. Although I got mine substantially cheaper. I got mine like for $50 off when I first got it because I had like a bunch of gift cards and stuff. So easier said than done. Or it's easier for me to say that, I should say. I also have water, by the way. Does the Switch still have no games? That's not really a phrase I ever use because I always find that a lot of people who bitch about a console, oh, it has no games. You chose not to look for games when you say that shit. It's there's always games on a console. They obviously vary by their quality, but everyone's opinions are different. To assume there needs to be like 1,000 games on a system that are all perfect games, otherwise it's not a good console, is fucking absurd. There's only 80 32X kart games. I thought it was way less. I thought it was like 45. Have I ever been offended in any way? It's not easy to offend me. People try, but it's you have to kind of give a shit about someone's opinion to be offended by their statements. And when you don't know them and don't respect them, it's hard to give a fuck. At least for me. Water is good. Damn right water is good, Tony. I put lemons in my water because then it's even better. It's magical water. Will Sega ever re-release Panzer Dragoon Saga? No, they lost the source code to that game. Unless they build like a flawless Saturn emulator and then run it on that, no. Will I do more collaboration videos like with John Hancock? I'm not opposed to it. It just never happens that often. I might possibly appear on Pat the NES Punk's podcast. He kind of invited me onto it at Too Many Games, but I think he was kidding, so I didn't really push it. What do I prefer, the Saturn or the PlayStation? Depends on the context. I'm not going to lie, I've had way more fun playing the PlayStation, but the Saturn to me is a lot more fun to like buy, and I find its history a lot more interesting. But to actually get down in the dirt and actually play the thing, PlayStation. Hey, love your work. What's your favorite Grand Theft Auto game? Either Grand Theft Auto 3. I think that's the one I have the big soft spot for. Have you fucked with VR yet, Rick and Morty? Well, I've played on VR. There's actually, if you want to see me play VR, I've played VR in a couple of different contexts. The best story about it, though, is that I played it in Los Angeles at Machinima Studios. Look up a video called GSP, it's 3 letters, space, plays, space, VR. And the video is of myself and 2 people from my other channel, and we're playing the VR headset they had built. So they had this big room they set up with a big green screen space, and they had I think it was an HTC Vive like hooked up, like like you wear it and then it's like roped to the ceiling, and they had this big room where you could play this bar brawl game. And so they're like, okay, when you're playing this, you're gonna see like villains and bad guys, and your things, you just beat them up. That's all you do. Physically, whenever you move, your character will move, you punch them. And now, of course, there's a real wall in here. The game won't show that. So if you're getting too close to the wall, 2 things will happen. The screen will start to turn blue to show you where the wall is. And plus, we got 2 guys here filming you. If you get too close to the wall, they'll pull you back. So you're good. I'm like, okay, no problem. So I'm playing this game for like 20 seconds. I beat up one guy, then I see another, and I go over and punch him. My hand smashes right into the fucking wall. Now, it didn't hurt at all. I thought it was hilarious. The second it happened, though, the cord was out of, slack, and it pulled off my face. That was my best experience. It was because it was all this, like, Omniverse type of setup, and it was hilarious. You can watch that whole thing on my other channel. It's great. But I've played a couple other things. I played Transference, which is... You guys remember at E3? Ubisoft showed this game with, like, Elijah Wood, and they had this trailer for it and everything. I got to play that. I played that at E3. My buddies at Ubisoft let me into like their VIP area, and so I got to play it even though it wasn't normally demoed. And that game was pretty fucking cool. But I mean, in general, like VR is always kind of a fun little quirk, but I don't want it. Like I don't want to pay for it, and I'm certainly not going to build a studio space for it. It's just like, and if that's what you have to do to get the most out of it, why are we bothering? Anyway. Adam, have you ever met a famous person outside of YouTube? Do you mean... All right, so let me ask this. Do you mean a non-YouTuber, or do you mean what was the most famous YouTuber I met, like, outside of the internet? Like, as in I ran into a certain YouTuber? Because I've met a lot of YouTubers. I'm up on that. As for, like, celebrities that are not YouTube related, I've met Mr. T 3 times. He actually shops at the same grocery store that I do, as weird as that sounds. So I've ran into him multiple times. Like, you can check my Instagram. There's like multiple times where I've got selfie photos with him. Eventually, like, I started seeing him so much, I was just like, fuck it. I don't even need, like, I just, like, you just see him in there enough. It's like, why am I going to keep bothering this man? Trying to think of who else. Like, I've encountered people over the years, but, like, Mr. T always just stands out because it's so fucking random. He meant non-YouTuber. Well, then you got your answer. Do I have a Turbo CD? No, I do not. What's the most I've paid for a game? I don't remember offhand. It was probably like Spider-Man Web of Fire for the 32X, which I think I bought just for the purposes of my 32X retrospective, which I probably shouldn't have done. And a lot of people were, surprisingly, a lot of people were really mad at me for doing that. I was like, all right, you got a lot of... if that's your biggest problem right now, is like being pissed off that someone you don't know bought a game for something that doesn't affect you, your life sucks. But, yeah. Is Chicago cheap to live in? Not really. You'll find that any major city isn't, because people actually want to live there, so there's costs. Whereas you can live cheap if you live in fucking Bumblefuck, but I don't want to do that. Because then you have to live there. I like the convenience of a city. I like that it's 3 a.m. I want tacos. We can make that happen right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to be in a city. Have I met Gordon Ramsay? No, I have not. Is the Super Famicom better looking than the SNES? By a country mile, yes. Is USA your city? The United States is the country I live in. The city I live in is Chicago. Just getting into OG Xbox collecting. Any tips? Strike quickly. OG Xbox is currently worthless, but that is going to change because of the backwards compatibility announcement. So a lot of the better games are going to start getting more expensive. So yeah, just start on it quick. Have I been to Ireland? Yes, I was there last year. I spent like a week in Dublin. Idaho sucks. I want to leave. Is Chicago any good? I love Chicago. But I've been to Idaho. I wouldn't go back. There's nothing to do in Idaho. But the reason you live there is because it's cheaper, right? Or like that's where your family is, right? Like those are the normal reasons. To live in a city, you have to be more accustomed to that type of lifestyle, and it's not for everybody because there's trade-offs. Like, you know, if you live in somewhere like Idaho, there's not much to do, but there's also nothing bad that's going to potentially happen. Everything's cheaper. There's not traffic. Like, it depends. You know, there's less people, obviously. So if you have like high anxiety around people, the city is not for you. You know, there's trade-offs to every place you go. Going to Chicago next week. Where should I go, and what's the best Chicago-style pizza? That boils down to personal opinion. The general answer for best Chicago-style pizza is a place called Lou Malnati's, L-O-U space M-A-L-N-A-T-I apostrophe S. Deep dish. Personally, I go deep dish, just cheese. When you don't know much about pizza, people are like, what? Well, you have to have toppings on it. It's like, no. That's normal pizza. Deep dish traditionally is just cheese, but you can put other stuff on it. I just don't recommend it. But there's also many other chains. Giordano's is good. Paisano's is great. There's a lot of them. Just don't go to Nancy's. That place is fucking horse shit, and that's the one you'll run into at the airport. Don't eat that. And any place that's like, we're a bar and we sell deep dish pizza, fuck them. Don't go there. Go to the places that are better known for it. There's deep dish, which is like what Lou Malnati's is. And then there's stuffed, which is like what Giordano's is. They're different. Deep dish is typically crunchier. the like the crust, whereas stuffed is usually fluffier and has more cheese to it. It's different, and you'll have to get, you know, try them both, see which one you like. What console should I purchase in Seattle? Whatever you want. I don't know what Seattle has to do with it. I assume going there. Depends on what you don't have and what you do find. Did you ever go to Texas? I was in Texas last October. I was in Austin and in Dallas. I will probably go back to Austin sometime this year. Don't know when, though. Probably to visit Chip. You guys remember Chip? He's on my podcast. Yeah, I'll probably go hang out with him. What SMS games would you recommend? I don't know how many I can actually recommend for that console, because its library was never very appealing to me, to be brutally honest. I know a lot of people would point Phantasy Star, but that's not a game that I would personally ever really be super excited about. But that's because I'm not really into RPGs all that much. Just sent me a 32X list through my Patreon. Let's see what that's all about. I'm pulling this up here. Excuse me 1 second. This list seems extremely short. There's only 7 games on it. Would you say Wisconsin is the state you're in the second most? Yes, I would. Illinois is obviously the state I live in. Wisconsin, I have to spend a lot of time up in Madison, Wisconsin. And then I hop in and out of California a lot for a multitude of different reasons. Yeah, those would be like the 3 primaries. Do I have Earthbound on SNES? No, I have Earthbound Uncut, which is like a reproduction game that uses the uncensored version of the game. I have that. What are my thoughts on the Super Mario Galaxy games? I'd love to play them, but I do not want to use the stupid ass Wiimote Magic Wand bullshit combination. Like, I want to sit there and play that game with a controller. And I know people are like, no, but that's part of the experience. You like point and you collect the little stars. No, I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to wave my arms around to play a video game. I just don't want to do it. So as a result, no interest in playing the fucking game. Sorry. It's just how it is. I got plenty of other things I'd rather play than not be pissed off about. Have I ever played Manhunt? I would love to see a part 3. Yeah, I played quite a bit of the first one years ago. I remember that being fucking cool. The second one kind of went under the radar because it only came out on the PS2 and the Wii, and it came out like a really weird time frame there. It's really too bad that there was no OG Xbox version of that, or at least like an upscaled 360 version, you know? Just play the games, fucker. Fuck you. How about that? Suck my dick. I'm not going to play them when the controller screen actively pisses me off. That's not enjoyable. Says he just resent it, this 32X list. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, that's much longer. Okay, so I guess we have a list here of all the 32X games. This includes the Japanese exclusive one, which I was actively looking for when I was there, but I couldn't find it. Did I pre-order the SNES Mini? No, I don't give a shit about that thing. I don't do clone consoles. What's my favorite Wii game? Mario Kart Wii, because I could use a real controller on it. I used the GameCube controller. It was great. I'll suck your dick, says C Vapor. Thank you. Appreciate the offer. Do I have a Sega Mark III? No, I don't. I'd love to get one. Again, in Japan, I found them, but they weren't common, and they were very expensive. And I was just like, I'd rather use the real estate in my bag for other things. Brown says he's got to go. Have a good night. Good night. Share the 32X list. That's a good idea. I will do that. Give me 1 second here. All right, everybody. I'm going to post the full 32X list into the description, or not the description, into the comments thread, assuming it'll let me put this much text. It will not. So I'm going to have to do this in pieces, I guess. So give me a second here. Why? This is actually much harder than I would have thought because it only allows a character limit of 200. So this is going to be difficult. So there's the first group. And we missed one. Sorry, guys. Can't send the second batch. That's awesome. This is easier said than done, guys. Oh, yeah, Manhunt did come out on the PSP, didn't it? Sorry, the camera's getting all fucked up now. Hope this is entertaining. Copying and pasting a bunch of bullshit with character limits. That's a lot of fun. And I think we're down to the last batch here. There you go, guys. There's a full set of 32X games. Super Kawaii Gamers heading out. Good night. Thank you for becoming a patron. What's my favorite style of donut? The cocoa Boston cream, not to be confused with the reverse Boston cream. Very rare. Why not post it to Dropbox? I don't have a public Dropbox to post it in. Where did I find my Sega CD Model 1? Well, I have a few of them. The first one I ever got was at an old store called Cash Converters, which at the time, that was like sometime I was in high school, so it was like 15 years ago, something like that. And they just had them. Back then, it was nobody wanted Sega stuff, so it was like, yeah, we got a couple of them. You want one? Sure. How many OG Xbox games do you have? I want to say around like 400, something like that, out of just shy of 1,000. So I'm not exactly close. What is a Cocoa Boston Cream? So Cocoa Boston Cream, you know what Boston Cream is? It's a vanilla cake-based donut with the cream inside and chocolate frosting on the top. A Cocoa Boston Cream is a chocolate-based donut with the custard inside and chocolate on top. Same idea, it's just you change the batter from vanilla-based to chocolate-based. It's just more chocolatey. That's my favorite donut ever. But it's... Dunkin' Donuts only did it for a little while, and then they never did it again. So... I don't know why. It was amazing. Then there's a reverse Boston Cream, which is a totally different thing, where they have a cocoa-based batter, and then they do not custard, they do a cream filling, and then they do like a vanilla frosting. That shit is the fucking faux cocoa cream. It's the fake one. Don't get that. Would I rank SNK in your top 5 hardware manufacturers? They're certainly in top 5 most interesting. I don't know if you could actually argue that they're top 5 best just because of how historically impractical they were and the fact that they really only made 2 platforms. I'd like to say yes, but if I were to really break that down, I don't think you really could. Especially because it's such an impractical thing to try and use. Because like, I have an AES. I was lucky enough to have that. That's very uncommon. And I don't have a Neo Geo CD. And it's like, none of that shit is easy to get anything for. Like, even when I was in Japan, it was a little bit easier, but I didn't actually pursue any of it. And if I get to go back, I really want to buy a Neo Geo CD. I really want to do that. How fucking crazy is the food in Japan? Oh, dude. I loved eating there. The food in Japan was so fucking good, man. Oh man, I would go back just for that. It was so great. I'm a terrible tourist. Like what I'll do is really all I care about is like eating shit. And so I just look at and I take photos of all my meals. I'm one of those assholes. And then a lot of the time I'll post it to Instagram. Best ramen I've ever had in my life. Amazing soba. 7-Eleven's your best friend ever over there because 7-Eleven has really good meals and they're really cheap. They're really cheap. The only thing I wouldn't recommend eating over there is beef. Beef, that whole stereotype about how it's expensive, that's true. You can get really good beef. It's just going to really cost you some money. Like, even if you want to go to McDonald's, like a McDonald's cheeseburger over there is like $10. Like, don't do beef over there. Have you considered making a top consoles 10 to 6 video similar to the way you did your top 5 back in the day? Not really. It's kind of a weird thing to do, to be like, 7 years ago I made a video about my top 5. I'm going to finally follow it up with 6 to 10. Plus, I'd have to really think about what those would be. Nah. How close are you to a full Wii U set? I have all the Japanese games, all the Japanese exclusives. I have all of the European exclusives. And I'm only missing like a handful of the North American games. And as far as I know, none of them are like super hard to find. What's my Instagram? It's just my name. My most recent photo on there is a picture of me on a plane. I flew last week. I was the only person on the flight. Do you have the Scottie Pippen 32X game? Yes, I do. How could a cheeseburger cost in America then less than $10? The United States is kind of a freak when it comes to beef because we make the beef for the world, pretty much. A large percentage of the United States is devoted to, seriously, is just devoted to cattle and corn. Like a large amount of it, like a surprisingly high amount of our land mass goes to just making those two things. And as a result, beef is much cheaper here, but our quality of meat is very bad compared to most countries. In fact, most countries will not allow American beef into the country because of how poor the quality is. So in countries like Japan, where they really don't have the real estate to raise cattle the way we do, they basically raise them as far as quality, and it becomes way more expensive. Other countries that have a lot of beef are usually countries like Brazil, I think, but even Brazil, it's like super expensive. It's not common to have cheap beef really anywhere outside of the United States and maybe Canada. But beyond that, and our quality of beef is not good. So that's kind of why. Devin needs to go. See you later. Echo's off to bed. Have a good night. Do I have a full Switch set? No, because that's not a thing yet. Do I have Little Samson? I do not. Have you tried the OG Xbox Call of Duty games? For me, they were surprisingly fun. I remember I tried to play one of them years ago, but I don't remember it making much of an impression. Sensual Sven says, gotta go, have a safe flight. That's true. If you guys don't know, I'm flying to Europe tomorrow. Have I seen Spider-Man Homecoming? Yes, I saw it either yesterday or the day before. That was really fucking good. That's just proof of what you can do when Marvel has control of their own character instead of Sony. Is the 2600 in your top 10 consoles? It's probably top 10 in nostalgia, but not actual use. Because it was my first console ever, but like if I were to really break it down, like I don't think it could possibly stay there. David Bowie says, Heber, Texas. They have cattle that outnumber the local population. Trust me, I truck drive. Yeah, dude, Wyoming as an entire state has more cows in it than people. I'm telling you, a large percentage of the United States is devoted to those two things. There's a question about what do I think about my fake Instagram. There is a fake one, which people are pointing out the address. It's figured out productions _ I have nothing to do with that. I'm telling my actual one, I believe, is linked in the description of this video, and you could follow the fake one, but it's not me. Personally, I don't understand the motivation to do that. That's just like creepy and weird to me. That anyone would be like, I'm gonna pretend to be you. Oh, it's not flattering. It's weird. What parts of Europe am I visiting? I will be in Poland, Germany and Austria primarily, Germany being the bulk of it. And I'm going to hop across to the Czech Republic, Hungary, and then probably Switzerland and Liechtenstein. How many Dreamcast games do I have? I have a full set. Everything. What's my future vision of Figured Out Productions? Currently, it's just to keep doing this. At one time, it would have been nice to turn it into like a film studio, but that's, you know, a different era. So now it's pretty much just my YouTube brand. Heading to bed. Have a good night. Can't believe this is still going live. Yeah, that tends to happen. How long have we been going? Let me take a look here. Almost 3 hours. That's not bad. I mean, do you want me to keep going? Are you guys bored? Should I stop? You tell me. I'm still down to stay for a little while. Do I have a Switch? Yes, I do. I actually I did unboxing live of it, and I've done a few videos on it. Did the missus join me in Japan? Yes, Mrs. Claus came to Japan with me. I'll be seeing her in Europe. Anytime I go to Europe, I automatically see her because she lives in Portugal. So I'm like, hey, hey, babe, I got to go to this thing. You want to come? And then she'll be like, sure, and just hop her out from Portugal. It's no big deal. Other channel is Game Society, youtube.com/Game Society Pimps. We don't really get to use the pimps part anymore thanks to Adpocalypse, but it's still technically in the name. Do you watch American Dad? I used to. People are saying to continue. Can you guys do me a solid and like the video? I would appreciate that. Just help share it around a little. That's what YouTube wants. Gotta give them what they want. Favorite Dreamcast console? Do you mean like variant or special edition or something like that? Is she my girlfriend or are we married? She's my girlfriend. Gaming Animation's going tonight. Good night. Or going to bed. Good night. What consoles do I have a full set for other than Dreamcast? Atari Jaguar CD. That one's easy. There's only like 13 games on it. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I want Wii U. Almost there. I want OG Xbox. Not almost there. I want N-Gage. I'm one away. But I don't think there's anything else. My take on the Assassin's Creed game series. Well, to be honest, the first place I started with it was Assassin's Creed Syndicate. And I enjoyed that, although I never beat it. And I have actually played Assassin's Creed Origins. I played it at E3. I enjoyed that. But a lot of people were saying, like, you know, the problem with these games is they're kind of repetitive gameplay. But since I never really played the first 8, you know, like, it's not... I don't have that vibe, so my stance is a tad warped as a result. That said, I enjoyed it. Just got a super chat from Tony D. Thank you. Said, super chat love, by the way. I'm a pork chop too. What does that mean? Well, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, if you want a super chat to donate to the channel, it's up to you. You can do that. By special request, we now have PayPal as an option. Information in the description. It's all voluntary. You don't have to do it. Completely up to you. But if you do it, I will automatically answer your question, whatever it is, or your comment, whatever. Amount, completely up to you. Who's my favorite YouTuber? Well, I kind of talked about this already, but like the one that inspired me the most would be MN12Bird. And the one I watch the most currently is a channel called Midnight's Edge. I hung out with, at Too Many Games, I hung out, you want to hear a story about a YouTuber? All right, I'll tell you a story. At Too Many Games, there's a lot of YouTubers who get invited to that. And I'm one of them, so I was a guest of the convention. You'll see my video on it, hopefully. It's coming out in a few days from now. And because of that, I got to hang out with James Rolfe, you know, Angry Video Game Nerd. And he was standing behind the Screenwave booth, and I was standing next to him, and he was like unloading a bunch of his stuff. He was going to sell it at the booth. and he cut himself on something. He didn't even really know what it was. And he started like bleeding profusely. And I was like right next to him, so I just whipped out a bunch of hand sanitizer and helping cleaning up his wounds. So I had James Rolfe blood on me. How weird is that? But yeah, so that was an interesting story. What was my favorite video game? Shenmue. Got a super chat from Chris J. Thank you very much. You didn't leave a comment though, buddy. You got to give me a comment. Have I ever met Some Call Me Johnny? I've heard that name so many times, but I actually don't know who that is. Cat Mato super chatted. Hey Adam, love the channel and finally caught you live. I don't have a question, but here's $20 anyway. Thank you. I really appreciate that. If you Cat Mato, if you come up with anything, please let me know. Do I ever watch Game Explain, or you ever met any of those guys? I'm unfamiliar with them. You'd be surprised who I've encountered, and I don't even realize it. Like I was, so when I went back from Too Many Games, the convention gave me a limo along with a bunch of other YouTubers and guests, and we all went back. And we're all just hanging out in the limo, and I shot a little bit of footage of it, and I put it in a video. The only person I recognized in the car was Keith Apicary, which a lot of you guys would know. If you Google him, you'll recognize him. And that's it. That's who I mentioned. But there was apparently there was Kid Icarus was in there. He's from the UK, and a lot of people are like losing their shit. Like, you just met him? He was just there? I'm like, I didn't even know who that is. But he's actually a good pal of my buddy Shane's. And he and I, the only conversation Kid Icarus and I had was about Heathrow Airport and how it's like the worst fucking airport in the world. That was all we talked about. Why do I have a PAL SNES if I won't play it? Because my buddy just gave it to me, dude. Collectors do weird shit. What can I tell you? I like the PAL SNES because it looks like a Super Famicom, but it actually says Super Nintendo on it. It's neat. But it's kind of useless over here because you can't really use it. Do I ever watch CJR? Yeah, I actually know him pretty well. I've encountered him multiple times at video game swaps up in Toronto. And I actually hung out with him very briefly in Los Angeles at E3. So yeah, I know him. How high are my expectations for Shenmue 3? Not that high. I'm trying to keep it real with myself. You getting the LGR Wonder Boy release? You'll have to refresh my memory on what LGR is. I agree with you about Heathrow. Very confusing airport. Yeah, Heathrow is by far the worst airport I've ever been to. You guys want to hear a story? I'll tell you a fucking story about Heathrow. Like, I live in Chicago. O'Hare International Airport is the major airport here. We have two. We have that in Midway. O'Hare is famously an awful airport to change planes at. But I can't see it being anywhere near as bad as Heathrow. So if you want to hear that story, I'll tell you. Have I acquired a RIA for the Saturn yet? If not, are you planning to get one? So the RIA is basically a flash... Well, not a flash. It's kind of like the GDMU. It's almost like an EverDrive, if you want to think of it that way, for the Sega Saturn. It requires some soldering, and you have to replace like the lens system. I have not done that. I don't really intend to do that. If they made one that could actually run through the back, like the cartridge port, that would be more interesting. I know that's possible, but it doesn't seem to be the method of choice, and so I haven't pursued it because I can't solder for shit, so I'm not gonna put it in myself. Favorite Resident Evil game? Resident Evil 2. Okay, people want to hear about Heathrow. So in like 2014, I got a flight from Chicago to London. Now the flight is like 8 hours long, right? And I land, go through customs, everything's fine. And I decided to get a hotel that night at the airport Hilton type of thing. Like, Brooknet just donated £2 just to hear this story. Well, you're getting your money's worth, trust me. So I decided I have a long drive out to Wales the next day, out in Cardiff. That's where I was going. So I was like, I need to crash the night in London. So the easiest possible solution is to just get a hotel at Heathrow, right? That should be the easiest thing. So after I get through customs, I'm like, all right, I check my phone. I check where the airport is, or where the hotel is. Like the hotel is in Terminal 5. I'm in Terminal 1. Okay, no problem. I look at signs. They say Terminal 5's that way. No problem. I'm walking. And you're going up stairs, downstairs, tubes, everywhere. You're going everywhere. You just keep following these signs. It's taking forever. And after like 30 minutes of walking, we get to a point that says like, okay, now you take the train. Okay, that's fine. Take the train. The idea is you get on the train. It'll take you all the way around the airport, and you'll land and you'll get to Terminal 5. So I look for this train. I hear one just whiz past. So clearly I just missed the train. It's fine. Wait for the next one. And then I just double check with the guy who works there. I'm just like, yeah, so this is the train to get to Terminal 5. He's like, yes, it is, but you've missed the last one. Keep in mind, it's like 9 p.m. at this point. It's really not that late. And I'm like, I missed the last one. He's like, yeah, it doesn't come up again until like 10 in the morning. And I'm like, okay, I got to get to Terminal 5. Can I get there on foot? He's like, oh, no, you can't get there on foot. It's not possible. And I was like, okay, so what do I do? He's like, oh, don't worry, there's a bus. You go upstairs, there's like a bus system, and the bus goes there. I'm like, okay, great. So I wander around, I get upstairs, I find this bus terminal, and I read the bus schedule. I'm thinking this is something that's going to happen like every 5-10 minutes because I'm spoiled. I live in Chicago. Our transit system comes like every 5-10 minutes, you know? So I'm like, okay, perfect. I'll just wait for that. And I look at the schedule, and you have to keep in mind, it's like 9:10, 9:20 at this point. It says the next bus that will simply take me the 5 minutes around Heathrow will not show up until about 2 in the morning. I need to go on a 5-minute drive to the other side of the airport. The whole point of staying in this hotel was just because it's next to the fucking airport. It's the Airport Hilton or whatever actual chain it was. I was like, you gotta be shitting me. And so as a result, I had to sit there and wait. I went and checked. I asked somebody who worked there, I'm like, seriously? The bus that comes around the other side? I was like, oh yeah, no, that doesn't come until like 2 or 3 or whatever the fuck the actual time was. So long story short, at that point, spent more time sitting there, after customs, I spent more time going from off the plane to the hotel room than I did the actual flight from Chicago to London. And I was like perplexed that in the year 2014 at that point, you could not have a better way to just get to the other side of your own airport. Like, why stop the train? Why? Just let it run. Let it be automated like every other fucking place does. What was the logic of that? And by the time we actually got to the other terminal, you get inside, and so I'm like wandering around. All the lights are off in the terminal. Nothing's active. Nothing. And I look for like signs for the hotel, and I see one that says, oh, go to the right. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to go to the right. And then I go like a block, I go like a few feet, and then there's another sign pointing the exact opposite direction for the same hotel. And like, I'm like, how can it fit? How can the hotel be in between these two signs? And I felt like it was that scene in Harry Potter where he's looking for like, platform 3 3/4, or whatever the fuck. I was like, do I run into a wall and hope I get somewhere? I was like, is that how this fucking shit works? I couldn't believe it. And what it actually meant was, in between those two signs, on the other side of the building, there was an elevator. And the only reason I found that is because I found some late night janitor. I asked him, I was like, where do I go? He's like, on the other side of the building, in between these two signs, or what, on the equivalent of these other two signs on the other side of the building, there's an elevator, and you go up that. So it's like, fuck! And I go up the elevator, get up there, run right into a wall. There's no sign of where the fuck I'm going at that point. So I just meander down a hallway, and then another one, then another one, and then another one. And then magically by like 4 in the morning or some shit, I finally was in the goddamn hotel. Mind you, this hotel is supposed to be a 5-minute accessible place from the point of exit of the plane. That's the whole way they sell it to you. But it took longer than the flight. That's why Heathrow is the worst fucking airport on the planet. Hope you enjoyed that. Hope you got your money worth. Dave Miller, super chat, he says, on a scale of 1 to 10, how good are you at gaming? The thing is, I'm very passionate about gaming. I love it. I love its history. I love it, all of that. But I'm actually not that great at video games. I enjoy the shit out of them, but I've never actually been like that good. Like, you will never see me in some MLG shit. Like, that is never gonna happen. I'm just not that good at stuff. Every once in a while, I'll surprise myself, and some sort of game will just be like, this is my shit. Like, I can get into this. But for the most part, if you're gonna play one-on-one against me in something, you're gonna kick my ass, because I'm not that good at video games. I just enjoy them. But when you do, it gets kind of bad, actually, because whenever I have to go to early access events, like I go to, you know, if I go to like every once in a while, like 2K or Ubisoft or somebody like that, they'll invite me to an event and be like, hey, do you, you want to play our game early? You can capture footage. You can go make videos if you want to do that. It's like, great, sure. Now, the advantage I have is I do this for a comedy channel, right? And so when you do a comedy channel, you can suck at the game. It's totally okay because you're trying to fuck with the game for comedic purposes. But that can be awkward because you'll be there with the developer a lot of the time. The developer will be like, hey, why don't you make them do this thing or make them do that thing? I'm just like, just let me kill the person I'm not supposed to kill. That's why I'm here. Like I need to do all the stupid shit. And you can see these developers like lose their mind. They're like, no, you're doing it wrong. Oh my God. But it's like, it's kind of works to your advantage when you're not that great at a video game, I guess. But it's kind of funny to watch them stress out over it. Brooknet says that was worth the money. Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the story. Your airport sucks. I flew in through... Last time I was there, I actually tried my best to avoid Heathrow, but I couldn't. So what happened... So I was there last year in 2016. I don't have like a great story about Heathrow this time. What happened was I flew to Dublin, and then when I stayed in... Because I was like, that's where I'm landing when I get to Europe. I'm staying in Dublin. I'm not landing at fucking Heathrow. And that was a very pleasant time. It was all great. And then when we went from Dublin to the UK, we flew to Gatwick. Gatwick was mostly uneventful. You know, it's just an airport you land at. It's a strip basically, and then you get a ride into the city. But I had to leave to go back to Chicago. I had to leave out of Heathrow, and I was like, okay, fuck, something's gonna happen. I don't know what it is, but we'll see what happens. So I get to Heathrow, and they basically say like, oh, just so you know, your flight was delayed like 7 hours. Fine. Like, fine, whatever, nothing I can do about it. But they're like, don't worry, we gave you a 10-pound voucher for lunch. I'm like, all right, thanks. And I'm like, where can I go with 10 pounds? Because 10 pounds, that's like $15. That's not bad. So I'm like, I could get something for that. So I literally look around. I go to like the first anything. I go to like convenience store. It's like, oh yeah, maybe I'll get a Coke and a sandwich. Okay, that's like 30 pounds. So it's nothing. Like it was like you get a free Coca-Cola with the equivalent of that. Airports are insane with how expensive they are. Jerry Seinfeld had this old bit about how airports are basically little countries, and like everything is retardedly expensive because they act like they're the center of the universe. And oh yeah, he has a thing about tuna fish sandwich is $13. You know, tuna is very rare in our country of Heathrow. You know what I mean? It's weird, and he's totally right. Like airports always do that because you're fucked. You can't leave an airport without missing your flight. You have to be there. You can't go anywhere. You don't have other options. So they all gouge you. Whatever. How many continents have I been to? That depends on what your educational system was. The world defines continents very inconsistently. In the United States, we teach you that there are 7 continents, whereas Europe will teach you there are 5. It depends. So what I will say is I've been to North America. That's where I am currently. I have been to Europe. I have been to Australia, and I've been to Japan, which would be part of Asia. So that would be 4 by the American definition. I've never been to South America. I have never been to Africa, and I've never been to Antarctica. But large part of the world considers North and South America just one continent and doesn't include Antarctica. Other places say that Australia is part of Asia. You know, like, there's all sorts of different definitions depending on where you are. Thoughts on the Sega Saturn? I like it. It's a console I would love to get a full set of games for. But honestly, whenever I try to think of games I could recommend to people, that's actually really hard. A, because I didn't really grow up on it, and so there's no like great nostalgia to it. And B, because all the best games are super expensive. So it's like, oh yeah, you should totally check out Burning Rangers. That's a great game. Oh, I will. Well, how much does it cost? Oh, it's like $300. Oh, okay, fuck you. You know, like people get angry when you tell them something like that. So it's like, Saturn's a hard thing to recommend to people, even though you want to. Did I learn Spanish in high school at all? Yes, that was my, that's the one I kept studying. I actually took a lot of Spanish classes since I was a kid. That said, I don't practice it very often, so it doesn't come up all that much. But it's my second most competently understood language. Would I go to Mexico? I've been to Mexico. Last time I was in Mexico was like 2002, though. I haven't been there in a long time. You live in Europe and you were taught there were 7 continents. So what country in Europe? Because that obviously is inconsistent. Like my girlfriend lives in Portugal. That's where she was raised, and they were taught it was 5. And I know typically in the UK they're also taught that there's 5. So it depends. In Australia they taught you there's 7. That's good. I'd love to go back to Australia, but even if I could muster up like a free flight or something, I still would have nowhere. You know, like it's always the hotels that kill you. You know. Hotels are fucking expensive. Like I can sometimes get away with a free flight, depending on different circumstances. Like a lot of the time, I fly for free, usually because of media or conventions or whatever. And then you get to earn miles, and you can redeem miles for other things. So I can usually muster up a free or cheap flight. To get to Australia, I could probably do that, but then I don't have a couch to crash on, you know, because a hotel would be a pain in the ass. And if I'm not going there for any specific reason. Have you ever played Loaded for the Saturn? It's one of my favorite games. I believe I played the PlayStation version. I think I have the Saturn version, but I don't think I've played it since the 90s. Why do I call my girlfriend Mrs. Claus? That was kind of a joke from a Christmas video we did where she was playing Mrs. Claus, like Santa's wife. But we did it with this joke of like she's evil and she has claws, you know. It was just kind of a name that stuck, and she likes it. Do I play the Switch on flights? No, I don't bring handhelds to. I don't do that. Usually because A, I either have work to do, or B, I would rather just kind of chill and relax. I actually find flying to be very relaxing, almost therapeutic in a weird way. It's like you get a chance to just kind of shut the internet off and just kind of think and relax. It's weird. I know it's not how it is for most people, but since I fly a lot, that's kind of what it's become for me. Plus, handhelds can lead to collateral damage. You could potentially break it. You could also, you basically risk you have the risk of it taking up space for stuff where you could be getting other stuff instead. Like I have a tendency when I'm in other places to buy things. It happens, or people donate things to me. That happens a lot too. And that stuff takes up space, and the Switch would then be in the way, and I don't want to do that. Especially when I would have to like also bring games for it. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. Have I ever used the X-Link Kai service? No, I haven't. That's an online system so that you can play like older consoles online still. I've never really used it personally because I don't really care about playing online. Does my girlfriend like my short hair? I don't. I just kind of got a haircut to be, you know, to go over there to look a little nicer, a little cleaner. And they cut the actual hair, I think, a little too short, but it's fine. It'll grow back. I'm happier with the beard, though. The beard's where I want it. Is the Taste of Chicago just for large women and rompers? No. The Taste of Chicago is actually a really cool thing. Basically, all these like restaurants will set up out in Grant Park, and you come out, and it's a big festival type of thing, music, food everywhere, and you just kind of try out all these. There's tons of people that go there, and you can just try out like the best of the best. It's pretty cool. Have I ever tried Dream Pie to get my Dreamcast back online? No. I don't play online, so I really don't care. Why don't I like clone consoles? Why don't you like people shitting in your face? Because they're terrible. It's a horrible thing to have happen to you. Why would you ever use a clone console for any fucking reason? It's in every conceivable way bad. Hey Adam, how can I get some of the Japanese GameCube cases? Go to Japan. Buy a bunch of cheap games. It's like honestly, or find. I mean, logically, find someone there who can just round them up for you. But yeah, why would you want them? Have you ever played Robotica on the Saturn? Yes, but not for a really long time. Robotica is interesting because it's one of the few games I remember actually going out of my way to buy for the Saturn, only because I was amazed I saw it. It was like I had a Saturn for like 6 months when I first got my first Saturn. I just had the games that came with it, and I remember going to a Toys R Us, and they had at that point Dreamcast had been discontinued. Like that's what the time frame we're talking about. And I was wandering around, and they had for some reason, they had like 5 copies of Robotica for the Saturn. And I was like, holy shit, I never see Sega Saturn games anywhere. I have a Saturn. This game's $3. You know what? I'm going to buy this game. I don't care what it is. For $3, a sealed Sega Saturn game from a Toys R Us. Then I don't remember it making any impression as an actual game. Adam, when you go to Europe or the UK, do you let the bank know? Yes. That's another travel tip, by the way. Always tell your cell phone provider, your bank, your credit card company, all those things that you're going to these places so that A, they don't, block anything on your behalf, and B, they typically appreciate it and then they waive a lot of fees. Like in the case of my bank does not charge me fees for international transactions or cash withdrawal. And the reason is I tell them in advance that I'm doing that so they don't block it. And on top of that, they don't exist in other countries and they realize that's inconvenient. So what they do is they just say, look, we have to, the system will charge you a fee. And then after like 30 days, we'll refund you the fee. I'm like, that's fine, whatever. So their policy is kind of like, it's your money. We're not going to charge you a fee to get to your own money. But that's again, because you tell them in advance you're going. If you have other questions about traveling, I'm happy to answer, because I find that a lot of people really don't know this shit. Like I was at the 4th of July family party. I'm sitting there talking to my cousin. She's like 40 with her husband who's like 40. And they, their son who is like 12 is going on like a European excursion with, other people. And they were like asking really basic questions about how that works because they'd never left the country before. I'm just like, I'm amazed you didn't know any of this. So don't be afraid to ask. I'm happy to answer questions like that. I go to a lot of places. I do a lot of weird shit. I'm happy to answer. Even if you think it's like dumb, like would my cell phone work there? Like, yeah, I can answer that if you want. What games do you spend most of my time playing? I don't really get to play video games nearly as much recreationally as I would like to. I don't really have the time for it. Most of the games I end up playing are usually at event spaces. So like the last thing I actually played a lot of, this is going to sound weird, I played Far Cry 5, yes, 5, 4 times at E3. I got to play through the entire demo, but like that's my version of recreational gaming, is I played it once for video purposes, and then, well, I actually didn't get to capture that one, so never mind. But I played it once for like, I need to know this game purposes, and then 3 times where I was just chilling on a couch playing the same demo. That's my version of it. Do I ever plan on a China trip? I'd like to. What I would want to do is go to Hong Kong. Now, Hong Kong is and isn't China at the same time. That would be my priority. But like Shanghai, like the People's Republic of China, that too I'd love to do, but that's a lot harder as an American. Hong Kong, as an American, you can just go there. You can just land. You can stay for 90 days on a tourist visa, or not even a visa, like a visa waiver, and they'll just let you in. You go to mainland China without a visa, you can stay for 72 hours, 3 days. So if I were to go to mainland China, it would be like, I'm going to stay in a hotel for a night, get some food, and then hop off to somewhere else, because you can't really stay. And I don't really feel like paying a visa fee for something I'm not even that passionate about. With Hong Kong, at least, like, there's things there I would want to see. Not to be political, but do you think third parties should be allowed in presidential debates? They are allowed. They just have to reach a certain qualification. I don't think anyone since Ralph Nader, I think he was the last one to successfully do it. And most notably was Ross Perot. But like this last time around, nobody did that. Last few times around, nobody was able to pull that kind of number. Have you had a road trip anywhere in the U.S.? Many times. Many, many, many times. Yeah, I mean, by the time I was 13, I'd been to all 50 states, and a lot of them were accomplished via car. So yes, I've done that. Any Chinese exclusive video games? That's an interesting question. I mean, there's tons of them, but most of the ones when people ask that are not the ones you would want. What I would want is the Hong Kong variants of games. Because a lot of time what happens in Hong Kong is that they get Japanese games, the US, North America, Europe, nobody gets. They get them, but they also get them in English because they're basically the offspring of the UK. So like, for example, DOA Extreme 3 Volleyball, right? Only came out in Japan and Hong Kong. The Hong Kong version, full English subtitle support. Japanese version, nope. And that happens a lot. There's a surprisingly high amount of games that came out in Hong Kong that also came out in Japan but contain English in the Hong Kong version. So, I mean, if I were to go there, one of the things I guess I would do is try to find video game stores there. But I never hear too many people talk about how many great video game stores there are in Hong Kong. Maybe that's just because it's not as well known. I'm not sure. You guys, somebody said they're having troubles hearing me. Is that still true? Did we humans actually land on the moon? Yeah, pretty sure. As in, yes, we did. Holy shit, you're still alive. Yeah, that has a tendency to happen, doesn't it? Do you want me to stop? Is that what that means? It's been on for like 3 hours and 15 minutes. Should I stop? Oh, sorry, I knocked the microphone. You guys want to see something I'm really embarrassed of? I have a fidget spinner. I got it as a promo thing at Too Many Games because I was a guest of the convention. So they gave us a bag full of stuff, and one of the things in there, fucking fidget spinner. You went to Alaska? Yes, I've been to Alaska. Alaska was the last state I ever went to as a new state. I went there when I was 13. Alaska is fucking cool as shit, man. So Alaska is huge. Geographically, it's bigger than Europe, which is insane. And I remember that trip. One statistic about that trip I will never forget is that we flew on 24 planes. 24. The reason for that is because they didn't bother with a highway system up there. There's not enough people and the land is too difficult to construct on. So there is the one main highway that actually runs up there and goes into Anchorage. But like internally, there's nothing. So what every city does is they just build airport strips. And then you just kind of fly from place to place. That's it. And so as a result, it's like, oh, we're going to go from this city to this city. Okay, well, you get on the flying bus, basically. I should be embarrassed. Sorry, Katmato. I'm not, man. Like, this thing's great. I always thought these things were stupid as shit, too. And I was like, fuck this thing. I don't even care about it. I can't stop fucking playing with it. It's awesome. What time's my flight to Europe? Oh, fuck. I don't remember. Sometime tomorrow. I don't remember offhand. That's tomorrow Adam's problem, not tonight. Did you run into giant hornets while in Japan? No. Anchorage? Yes, I've been to Anchorage. That's the primary place you typically land because it's the biggest city. Alaska is bigger than Europe. If you don't include like Turkey and Russia, then yes. Like Western Europe. What state have you not been to but like to? I told you I've been to all 50. If you include like territories of the United States, I've never been to Puerto Rico. I've never been to Guam. I'd love to go to those places, but they're not states. How expensive were your travel? How expensive were your travel expenses from your trip to Japan? The hotel was about $1,000 for like 2 weeks, and that's really not bad, honestly. And mostly because it was next to a firehouse, so you would get constant sirens and stuff. But I was like, I will be fine with that. A, because the room is big by Japanese standards, and B, you know, it's cheap. I don't mind. I just need a place to crash. The flight was free, so I didn't have to worry about that. And then food, the thing that really surprised me over there was that the food was like stupid cheap. I couldn't believe that, except for beef, which I've already talked about. So I didn't end up, and then so I had a bunch of like, I was surprisingly had more money than I was expecting to have. And so as a result, that's why I bought a bunch of fucking video games. Isn't Canada a state? No. 13 provinces, right? I've been to Saskatchewan. I've been to Manitoba. I've been to Ontario. I've been to British Columbia, and I've been to the Yukon. Is it a different experience traveling out of the country? Definitely, but you got to get more specific on what you mean by that. Have I ever been on a plane that made an emergency landing? No, actually. And I fly a lot. Who paid for your flight? Mileage. Mileage paid for my flight. Actually, what's interesting about that, so I paid for it with mileage, right? And then you have to pay like a small fee on top of it, but I didn't even have to pay the fee. And the reason for that is I went to Paris last November. I went out there for a Ubisoft thing. So Ubisoft actually brought me to Paris for a week, which was fucking insane. And while I was there, on the way over, the Wi-Fi in the plane didn't work. And they were like, oh, we're really sorry about that. So we're gonna, even though I don't use the Wi-Fi in the plane, I don't give a shit. They said everyone's going to get like a gift card. And I'm thinking this is like a $5 gift card for like a free Wi-Fi on another flight type of thing. And I redeem it. It's a fucking $100 gift card. And so I was able to use that to pay the little fee that the mileage would have had, which would have been about like $90. So fucking, I didn't pay shit for the flight to Japan and back. Pat just told me he doesn't know why you thought he was kidding about being on the podcast. Okay, I'll message Pat, I guess. If you're not familiar, Pat the NES Punk invited me onto his podcast. I thought he was kidding. I thought he was just being sociable, but according to Cax here, he says that Pat meant it. I guess I'll PM him and see what happens with that. Though I won't be able to do it until I get back from Europe anyway. Greetings from Yuma, Arizona. I love your content. Thank you. I appreciate that. Wasn't it like 60,000 miles per ticket? No, it wasn't. It was like 35,000. It was one of those Super Saver ones. What airlines do you usually fly? Which ones do you avoid? All right. My favorite airline is United Airlines. I've said this a million times. I will gladly take a fucking punch in the face to fly United because that airline is amazing. Everything, like everyone else is shit. If you let me stay on the plane, you can punch me in the face. It's fine. I just don't want to. I will take the punch in the head to not fly American Airlines, which is, of course, an airline I fucking hate. I hate American Airlines. It's an embarrassment that American Airlines is named after our country. Because that is like a toilet in the sky. That thing is shit. Frontier is hands down the worst airline I've ever been on. Those are just flying buses. They're awful. LOT Polish Airlines is great. Lufthansa is great. Never flown on JetBlue, though I've heard good things. I think Virgin Airlines is overrated. Everybody seems to love them because they use like purple lights. It's like, no, I'm not interested in that. Alaska Airlines is really good. Yeah, I offhand I can't think of any others that I've done recently. Delta is kind of a pointless to me because the only place I've ever gone to on them is Atlanta, and they were very much just kind of like, yeah, I think I kind of hate Delta actually because Delta's like very particular about what they'll have. It's like, you know, most flights you get on, they're like, what kind of drink do you want? They're like, we have Coke, we have Pepsi, we have all these products. They're like, we only have Coke products because you're based in Atlanta, so there's very much a bias towards only Coke products. And it's like, that's weird, man. Give me a fucking Pepsi. You know, like, it's weird. But yeah, I'll say United Airlines through and through, best fucking airlines. Qantas I've flown on. I have flown on Qantas. My only experience with Qantas was that they routinely delayed all my flights. There's actually this joke that Qantas basically, they're the only major airline in the world that has never had any sort of crash. And they kind of own that, you know, it was like the safest airline because they never had. Whereas I remember the constant joke floating around the terminal by all of our flights of Qantas being delayed was, of course, they don't have crashes. They never leave in the first place. But that was like the one time. The longest flight I've ever been on was Los Angeles to Sydney on Qantas. Which was, I think, 22 hours, something like that. Though I think it's faster now. I think they've improved. Have I ever flown business or first class? Yes, I have. Actually, funny enough, so I flew just on Friday. I was the only person on the plane. I shit you not. Go look at my Instagram. There's a photo of it. I'm the only person on the flight. I was sitting coach, but I was like, I believe I just asked the flight attendant, like, once they closed the doors, I'm like, can I just sit up in first class? It's a better seat. There's no one on here. And if they had said no, I would have not resisted. And I'd been like, no problem. And she was like, oh yeah, it's fine. Who cares? And I was like, all right, thanks. And then she just goes, so, you know, would you like something to drink? Do you want something to eat? And I was like, I'm not actually first class. She's like, I know, but there's no one here. What am I going to do with any of this stuff? I was like, all right then. So she gave me the first class treatment. And that wasn't the only time. That was just the most recent thing. And guess who that was on? United. Like I said, I would gladly take a punch in the face to fly on that airline. It is a wonderful airline. Cax is out for the night. Good night. Says he's going to see me at the Missouri Game Con. Yes, you will. I'm trying to think what else I can tell you. Yeah, like I fly constantly. Southwest Airlines, they suck. I would not fly on them again. I did that once. That's a flying cattle ranch, man. Like, all right, everybody, here's our policy. All the seats are open. Run and grab whatever fucking seat you want. Just run like a madhouse. That is an idiotic boarding policy. I would fuck that. No. Gavin, I saw you delete that comment. It was about counting the 4th time I've told that story tonight. Yes, it happens when you have a stream run for 4 hours. People are going to ask you questions that come up again and again. It happens. How close are you to the Wisconsin-Illinois border? It takes me about an hour and a half to get to the border. Maybe 2 hours, depending on traffic. 3 hours if traffic's really bad. How on earth were you the only person? You got me, man. Like, I was the only person in the terminal, or the gate. And they said, like, all right. They, like, looked around, because I think they were talking about canceling the flight, because they thought no one was there. And they looked at me, and they're like, are you on the flight? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like, okay. And before I know it, eventually it was like, all right, we're now boarding, so you, I guess, come on over for your flight. And I get on, and they basically, like, we were on the plane, and they were like, you could just hang out with the staff, because we don't know what else to tell you. Like, we don't think anybody else is getting on this plane. I was like, okay. That's when I moved up to first class, and we're sitting there just hanging out for a bit, and like the pilot actually comes out to me, and he's like, yeah, so are you in a rush for any reason? And I was like, no. He's like, you don't have any reason to stay any longer, do you? It's like, no. And he's like, look, we don't think anybody else is going to show up, and if you want, we can just leave like 20 minutes early, because you're the only person we think is going to come. There's no other tickets booked, and it's unlikely anyone's going to book one in the next like 20 minutes. And I was like, whatever you want to do, man. And he was like, all right. So like before I know it, they closed the door and we're off. So I got home early, which was great. But all right, I'm gonna tell you something that's hilarious. I actually had to check a bag, which is rare. I had to check a bag though, and exactly what you want to believe happened. My bag was lost. That was the only bag. But the bag showed up like an hour late. Like it had made the flight, but once it got there, they had misplaced it, and it didn't put it out on the like the baggage claim. So I actually talked to them, and I was like, yeah, the bag didn't show up, and they scanned the thing, and they're like, okay, we know it landed. I don't know where the hell it is. All right, we'll figure it out. And like an hour later, it just comes out on its own. I was like, all right, that's hilarious. But I wasn't even mad. Like I just found that hilarious that could happen. That I could be the only person on a plane, and my bag still gets lost. But it doesn't matter. It worked out. It was pretty cool. Have I ever traveled to London, Winchester, Southampton, England? Yeah, I was in London last year. Didn't you hear my Heathrow story? Continental was great before it was absorbed by United. I don't remember Continental too well. Do you guys still have Crystal Pepsi in the States? I don't think so. It kind of had a comeback like a few months ago, and then it kind of vanished again. I think it was just a temporary thing. What was the worst customs experience? In 2010, I think it was. No, 2008. I drove up to Canada. No, it was very end of 2009. Sorry, very end of 2009. Drove to Canada, and I just wanted to go up to Canada just for the sake of having gone to Canada at some point in 2009. This is back when I was in college. I had just started YouTube, and I had like more free time to do stupid shit. So I got a bunch of my buddies together, and they all agreed like, yeah, we're going to drive up to Canada tonight. None of them could stay the night. They were just like, we're going to go up there, we're going to drive across the border, we're going to get some Tim Hortons, and we're going to come back. Like, even though we all thought Tim Hortons was gross, it was just one of those dumb, like, post-college things you think is going to be fun to do. So we all drive up there, and we get to border control, And we tell them the truth because you don't lie at border control. It's not smart. So we just tell them, like, yeah, we're literally here. We drove up 5 hours. We're just here to get some donuts, stop at the duty-free store on the way back, and leave. And they were like, there's no way that story's true. No one would do that. So they red flagged us. They went through the whole car. They checked us for everything. They did background checks on us, all this shit. Of course, we didn't actually do anything. None of us had any problems. There was nothing in the car illegal or anything like that. And then after like an hour and a half of this, they were like, all right, I guess you're free to go. Go get your damn donuts, I guess. So that was, and then we came back to the States. We crossed the border. I was going to the border, and I tell the exact same story. And the guy was like, that makes no sense, sir. No one would do that, sir. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's exactly what we did. And he was like, oh, okay. And they just let us go. Like, on the American side, I've never really had problems. Despite how paranoid my country is about that kind of thing, I have personally never had border control issues from the States. Canada, that one time, was the worst. And I don't blame them. It's weird. It is a weird story to be in. Any other country, nothing. Most countries I've ever landed in, it's just kind of, they don't ask you anything. They just kind of stamp your passport and you go. Like, I'll tell you tomorrow, like, I'll be landing in Munich. My guess is I will go through customs. I will hand them my passport. They will scan it. They will look at it for a minute. They'll look at some stuff. They'll stamp it. They'll hand it back to me and I'll be good to go. That's traditionally how it works. What do I think of the Emoji Movie? So when I first heard about that, I was doing a live stream in San Francisco, and we were talking to a bunch of our fans on my other channel, and one of my friends on the stream was just like, oh my God, there's an Emoji Movie coming out. And instantly what I said out loud was, I guarantee that's a Sony Pictures movie, because only they would think that would work. And then he looked it up. He's like, I don't know how that, oh my God, you're right, it is. And I was like, called it. Like, only Sony Pictures would be stupid enough to think that an Emoji Movie is a good idea. And they're going to hemorrhage money on that one. That is going to tank. So no, I'm not excited about the fucking Emoji Movie. Did my friend who does Darth Vader's voice also star in Ground Zero, Texas? I don't think so. I'm completely unfamiliar with that. Have I ever smoked weed? No, but I've had a pot brownie when I was in Seattle once. It didn't really have any effect on me, though. Video on the Atari box. No. I've already talked about it multiple times in this stream. There isn't enough to say other than, like, I can't believe people think that's real. That's really the entire summation, is just face palm. I can't believe people are buying that snake oil. Is the original Xbox underrated? I would say so. In most cases, it's got the best versions of games in that generation, at least from console versions, and it's always cheap, and it's, I don't know, it's really awesome. It usually has like amazing extra content on it that's never advertised, and I don't know why people don't pursue it. They really should. And that's why I'm still on it. I want it, you know. That's the one I always tell people, go get that. SNES Classic for Star Fox 2? Fuck no. That same ROM, first of all, Star Fox 2 was dumped onto the internet years ago. And then the upgraded version that they're doing for that particular one has been on the internet for at least a couple of years. I just don't know why people are, I mean, it's difference of opinion, I guess. But, like, you can get repro cards of that thing. Like, to me, it's not worth a damn. I appreciate, the only thing I appreciate about the SNES Mini, there's two things, I guess. One, it's nice that Nintendo is giving an official release to Star Fox 2 now. That's cool, I guess. But the only other thing is that it will get a lot of people to buy it and then perhaps drive down prices on actual SNES games, which is kind of nice as a collector. But beyond that, I feel nothing positive about it. Hey, Adam, what do you think about coming to Classic Game Fest down here in Texas? If I was invited by it, sure, but I don't see that happening. Is pizza still at McDonald's there? Here in Canada, it hasn't been since we had it, and honestly, it wasn't that bad. There's apparently 2 McDonald's left in the States that sell pizza. One of them is in Ohio. My buddy Scott the Canadian, who was in here earlier, is the reason I even know that. Because he's like, I make that pilgrimage like once a year. And I'm like, why? But he does. Star Fox 2 ROM is different than the SNES Classic. The ROMs online are betas. Yes, the one that's been floating around there for years. The final version was leaked like 2 years ago. That's the one they're putting into the SNES Mini. Did you get any Neo Geo AES games in Japan? Or are you debating on getting some? No, I did look into it, but as I said earlier in this stream, they were just too big, and they're still too expensive, and they're just not worth the space. Come to England, dude. I was there last year, man. I might be going next year. It's possible. But, you know, tomorrow I'm flying off to mainland Europe. I'll be primarily in Germany, then Poland and Austria, different orders. Am I worried about people breaking into my house in Chicago? No, I'm not. What gives me a better picture quality, the Akura box or Toro plus upscaler? So really each of them is going to achieve the same level of picture quality. The Akura is just more convenient because it's HDMI output. The upscaler advantage is that the Akura can only output in 480p, which means if your monitor doesn't support 480p as a resolution, then it's not going to work. You won't get better image quality out of a Toro plus an upscaler, but you might get an image at all if your monitor can't understand 480p. If your monitor does, then there's no reason to do the combination. You can just do the Akura. Almost 100,000 subscribers. Do you think 1 million would be too much to handle? I'd be surprised if I even make it to 100,000, man. Like, the amount of subs I get in a day is slowing down pretty drastically, and my current analytics doesn't predict I even get there for like 2 more years. So I don't put much thought in that anymore. 1 million would be amazing, but I can't. This channel's never gonna get 1 million subs. Come to Brazil. I'd like to. Don't have a real reason to, though. Would I ever consider buying any clone consoles like Retron 5? Only to make the point of breaking it? Like, no, I'm never going to buy a Retron 5. I have too much respect for myself. Like, I'm not going to... Clone consoles are fucking retarded. I can't believe people actually pay for those things. I mean, whatever. You do you if you want to do that. I would never. Should I put my PS1 up vertically? Yes, if you want it to work. The original fat PS1, the way Sony designed it, the lens is too close to the power supply, and over time it kind of weakens it. So for whatever reason, if you put it up on its side, gravity helps with that process, and it allows the console to work. What games do you want for original Xbox backwards compatibility? Well, I ideally would have loved like a generic emulator that just played everything, but since that's unrealistic, I'd love to see Silent Hill 2 come out on there. Shenmue 2 obviously would be nice. Really anything Microsoft made, I'm sure will pop up on there. A lot of stuff that Sega made, I'm sure would be great. Star Wars Battlefront 1 and 2 would be awesome. Conker's Bad Fur Day, which is technically Microsoft, so it probably will. Those would be great. Psychonauts. Second Sight would be amazing, but I don't think that's going to happen. Stubbs. There's a whole bunch of them I'd love to see. Is the SNES de-yellowing mix supposed to get hard after time? Yeah, because you basically all the moisture kind of evaporates. Retron 5 is a nice way to use translation patches. Other than that, original hardware all the way. Couldn't you do that on, like, EverDrives? Like, I just don't... I see no reason I personally would ever use a Retron 5. Do I own a Commodore 64? No, I do not. I love your videos, Adam. Neo Geo is the best. Best one. Thank you. Actually, I get a lot of shit for that one. If you're talking about, like, my retrospective, a lot of people hate that one. Because I admit, like, up front, like, I was never a Neo Geo guy. Neo Geo fanatics are not particularly inviting people, I've noticed. It's like, oh, he kind of said something that was vaguely not 100% accurate, basically because he was operating off of a memory of himself as a kid. Therefore, his experience is different in mine. Therefore, he's an asshole. Like, I've noticed they're not the friendliest people. Kind of like the Framemeister group. Sorry, just reading comments and questions. What's your opinion on the Voodoo Vince remake? I didn't know they were doing that. Panzer Dragoon series or Orta HD? You meaning like if I could re-release one? I mean, I would say the series, but you'll never make that happen. Like Panzer Dragoon Saga's source code is gone to the ages. Like it's never coming back. How can I get a good picture out of the N64 without modding it? You can't. The best you're going to get out of that thing is S-Video, and it's not going to look good. Yeah, Cat Motto says NeoGeo.com is a shithole. I find a lot of communities are cesspools for whatever reason. And it's unfortunate because like it's a lot of them operate under the like, hey, we all want to celebrate this thing we all love together. But then they become very tight-knit, like almost like cliquey high school type of environments. And you're like, hey, I love the thing too. Fuck you, we don't know you. Get out of here. All right, then I won't be part of that. You know what I mean? It's weird. Come to my city, I dare you. I don't know what your city is. What's the best way to get retro video game footage? When you say best, do you mean like proper or easiest? And you have to specify a console. What about the HDMI output on the NES, SNES Classic? Aren't they at least useful for playing the games with HDMI output? Not to me. Like that is not enough of a selling point to me to like, frankly, to kind of defile my principles, because they're just little emulator boxes. I don't respect them. They should not exist in my mind. And I no, fuck that. That's my opinion. I realize I'm more hardcore about that. But if other people love them, great. Love them. Have fun with it. Adam, your channel is so popular in Brazil. Really? Like, all right, so I do have one story about that I can tell. So I was at this, I don't know how much of this I should say, but I was at E3, and I was at this private event, and this guy comes over to me. His name is, maybe I shouldn't say his name either, because I don't know how much of this I'm supposed to say. But this dude comes over to me, and he's just like, holy shit, like, I love your channel, blah, blah, blah. I'm from Brazil. And it was amazing. And it turns out he actually works for someone of some significance. And I was just surprised that he watched me, because that had nothing to do with why I was there. So it was kind of amazing. I know that story's not great without all the details, but I'm not really sure I'm allowed to give the details. So point is, yeah, I'm surprised. Every once in a while I do run into Brazilian fans. It's pretty cool. Just got a super chat from Nick Plays. Thank you. He says, what's your opinion on gaming with PVMS? I'm not sure what you're referring to. The PVM, isn't that like a type of monitor? I mean those like personal video monitors, like the correct me if I'm wrong, but those are like those Sony PVMs. Is that what you're talking about? Like the little broadcast TVs? If that's what you mean, say that. And thank you for the super chat. Why isn't Nintendo Switch 9th gen? Well, I don't know who defines it. I'm still of the logic that we don't know yet, because it's those type of things typically are defined years later, not up front. Switch is interesting because I think it's the first time since the Neo Geo CD that we have two platforms from the same manufacturer in the same generation. Like, so Atari did that, 2600, 5200, same generation, even though one was clearly more advanced than the other. Neo Geo CD and AES pretty much on the same technical level, each one having certain advantages over the other, but they were both in the same generation, 4th gen I believe. And it looks like the Wii U and the Switch, even though their hardware is obviously different, are both 8th gen, because if you can't argue just technical prowess, because the Switch is inferior to both the PS4 and Xbox One base models, so you can't say it's more advanced and can't jump that way. So it's like generations are partially defined by date and time, as well as technology. There's a lot of weirdness that goes into it. It's a kind of a gray area where those borders are. Nick Play says, yeah, those PVMs. Okay, so the only real story I have with playing on a PVM was at Too Many Games last year, not this previous one, but the year before. My buddy Shane Rerez bought one, and we looked at it, and it was like the video quality on it was amazing. Don't get me wrong, but personally, I wouldn't do it. It's just a really tiny little monitor. Like the screen is small, and then the box is huge. PVMs were pretty much used for broadcast purposes. They weren't really meant for home consumption, but a lot of them ended up out on the market anyway. So they look really good with the right setup, but it's just it's a tiny little screen, and to me, it's just not my thing. Any advice you can give if you want to start getting original Xbox system and games? Yeah, strike now. Do not wait anymore. They're still cheap, but that's not going to last much longer, especially with that backwards compatibility announcement. Some of them are already jumping, so I would do that as quickly as fucking possible. Often go to like conventions or games or swaps or whatever and ask about OG Xbox games. A lot of times sellers bring them, but they don't even really display them because nobody buys them. So they just kind of keep them in tubs. So go through it and just like pick out a bunch, you know, unless the seller's like an asshole or whatever, pick out a bunch and just be like, hey, you know, I'll offer you whatever for this amount and see what you get lucky with. Because you can buy a shit ton of Xbox games for not much money. So it's pretty cool. Rob Janos, sorry, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. Just super chat says, love your videos. Ever go dumpster diving for games? I did that once. I did that with D-Dave, the dumpster divers. There's actually a video on their channel of us doing that. And the only thing I got out of it was I think it was a ColecoVision game. We had found a bunch of games, but nothing I needed or wanted except for this ColecoVision game. So I've done it one time, and I did it with them. There's a video of them on their channel doing that. So I looked that up, D-Dave, and you might Google my name with it or search my name as well, and you might find it. I don't remember exactly what it was called. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. So in case you're curious, what he just did, super chatted. It's a donation thing. You can hit the dollar symbol. You can donate whatever you want. And if you do that, I'll answer your question right away. It's completely voluntary. There was a lot of people who were asking about PayPal earlier. You can do that too. There's information in the description. PayPal, I guess the advantage is that when you do super chat, part of that goes to YouTube. Whereas if you do PayPal, 100% goes to me. You can also do Patreon if you want. And then you can get early access to videos if you want. That's up to you. It's 100% voluntary across the board. I'm just letting you know it's there. Are retro games expensive in the US? It really depends on the platform, and it depends on the game. I assume based on your questions that you're from Brazil. In Brazil, you guys are totally fucked by all the import fees and all that shit. Like literally a package, if you send a package from the States to Brazil and you write on the customs declaration that it contains a video game, a lot of the time it'll either be stopped, returned, or the person who receives it is forced to pay a fee on it. Don't ever mention you're sending video games to Brazil. So as a result, the amount of video games that are floating around down there must be substantially harder. In the States, by comparison, yeah, we are not paying anywhere near what you guys are. Thoughts on Shenmue 3 being released on PC? Same as they were 2 years ago. Great. Let people play it. I mean, I admit I was surprised that they did that, but I'm glad they did it. I go to GameStop for games. Actually found a Vectrex once. That is legitimately perplexing. Chatathon. Go, Adam, go. I'm on it. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but like, are you guys having fun still? You want me to keep going? You let me know. I've been doing this for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Keep in mind, I have a flight tomorrow to Europe. To Europe I go. Ever gotten into PC gaming? No. I mean, it's not like I've never played a game on a PC before. It just never was my thing. Do I ever go to Goodwill's to find games? There was a phase in like 2012 where I was cleaning up doing that shit. But I was mostly doing consoles. I went out to Portland and Seattle, that area. The upper northwest of the United States is like retro game mecca in the US. And at that time, most 6th gen hardware in particular was completely worthless. So like GameCube, Xbox, PS2, Dreamcast, completely worthless. So I remember I'd actually driven out there, which is like a 36-hour drive. I did all in one go, by the way. Wouldn't do that again. But I had my car as a result. So while I was there, I spent a lot of time with my ex-girlfriend at that time. And she and I would just hop around from store to store to store. And it was like, oh, we're just going to crush it. Everywhere we go, crush it. And just pick up tons of stuff. And there's actually three... here's the story that she told me. So Goodwill is actually based out there. They're based in, I believe, in Oregon. Portland, specifically. So what happens with Goodwill is that when you donate something to Goodwill... they basically will keep it in the store for like a week or two, and then if it doesn't sell, they basically throw it on a truck and they ship it out west. They ship it out to Portland. And then Portland has, there's 2 stores in Oregon and one just across the border in Vancouver, Washington. Not Vancouver, Canada, Vancouver, Washington, which is just across the border from Portland, Oregon. So they have 3 of these what are called dig and save stores. And the logic is everything they've brought in from all these other stores on trucks, they do some basic filtering of whatever it is, meaning like electronics, clothes, whatever, doesn't matter. Very basic categories. And they bring them out on these giant plastic tub carts, like giant carts. And then they just put them out in the main room, and then everybody just kind of runs and grabs whatever. And when the reason you're doing that is the items are not charged based on what they are, they're charged based on their weight. And their weight is like stupid cheap. Like we're talking like 5 cents a pound type of thing. So it doesn't matter what the hell the thing is, you just grab it, and if it's cheap and you want it, you get it. So as a result, like we found like multiple GameCubes and Xboxes and PS2s, Dreamcasts, whatever, and we're just grabbing these things and, you know, buying whole stacks of them for a couple bucks. And I remember I had too many of them at one point. I had to start like giving them away and shit. But I was just like, I couldn't believe that there were so many of these things. So if you go back to some of my older videos, like that's where a lot of those cleaning videos came from, is because I was getting these things so cheap, and I was like, I should do something since I have this dirty ass Xbox. Maybe I can make a video about cleaning it, and that's what I would do. What if Shenmue 3 was awful? That would be too bad. I would be disappointed. Ever have problems with Dreamcast power supplies? I have not. What do I think of the Jimmy Butler trade? I think that the Chicago Bulls are the second worst managed team in the NBA. The New York Knicks being the only one worst. Like the serious incompetence in general in Chicago Bulls management is like mind blowing. Like you have to wonder if they go home and stick forks in outlets. Just curious what happens. Like that's the level of dumb we're talking about. What stores or Goodwills do this in Portland? Like I said, there's 3. You'd have to look up. There's one in Vancouver, Washington, but I can't remember the. I think they were just called like outlets or something like that, like Goodwill outlets, Goodwill, dig and save, something like that. I haven't been to one in like 5 years. It's Nintendo's fault for giving us composite video. Yes. I assume there was more to that, but did the one analog stick gimp the Dreamcast? To an extent. People forget that console came out in 1998 in Japan, a full year before it came out in North America, and development on it was in 97. So in 97, the DualShock concept, like the 2 sticks, was really just beginning. Like it was a little too early to say like, oh yeah, that's gonna be a thing. What would you do if someone stole all your video games and consoles but only left the Wii? I guess I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, I wouldn't even steal one of those things. Like, if I could get a bunch of those for free, I wouldn't take them. Will you tell the story of that GameStop manager destroying all those games? Well, if you already know the story, why do you want to hear it? The Goodwill outlet. I live in Portland. PDX, which is the airport code for Portland. So yeah, there you go. The Goodwill outlet. Yeah, the Goodwill outlet was pretty fucking cool. Do you go through customs when you are in Europe, the UK, or Canada? Of course, I'm not citizens of those countries. So it depends on what exactly you mean. Like, so I'm going to land in Germany tomorrow, and I will clear customs for Germany, which will also apply to every country in the Schengen zone, which is a block of countries in Europe that all agreed they will just respect each other's borders on paper, but you can freely cross between those nations. So, like, each country trusts all the other countries to handle border control. So once I'm in Germany, I'm cleared for every other one of the countries in that group. The UK is different. It doesn't apply to that. So if I were to fly from Germany then to the UK, yes, I would have to clear customs. And if I were to, for some reason, fly from the UK to Canada, I have to clear customs again. And then once I go from Canada back down to the States, I would have to clear customs. The interesting thing about going from Canada to the US is you actually clear American customs in Canada. There's a whole section of any given Canadian airport, generally for, like, there's domestic flights, which is flights inside of Canada. Then there's flights to all the other parts of the world, and then there's flights to the States, like, specifically. And when you go to that section, there's a whole, like, once you have to, like, you go through TSA and all that shit, and then you literally get to a part where you clear American customs. And once you've done that, you're essentially in the United States at that point, although you're not. You're technically in your landmass of Canada, but as far as both countries are concerned, you are now inside of the United States. It's a weird middle ground. But I've never had any problems doing that. Do I have TSA pre-check? Yes, I have it actually twice. I have the regular TSA pre-check, and I have global entry, which is the thing that helps you clear customs in different countries, not just boarding earlier, or not boarding early, going through TSA pre-check. When you get global entry, you also get TSA pre-check, but I already had TSA pre-check. Better way of phrasing it. So now, I haven't tried it yet, I just got it actually. So when I land back in the States, instead of going through normal customs, the way it works is there's a specific line for global entry. You basically just scan your ID, and then you're pretty much cleared. You just go. Where do I go dumpster diving for games? Well, like I said, we only did that one time, and that was out in Orland Park. Any retro game shops in Chicago or the suburbs? I'm from the burbs. So out in the suburbs, the best one would be Video Games Etc. It's also known as Video Games Then and Now. There's also Play It Retro, although I'm not sure they still exist. And then on top of that, there's just like Disc Replays and Exchange. There's a couple of chains. In the city, the best place is a place called People Play Games. There's U.S. customs in Canada because the U.S. government, like, put themselves everywhere. Yes, but you have to understand your government agreed to that. We didn't invade. It's just how it is. It becomes more efficient because, frankly, a lot of people in Canada visit the U.S. We have way more cities than you guys do. So if it's just easier if you can just treat it like a domestic flight. So if you clear American customs in Canada, you then improve the vast odds of the flight getting to where it needs to go, and it doesn't have to go through the international terminal when it lands. It just allows for way more flights. And I actually think we should do exactly the same thing on the other side. If we're going to fly to Canada, you should do the same thing. But maybe it's just because the volume of people going to the U.S. from Canada is substantially higher than the volume of people going from the U.S. to Canada. Make sense? I think it just boils down to logistics, because if you can treat the flight as a domestic flight, then it opens up so many more airports and options that you can get to, and you can do it with so much more frequency rather than having to be dependent on landing at major airports only. Did you go to Funko Land? That was my favorite store when I was younger. Yeah, I went in there back in the day before it was absorbed and became GameStop. I remember having some good stories about it at the time. How many SNES minis will you buy? Absolutely none. I'm going to refresh because I think comments... Oh, no, there we go. I was going to say, I thought it stopped. Have you ever rocked long hair? Not really. In my opinion, the Uncharted series is one of the most overrated. Do you agree? So here's the thing. With Uncharted, I've played about 35% of each of the first 3 games, not realizing I had actually gotten that far in each of them. Like, I had to play them for video purposes. And in all 3 cases, I was kind of like, this is very whatever. I mean, it's a little different when you have to play it not for recreation, when you have to play it for the purposes of footage. It's kind of like watching a movie in school. And you have to write a report on it. It's not the same experience. That said, that was my experience. And in so, I was kind of like, So I'm kind of with you. I didn't dislike it. It was more like I just kind of wasn't seeing what everybody else was like shitting their pants about. Is the PS2, GameCube, OG, Xbox, and Dreamcast retro? Yeah, so is the Xbox 360, Wii, and PS3. That's how that works. Technically, the Wii U is now. Worst part of video game collecting, in your opinion? Paying for it, storing it. Think we will get a Shenmue 3 trailer at Gamescom? They said we would, so it would be really weird if they didn't. So in dumpster diving, do you just go through people's garbage bins? Well, like I said, I've only done it once. And in my case, what we did was we went to specific stores. You don't go to people's garbage. You go to like the dumpster of a GameStop. You go to the dumpster of a disc replay, something like that, and just see what they didn't sell that day that they decided to get rid of. The truth is, most of the time you don't find anything good, but you'd be surprised every once in a while. You'll be amazed what they'll get rid of. GameStop is notorious for their attempts to stop people from doing that. Is they intentionally destroy items before they put them in there. The items are not typically broken when they throw them away. They choose to break them to prevent people from coming there to do that. I don't know why, because you don't really lose anything. It's garbage. You don't need to break it. But I guess they just don't like the PR of it. But then they got in trouble for it because it became apparent that they were doing that and people thought they were huge fucking assholes for it. So they couldn't really win either way. Did I get the Ryo Hazuki Shenmue 3 jacket from the Kickstarter? No, I did not. Isn't that like a $10,000 jacket? Have you found great items in pawn shops? I don't really go to pawn shops specifically, but if you just mean like cheap places that have games, you'd be amazed what kind of weird shit you'll find. The best score I've ever had was at Book Off in Japan. And if you saw my Book Off video, you know what it was. So I'm not going to spoil it for anybody. If you guys want to talk about it, you can, but I'm not going to spoil it. Do I have Stunt Racer 64? I think I do. That was that like Blockbuster exclusive game, right? I think I have that. This live stream is saving me money. I'm normally on eBay on my breaks. Well, I'm glad I could help. So when the only store in my area is GameStop in a mall, then I'm shit out of luck. You mean for dumpster diving? Because you keep asking about dumpster diving. They will have a dumpster somewhere. If that's what you want to do, you'd have to find it, but good luck to you. If you mean like to buy video games, oh yeah, you're right, fucked. The best thing you got is GameStop. Jesus, I pity you then. GameStop is like the last place I would ever buy video games. Last. Going to Portugal this year. No, I am not. But I am going to tomorrow. I'm going to Poland and Germany, and then I'll be hopping around there. Thoughts on using fast travel in Shenmue? I very rarely ever do that, unless I'm doing like some sort of personal speed run for some reason. But I don't really do that very often. Why do all the hate GameStop? I have bought many good games there. It's not that the games suck. It's not like the GameStop version of a game is terrible. It's GameStop's policies and how awful they are. It's the price gouging. It's the constant product pushing. It's the just massive fucking annoyance that is everything that is GameStop. It's the insult of ever dealing with them. I fucking detest GameStop in every conceivable way. Like, everything they do is wrong. Every time I've ever been in there, I've never come out of there being like, oh, it was a good experience. It's always like, fuck, why did I even go in there? I hate that place. I'll never forget, like, I went to, I had to get BioShock Infinite, like, the night it came out. I had to get it at midnight because we had to record footage to put out a video the next day. So it had to be as soon as possible. Midnight, or GameStop, to their credit, is the only place that was going to have it available at midnight. So we had no choice, even though I really didn't want to do that. Now, they had all these, like, oh, okay, you can, if you pre-order and all that shit, you'll get this code, whatever. So I do that. I pre-order it. I never get the code. It never shows up. And then it's like they gave me some weird serial number on my receipt. And I was like, okay, I guess I need to use this. And I look it up on their website and the code's defective. I'm like, okay, fuck. So I go back to GameStop and I'm just like, yeah, so the code doesn't work. And he's like, oh yeah, dude, bro, it's right here on the thing. I'm like, yeah, I know that's it, but it doesn't work. He's like, oh, well, this is it. Like they talk to you like you're fucking retarded. And it's like, no, dude, it doesn't work. So I never got the DLC because the code was defective. That's just one of a million, like, stupid GameStop stories. Like, every time, I swear to God, every time I go in there, it's awful. So, like, I remember pre-ordering Dead or Alive 5 Collector's Edition for the Xbox 360. It was a big metal tin, came with a bunch of stuff, right? And they're like, yeah, you can pre-order, but you have to pay for the whole thing right now. And it was like $80 or something like that. And I was like, all right, if it comes down in price, because this was just a pre-order and the final price wasn't known. I was like, if the price comes down, will you guys adjust for that? And, they said you might have to pay more when it shows up if the final price is more. So if it ended up being like 90 or 100, you have to pay that difference when you get here. And I was like, okay, so if the price is less, will you adjust for it? And they said no. No? So if it ends up being $70 retail and I'm paying you $80 right now, you're not going to give me that $10 back? No, we won't. Yeah, what a great store. Whereas like every other store's policy is like Amazon, whatever, Best Buy, pre-orders, they automatically give you the money back. Even if like Amazon is amazing, like you pre-order a game or something on Amazon and then like within a week, if they drop the price, they just automatically refund it to you without you even ever looking at it. That is not GameStop's policy. I can't believe people support GameStop. They suck monkey balls. And I'm glad they're going out of business. Fuck them. Fuck them up their asses. Anyway, that's GameStop. I hate them. Oh yeah, and then of course GameStop's Circle of Life policy, where they abuse their staff in an attempt to push them to do all this shit. Fuck them, man. I legit feel bad for anyone who has only GameStop to deal with. And the thing that's really pissing me off about GameStop lately is they're deciding, hey, we're going to be a developer and a publisher. So now there's like games exclusively sold there. And I'm just like, motherfucker. Ugh. How do I have the energy to broadcast a stream after so many hours? I don't know. Coffee. 4 hours of bladder control. How do you do it? I don't know. That one's a mystery. Are political tensions in Europe affecting travel there? Unless they don't let me on the plane, I don't think so. What's the question that you want to talk about the most and no one suggested? Dude, if you think I come into these things with like some specific thing I want to talk about, you are sorely mistaken. Like I said, these are Q&As. Whatever you guys want to talk about is what we talk about. Talk about the manager that destroyed all those games. Okay, I guess we can bring that story full circle, even though I know you know the story already. So when I was, I think it was like around the time the Dreamcast was getting discontinued. This is a great example of why GameStop sucks. So I went to this GameStop that was in a mall. So it's one of those smaller ones, right? And the guy, the manager didn't have a whole lot of room to work with, so he didn't really have a back room. So the back room he had was tiny. And he came out of it with a box full of Dreamcast stuff. The Dreamcast had just been discontinued, and what they had decided to do was to get rid of it all because they needed space for upcoming PlayStation 2 stuff. They weren't going to deal with Dreamcast anymore. So the guy was taking games, like sealed games in a lot of cases. He was opening them up and slashing them with knives, box cutters, fucking ruining the games. And everybody's like, what are you doing? And he's like, I have to throw these away. And we're like, just give them to us. Like, hand me the box. I'll walk away. You'll never have to deal with this box. He's like, can't. Store says I gotta destroy it. So he's sitting there, like, cutting up all these games. And I'm just like, this is why people hate GameStop. Not only is he doing this, he's doing it open, in an open court, right there in front of everybody, because he doesn't have the space to do this in a back room. perfect example of why GameStop sucks. And then they got busted on that shit a few years ago. Like I was mentioning earlier, people know they do that now. That's an asshole move. Alden asks if I need a hug. No, I don't, Alden, but thank you. Actually, you know what, Alden? I'm going to hook you up. Alden is your new admin. Fear him. He's a Game Society admin. He's actually incredibly dangerous. He's a very extremely dangerous person. He's killed like 8 people. He just won't tell me where they are, but I know. Do you think 60 gigs for a game is excessive? Depends on what year it is. Currently, no. And unfortunately, they're only gonna get bigger. Any tips when you go to a garage sale? Haggle and bring cash. Although I haven't done garage sales in a long time. We just got another super chat. Thank you. Brooknet says, good night, Adam. Was much fun. Bedtime for me. Sleep tight, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed that Heathrow story. Thank you for all the super chats. Oh, yeah. I didn't know you were still here, Julian. You haven't been modding, as far as I can tell. You're not commenting. What do I know? Plus, you're Canadian. You haven't killed anybody. Favorite console not named Dreamcast? Genesis, a.k.a. Mega Drive. You just thought it was an interesting story. Well, was it still interesting? Because you're not wrong. I just think it's funny that you knew the story, but you're like, hey, yeah, do it again. Should I go to Japan for collecting or import sell? I'm not entirely certain what you mean by that. Are there any good original Xbox games to get in Japan? The most notable one is Metal Wolf Chaos, but that's also the most expensive one by like a country mile. The OG Xbox had something like 48 Japanese exclusive, most of which are completely worthless. I would recommend checking them out just to kind of get them. There's some worthwhile stuff, some weird stuff, but most playable Metal Wolf Chaos, which is probably why it's worth something. Just got a super chat from Dave Miller. Will you do a Shenmue Let's Play? No. I'm not really one for Let's Plays because I'm not very good at video game commentary, at least like consistently without editing. And I don't like to edit video game footage. It's too fucking hard. And then of course that defeats the point of a Let's Play. So you'd really just kind of have like lazy commentary if I were to do that. It would just be gameplay with mostly silence and every once in a while, oh, fucking Rio, damn it. You know, like it's not, you're gonna want to watch that. That's not that interesting. So no, probably not. What console has the best design? You have to be more specific. You mean like aesthetically or hardware wise? I mean, if you're going to argue hardware, you have to by default say Xbox One X because it's the most advanced piece of tech. If you mean aesthetically, that's open to anybody's opinion. Why do you not like Apple? Because their products suck? I mean, I don't like the idea that I'm treated like I have to wear a special helmet in order to use them. Like, everything is locked. It's very protective. I don't like that. It's insulting. Whereas, you know, my phone here, I got a Google Pixel XL. I can do whatever the fuck I want to do with this thing. I can make it do anything. I don't have to get special stupid programs from Apple that they approved. They said, it's okay for you to have this. Fuck them. I'm not into their shitty-ass products. I know a lot of people love them, but I'm not of that mindset. I think everything they do is just like, I've always described the iPhone as the smartphone in the helmet. Like, that's what it is. It's not a good phone. Fuck that thing. It's like, oh yeah, it's got so many capabilities. You can't use any of them without paying for special programs or whatever, but you can do them, sort of. Whereas, like, this thing is completely open source. Do whatever the fuck I want. And it's not like Android is a particularly complicated operating system to learn. Thoughts on Atari announcing a new console? Oh my god, the Atari box is horse shit. Why do people keep bringing this up? Like, Atari is a defunct company. They are not making a competitive 9th or 8th gen console. What they are doing at best is a clone console, Android horseshit console that plays 2,600 games through an emulator. That's the best case scenario. They're not doing anything else. And no, I'm not excited about it. Yes, Alden, you have power now. Got any more GameStop stories? Not off the top of my head. How did Mama Koralik afford consoles growing up? She worked? How does one do anything? In my experience, Android has always been buggy. Yeah, but look at all the shit you get out of it, as well as constant updates. It's like the old Mac versus PC argument. Yes, your PC will crash on you from time to time. You'll get a blue screen, but the world that is open to you is unbelievably bigger. The Mac it doesn't allow for any special user control. It does not allow for third parties to do anything unique on it. So it's very, very protective. It's kind of like living your life inside of a hamster ball out in the world. It's too protective and you can't really do anything. Fuck that. It's almost like arguing like what's better, living like a feral cat out in the wild or a house cat. House cat's going to live longer because he's protected from everything, but he looks out at the freedom that he'll never have. He looks out that window and says, "Yep, I'm never going to have any of that. I'm just going to sit here and dream of it." Whereas the feral cat might not live as long, but goddamn what a life he had. That's why, no, I would never. The only Apple product I own is an Apple Pippen. And that's just because hilarious. Apple products are for noobs, says Tony D. Debatably, yes. They're good little like learning devices to kind of get a sense of it. But I feel like you shouldn't last with it too long. Otherwise, you get too accustomed to it. And then you're too afraid to try anything bigger. And it's like, dude, Android is not hard. And the amount of things you can do with it is substantially better. Randall Cornick, how much longer are you streaming? I started a 4-hour shift. When you started, surprised your stream is longer than my shift. I don't have a specific plan as I never do with these things. I am flying to Europe tomorrow, so I don't know how much longer I'm going to be around. But for the moment, I'm still here. Don't forget the Pippen. I didn't. I mentioned it. Oh yeah, I do have an iPod, don't I? An iPod that hasn't died yet. That's true. Although it's getting there. Like I try to use it on flights, and even like short flights, like halfway through the flight, it usually runs out of power. Like it does not last that long. Pajamas is heading out. Good night. What time is it here? It's currently 9:15 p.m. I can only imagine Adam in the personal section on Craigslist. Yeah, please write that up. I'm very curious what that would be like. How do you fit your consoles into your house? Is your house big? No, they're in my apartment, dude. It's not that hard. Like, just, I have hutches, and inside they have shelves, and I put them in there. Where are Chip and Remy? In Texas and in France. An iPod Classic? Possibly. I honestly don't remember. Why don't retro consoles have video boxes? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Favorite GameCube exclusive? Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes. The Pixel XL is a strong emulating device, as well as most Android phones. You can't get that on an Apple device stock. Yeah. I mean, like I said, Android allows you to do whatever the fuck you want. It's that freedom that is great. You can do so many more things and so many more productive things than you can on an iPhone or any Apple product in general. And I don't like constant restraints on my electronics telling me, no, you can't do that. Why the fuck not? Why can't I do that? Why can't I, plug my phone in and use it like a hard drive? Because you can do that. This has storage on it. I can connect this to my computer. I can put data on it. I can take data off of it. On an iPhone, that's substantially fucking harder. You can treat it as I can literally, if I wanted to, go out, shoot footage somewhere on the phone, then easily move it from my phone to my computer and use it to edit with. I don't have to do anything stupid or special. If I want to just store regular ass data, like I could, let's say I just downloaded like a whole bunch of, movies or something. I could put them onto the phone and treat it like a hard drive to get it from one location to another without ever actually using the phone for that purpose of playing them. And I still remember the good old iPod days where you have an iPod and you connect it to a computer and it formats the iPod and links it to that computer eternally. So what that means is you can never connect that iPod to another computer and update it because it won't allow it without you formatting it and starting all over again. What the fuck is the logic of that? You know, like I have this old Windows XP based PC that I really don't use for much of anything other than occasional ripping of discs from old platforms because XP is amazing at that. And for simply updating my iPod because that's what it was linked to like 12 years ago. And I would have to format it and do it all over again otherwise. Why? Why the fuck do you do that? Whereas this can be universally connected to whatever and it doesn't care. Am I still opposed to doing PS3, 360, and Wii cleaning videos? Yes, I am, because they wouldn't... First of all, they're really complicated by comparison, and they really wouldn't achieve anything. In most cases, those problems are not going to be solved by cleaning. Did I go to Japan to shop for games only? No, I'm not a lunatic. Like, you're not going to get anything better out of that. Like, I did a lot of shopping while I was there. I took advantage of the fact I was there, but that's not why I went. I went because I've always wanted to go to Japan, and the opportunity came up to do it for cheap. Free flight and super cheap hotel, and my girlfriend wanted to go, so it was like a good storm. It's like, all right, I'm going to be there. Let's make this happen. We just got a PayPal donation. Thank you. This is from David Bowie. He says, thanks, Adam, and enjoy Europe. Use this to get as much German Coca-Cola as you can. I fucking will. So thank you very much, David Bowie. You are awesome. And if you have any other questions or anything, please let me know. But yeah, so this is new. We just started this because people requested it. You can donate through PayPal if you want. The information's in the description. It's completely up to you. You can do Super Chat or you can do Patreon. And I if you want to do this, I recommend, let's put it that way, go through Patreon. Because with Patreon, I can give you direct rewards. Like, you donate $5 a month, and you get early access to videos. Like, that's what the channel is videos. That's how I'm trying to, tell you, like, I don't really need or want your money. Like, I'll take it to support the channel, yes. But, like, it's voluntary. You don't have to do that. But at least with Patreon, I can give you something back for it other than just a shout-out. But it's 1,000% your choice. If you could have one superpower, what would it be? I mean, I guess this doesn't really count, but I would want Superman's capabilities, but that's really more than one thing. Because really, you can't, if I said, oh, I'd love to fly, I want to be able to fly. The human body is, even if you had the physical ability to fly like Superman, your body can't possibly survive that. The rest of you is not physically capable of withstanding air pressure up there and all that shit. So that's not useful. So then you go, oh, no, all right, then invulnerability, and then it's like, okay, now I'm never going to age and I'm going to die and it's going to be awful. Like, you need to, you have to combine powers. What is your opinion of the Nintendo PlayStation Super CD prototype? I've held it. I'm actually friends with the guy who owns it, Terry Diebold. Really nice guy. I'm going to see it again at the Missouri Game Con. He'll be there with it. It's pretty cool. Am I an otaku? Hell no. I don't give a fuck about anime. How did I get a free flight to Japan? Mileage! I talked about this earlier. Redeeming miles. Have I ever shoplifted a video game? Fuck no. Favorite Xbox original exclusive? I don't know. Honestly, there not many of the exclusives on there were actually huge games for me. It was usually the best versions of third-party stuff. Third-party stuff. And that's usually what my favorite things were. They like to claim Shenmue 2 as an exclusive, but it's not. I mean, it was on the Dreamcast first. Have I ever bought a console for one single game? I bought a console for no games. I mentioned before, I have an Apple Pippen. I don't own a game for that thing. So it's more like I bought the console to buy the console. Did you have real ramen in Japan? Yes, I did. I had it twice. It was unreal. This place outside of Kyoto. I was hanging out with my buddy, who again we'll refer to as James. He's a guy who lives there. And he was, we hung out this one day, and he's like, I'm gonna take you to this ramen place. It's a little out of the way, but it's good. And I was like, all right. So we went. And it was fucking amazing. And then the next week, he was like, "You want to hang out again?" I'm like, "Yes." And I'm not gonna lie, we need to go out and get ramen. And he was like, "Sure, whatever you want." And keep in mind, I stayed in Osaka, so I had to take like an hour train ride up to Kyoto just to get fucking ramen. But it was totally fucking worth it. I put a picture of it on my Instagram if you want to check it out. How haven't you eaten anything? I'm making bread and honey right now, and it's dope. I'm gonna tell you, like I run off of coffee, which fuck I'm almost out of. David Bowie sent PayPal. Yeah, I already did I did a shout out. Did you? I'm sorry. Were you not? Did you not hear it? I can do it again, I guess. Just let me know, David. How many arms do I have? 2. Right there. No others. Adam, in Florida, could you recommend places to buy retro video games? No. I haven't been to Florida in a long time. I've never tried retro game hunting there. There might be people in the comments who could help you with that, though. If anybody knows any good stores in Florida, I mean, Florida's huge, but, like, if you have any recommendations, I'm sure she, you know, he, she, sorry, I'm not sure where you would go. Any places you went in Japan besides video game stores? Yes, I went to Osaka Castle. That was really cool. Went to Kyoto, just kind of wandered around. That place is pretty nice. Spent a lot of time just wandering around Osaka. That's fun, and just a lot of time like checking out restaurants and all that kind of thing. Video game hunting was something to do while I was there, but it wasn't like the reason to go. Why do I hate Halo? I don't hate Halo. Like this is one of these like lunatic. No offense. This is like a lunatic position where people have. Where once I said I never understood why people love Halo as much as they do. That has been misinterpreted as you fucking hate Halo, you asshole. And I get that all the time. It's like, what is it with some games where like you aren't in the same like I love it as much as everyone else category, and therefore you must hate it to the nth degree? I don't understand that shit. All I said was I was not the biggest fan of it. That makes me a fucking asshole for life. That said, actual gameplay mechanics, I don't know, man. It just was never my favorite first-person shooter. It just wasn't. Talk about the FM Towns Marty. I don't have much to say on it. I've only seen one once, and ironically, it wasn't in Japan. It was at Video Games New York. Guess where that is? They have a boxed one there, which I think they're selling for like $1,500 or something like that. Obviously, I wouldn't buy it, but it was amazing to see it. Here's an interesting question. Why do you hate Christina Aguilera? Do I? Did I ever express any opinion towards Christina Aguilera? I don't think I did. Nate, don't be sorry. I'm just making a point. It's nothing against you, dude. You're good. Is the white GameCube rarer than your Divers 2000? I guess it would have to be because there's only 150 of those GameCubes, and there's supposedly 200 of the Divers 2000 Dreamcasts. But it's hard to say. I mean, yes, technically yes, but at the same time, it's a GameCube. A GameCube is not a hard thing to get. Whereas a Divers 2000 Dreamcast is a Dreamcast with a television in it. There's literally 200 of those as a concept. So it's a weird, like, which one do you really say? I guess technically, you know, it's the Final Fantasy GameCube, but, you know. There's an FM Towns Marty on eBay for $200 with box. I find that unlikely, but I'm curious. Yeah, did you guys see the book off video? Do you know about the GameCube he's talking about? David says, cool. Wasn't sure if it processed the app was buggy. Well, did you hear the message? Basically, I'll repeat it. I don't mind. So David donated on PayPal, actually. He says, thanks, Adam. Enjoy Europe. Use this to get as much German Coca-Cola as you can. And I said, I definitely will, because German Coca-Cola is fucking awesome. And thank you again, David, for that. You know, he went through PayPal. If you want to do that, you can. You can do Super Chat. You can do Patreon. Or you can do nothing. It's completely up to you. Get Snoopy's Grand Adventure for Wii U. It's $15 on Amazon, but I feel like it's going to be expensive. Fortunately, I found that one years ago, so I'm all set. I got that on a Black Friday. I think it was 2 years ago. What's the most expensive Dreamcast game? It's been a while since I've actively looked for Dreamcast content, but I can tell you the rarest. That's going to be Grauen no Torikagu Capital 6 Senritsu. That one, supposedly 200 copies of that were ever released, only sold through Sega Direct. I have it, thankfully, and I saw it once in Japan as a full set, and they were selling it for like an insane amount of money. How did I meet Chip? Well, Chip contacted me, and so on my Patreon, if you want, there's an option to be on my podcast with me. And the truth is, I never expected anyone to ever take up that offer, but he did. And then he stuck around for like a year. And he'll be back, but he's off doing more work. Or he's just got a new job, so he's going to do a bunch of stuff there. And so the only time I ever met him in person, though, was in last October. He basically invited me down to Austin. He's like, hey, if you want, I'll bring you down to Austin, because we looked at flights. $37 for a fucking round trip from Chicago to Austin. He was like, I don't mind that. So we just paid for it, and there you go. So we hung out for like a week. It was great. What kind of coffee do I drink? I drink a lot of it. Like, I don't really have specific brands. I just try to avoid, I don't drink decaf, and I try to avoid shit like Folgers. I don't drink that crap. Any trip to Poland in the future? Dude, I'm going there tomorrow. I know, I'm serious. I'm going to Poland tomorrow. I'll be changing planes in Munich, and then I'm heading up to Gdansk. Am I aware of disc rot? Yes, I am. Fortunately, I haven't really run into that problem. Do you think Microsoft will enable Xbox Live for OG Xbox backwards compatibility? It's very possible they will, because the way that this is going to work is it's going to work similar to the 360, in which you put in the OG Xbox game and it doesn't play that game. What it does is it detects what it is and downloads an Xbox One build of the game. And if that's the case, it means that they can create new servers for it, presumably, and that's how they'll run it. So if that's how they're running it, then yeah, they should be able to do it. Will they is another question. It's clearly not a priority for them. It's just kind of something they're doing to say they can do it. The jumping in Crash feels... Oh, you mean the new Crash Bandicoot. Am I ever going to go for a full set of Genesis? No. I do know a guy who has a full Genesis set. North American. Pretty impressive, actually, but no, Has Metal Jesus asked you to show your full Dreamcast collection like he's done with other people's collections? He has never contacted me once, ever. I know of him. I've never interacted with him. Was Japan's everyday technology on another level? No. If anything, they're behind us pretty substantially. The PC as a concept never took off there. So as a result, that whole thing is like non-existent. Like everything everything you see over there is just smartphones. It's like the same shit we have. Do you have any siblings? Yes, I have a sister. Do I like action figures? I like specific figures based on certain characters, and I use them for display purposes. So that, yes. Try Lodz in Poland. There's a nice gamer-themed pub there. I don't know where that is, unfortunately. A Genesis full set is 910 games, right? I have no idea what the number was. It's not like I asked. Worst video game publisher, Ubisoft or EA? EA. Like, why even... There's no contest. Will your kids get all your gaming shit? I was unaware I had kids. If there's any ladies out there that have borne my children, they didn't tell me. How many games in a full PS2 set? I don't know offhand. A lot. Probably like 3,000. Like, North America alone, I think, is like 1,500. And that's the smallest. The European and Japanese exclusives for that thing are just on another level. Like, I don't know why you would ever attempt it. Favorite Transformers G1 toy? That's a good question, actually. Because I used to love Transformers, like, loved it. And I used to be way into G1 toys, like, retroactively, because it happened before I was even born. But I wanted a bunch of them. And in hindsight, they're not very playable toys, you know, because they break easily and all that. And they're not well designed. They don't look that much like the characters. But my favorite character was always Grimlock. I don't know if he was my favorite toy. Maybe Optimus. Just, I know it's kind of a generic answer, but maybe the actual Optimus Prime figure. Do you remember Philadelphia cheesecake bars? Can't say I do. Oh, wait. Like, something they sold over the counter, right? That vaguely sounds familiar. Kind of like the Oreo brownie that existed for a while. Have I ever played Hexic on the 360? Yeah, the free one? The one that's built into the console? Yeah, I played that. What's the biggest set for any console? I think it's believed to be the Atari 2600, but the thing about the 2600 is nobody really knows. Fujitsu made the FM Towns Marty, right? That sounds right, but I'm not 100% sure. Alden says he's my son. That makes sense. What kind of music do you listen to? 80s? I really don't listen to much music, but what I do listen to is usually classical or orchestra. I'm not really into music. The only non-American released PS2 exclusive game I want is Knight Rider. I think I have that. I think, funny enough, I got that in Poland, like the last time I was there. And that's where I'm going tomorrow, funny enough. It's not a game you would actually want. What about Beast Wars? What about it, Alden? There's a spider on the wall behind you. No, there isn't. Fix your Bulls jersey. No, I won't. Do you think Metal Gear Solid will get another HD collection for this generation? If so, would it have a Switch port? I don't know. That depends on how desperate Konami gets. What happened to the PSX? What do you mean? Like the white PS2 DVR? UMD opinions? That was kind of a wasted attempt. That was another attempt for Sony to create a whole new movie format with every fucking platform they release. Can I do a podcast with you? If you're talking about my podcast, anyone can do that. You have to go to the Patreon, though. Have I ever played the Paper Mario games? Not really, because I'm not really into RPGs, so that's not really my thing. Do you think Skies of Arcadia will come to the GameCube Virtual Console on Switch? Very possible, because Sega loves to re-release their pre-existing content, so it wouldn't surprise me. In regards to the PSX, you showed it. What did you do with it? I still have it. It doesn't work. I was thinking about bringing it to Austria. I'm going to Germany, Austria, Poland. I was going to bring it to my buddy and see if he could repair it. But it takes up too much space in my bag, and it's not really worth it, because odds are he would get there and he'd be like, well, I need this part and it doesn't exist here, so like, you know, like really nothing good would come of it, and it would just take up a bunch of space. So I was like, not really any point. Because, like, I mean, honestly, if I got it working, then what? Like, what do I do with it? It plays Japanese games. I don't even have that many. What did I think about Book Off New York compared to Japan? That is a really good question. So I'm going to tell a little story about that. So I went to Japan. I went specifically to Osaka. I went to, I think it was like 13 book offs in the Osaka area. It was insane. That store is amazing. So I got back home, and there was enough time had passed between when I shot that video and before I uploaded it that I actually went to, I had business in New York. So I flew out to New York, and there is a book off in New York. There's also a few in California, I think San Diego, although I haven't been to those. And because I knew I was going to be in New York well before I released this video, I was like, all right, I'm going to go to the book off in New York, get some footage, go there, see how good it is, just compare it, and then I can throw it into this video because it'll just be fucking weird to have gone to book off in the ends of the earth, Japan and New York, like halfway around the world from each other, and they're both in the same video. So I went inside, and it had a lot of the same themes, but like vastly more expensive than the Japanese ones, which makes sense because any imports they have are fucking imports. They had to come all the way from Japan to get there, and there's a huge markup on them. And then so at that point you just have the domestic stuff, which I see everywhere anyway. So I really, the New York one, I didn't buy anything. I found their toy section surprisingly impressive, but it really didn't impress me in any regard. It was just kind of cool to go into another book off, but that's it. Maybe I should ask Raymond to fix it. I assume you were talking about the PSX. Well, my buddy Ronald, who is in Austria, who I will be seeing in like 2 weeks, he was in here earlier. He's the one I'm talking about who might be able to fix it, but I'd have to bring it to him. And it just takes up too much real estate in my bag. High hopes about original Xbox backwards compatibility? Not really. I mean, when they first announced that, I was super excited just based on the announcement. And I was hoping that they would do it right, which would mean a mass update that just allows the entire catalog to work, which was delusionally hopeful. But no, that's not how it's going to work. It's going to be title specific, just like 360 compatibility. And it's pretty obvious that it's not exactly a high priority for them. So what you're going to get most likely is the Microsoft made titles will become compatible, and then any third party that feels like doing it will. So like you'll probably get Sega to do it, maybe Ubisoft and EA will play along, but like that's it. Like THQ doesn't even exist anymore. I mean, they kind of do. Somebody owns their name, but like a bunch of those games you're never going to see there. Anybody who doesn't exist anymore, or like you don't know who the fuck has the rights to these games, or if there's like special music deals, shit like that, you'll probably never see those. And like I think you'd be lucky if you got any of the Lucasfilm games. Like, so a lot of those Star Wars games, I'd be surprised if those show up. It's possible. I mean, you have to ask EA and Disney, but the more people, the more companies you have to get involved with the process, the less likely it gets. So I think in the end, they might only make like 30 to 50 games compatible and probably stop there out of like the nearly 1,000 that exist. That said, at least it's free. It's like a thing that's going to exist regardless. Sony's charging you for that shit. Did someone send Adam chocolate again? Not recently. How does promoting items on YouTube channels work? Do they pay YouTubers a price for every subscriber they have? I have no idea what that means. Like, what do you mean by that exactly? Like, review videos? You're going to have to be more specific. Should I get a Google Pixel or an LG G6? Well, I haven't used the LG G6, so I have no information on that basis. I can tell you I have a Google Pixel XL and I fucking love it. But that's the extent of what I can say. Like, the only complaint I have about this phone is the battery life is not the best, because it does a lot and it's big. So I have a lot of those little portable chargers and I use those. I've never been in a situation where it ran out of power and I like couldn't use it, but I'm also very conscious of battery management. But I noticed that it goes down faster than I would like it to. Have I seen Spider-Man and or Wonder Woman yet? I've seen both. Spider-Man was definitely the better movie, but that Wonder Woman was the first legit good DCU movie. Chip says, you're still going? I just got back. Dude, we had a bunch of questions about you. People were like, where's Chip? And I explained like the whole Chip story. Welcome back, Chip. Chip is a hero. I miss LucasArts as a company. So do I, dude. When Disney got Star Wars, that was good for so many reasons. But the worst mistake they made was giving EA the game rights. Anyone else, man. Anyone else. Richard R. just super chat. He says, Night, safe trip, sent info PD Mini on Twitter. Oh, he's talking about Panzer Dragoon Mini, which is the Game Gear game. Thank you, Richard, and thank you for the super chat. Have a good night, dude. I'm officially out of coffee. All I've got now is water, everybody. And it is... Man, we've been doing this for almost 5 hours. 4 hours and 41 minutes. The longest stream I ever did was 5.5 hours. Hey, Alden, can you do me a favor? Can you message either Emery or Aaron and see what they want? Because they keep messaging me, or at least I'm getting notifications, but I obviously can't respond to them. Can you check in on that, if you don't mind? Star Wars Force Unleashed came to Xbox One. Yes, it did, through backwards compatibility. And that's why I have slight hope. Because when you look at that game's listing on the backwards compatibility site, it actually says it was made by Disney, which it wasn't. But they own it, so they can do that. Whereas it's possible they could do that with all the OG games. But, you know, some of those were made by completely different developers. And it's like, who the fuck owns it? I don't know. So it's different. Jesus Christ, you're still recording. I went to have lunch with my girlfriend at work. You've been streaming for damn near 4 hours. Shit. Actually, I've been streaming for damn near 5 hours. We just talked. According to my system here, 4 hours, 42 minutes, and 14 seconds. Like I said, the longest one I ever did was 5.5 hours. I have not had a coffee break. Oh, I haven't gotten up. I haven't gone to the bathroom. I haven't had any food. And I'm officially out of coffee, but I still have some water left. This is always the point in the stream where people are like, Jesus Christ, this is still going? Like, why? I don't know. You guys keep telling me to stay, so I stay. Although I might bail at 10. It's 9:45 now. Maybe I'll go at that point because it's 5 hours. How do you have the patience for these streams? I love it, but how do you do it? I don't know. I like talking to you guys. Thank you, Alden. I mean, obviously, I'm starting to fade a little here. I mean, admittedly. But I'm trying. Go for 8 hours. Yeah, easier said than done. If I didn't... See, here's the thing. I always have to do these things like right before I fly somewhere. So it's not in my best interest to do something like that. To like really power it. Like it's not an unreasonable time of night yet. If I were to keep going, then it could get problematic. Any chance of a collection tour? Nope. Damn, dude, take a break if you need it. We'll wait. I don't really need one. Like, I'm getting to the point where I might have to pee soon, but like beyond that, I'm fine. As long as you don't miss your flight, you'll be fine. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss the flight. It's tomorrow afternoon. I don't remember exactly when, but it's all right. How well can you sing a Japanese song backwards? I can't even sing one forward. Interestingly, one thing I thought was hilarious. You guys all remember, of course, Frozen? Let it go, all that horse shit, you know. So that song is still really popular there, but in Japanese. So like every store I would go in, like after a couple minutes, you would just hear it on the radio, the Japanese version of Let It Go. You're just like, holy shit. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, please do Kermit voice. What? Do my Mickey Mouse voice. When did that part come into play? Yes, Kermit and Miss Piggy were spot on. Well, thank you. If I had more energy, that might be more of a more doable right now. Because my voice is a little burned out at the moment. Where did that even come from? Like, why are suddenly people asking about Kermit voices? Where am I flying to? I'm going to Europe. I'll be in Poland, Germany, Austria, Hungary, Liechtenstein, Czech Republic, and Switzerland. Bouncing around quite a bit. I'm going to do a fan meetup in Berlin, Germany on July 19th if people want to go. But I'm still kind of working on the details of that because there's no like obvious spot for that yet. Nara says, I have to go. I love everything you do. Adam, have a good one. I'm out. I'm a fan. Well, thank you very much for everything. Have a good night. Am I ever going to go for a full Master System set? No. When's the next pickups video? If you mean any video in which I could acquire anything, July 15th, I think, is my Too Many Games video. There's going to be some pickups in that. Tried lime Coke? I think I did. Very recently, in Japan, I tried lemon Coke. That shit was pretty good. What did you eat in Japan? Candy, perhaps? Yes. The candy selection wasn't exactly impressive, but I had like a bunch of dessert items. Like 7-Eleven over there has surprisingly awesome food. And the best thing I found dessert-wise like that were these little like cream tacos. I know that sounds gross, but they were like little, you know, waffle wafer type of things. And then they had like this cream inside. They were so fucking good. Like you could buy them for a couple bucks and you get like 4 of them. It was like unreal. Do you use your channel for advertising products or companies? If you include the ads that Google puts on videos, yes. But aside from that, not really. Like, I've done reviews of products where stuff is sent to me for free, but there's no payment compensation in that. It's more like just, hey, are you interested in this? Like, for example, like I've gotten an EverDrive before. And it's like, hey, you know, do you have any interest in making a review video of this? It's like, yeah, okay. And then you get the EverDrive. But that's just a review of something I would have done anyway, you know? I've never like been like, give me the money and I'll do your video. Like that's never, nobody's gonna pay. Why the fuck would anybody pay me for that? No. Have I ever eaten Russian chocolates? Not that I can recall. KFC is awesome in Japan too. Now here's the thing about KFC in Japan. Now I didn't actually go to one. Surprisingly, they're not common in Osaka. It's like stupid popular as a chain, but in Osaka, it's basically non-existent. So I didn't actually check one out. But here's what I was told about that. So in Japan, they've had a lot of marketing campaigns over the years that kind of like essentially deliberately lie to the Japanese people about what Americans are doing and what we like and all this shit. So, for example, McDonald's over there, super popular, just like it is everywhere. But what they've convinced an entire generation over there is, hey, Americans are cool. Do you know what Americans do? After school, all American kids go to McDonald's, and that's where they do their homework. They hang out there. So as a result, they do that in Japan. They go to McDonald's and they hang out as like a social place because they think that's what Americans do, and they like that idea. KFC is interesting because in their situation, what happened was that I guess sometime in the 70s, there was this big ad campaign to say, hey, do you know what Americans do at Christmas? Because Christmas is not a big deal over there for like any spiritual, religious, or whatever reasons. It's like a fun holiday where you just open some gifts and hang out with your friends. So to them, what they told them was like, hey, you know what Americans all do at Christmas? They all go to KFC. That's the big thing. All Americans do it. So KFC makes like half their money in Japan in one day on Christmas when everyone goes to fucking KFC in Japan. It's insane. That's what I was told. I'm like, that's amazing because nobody does that here. But they think we do. There's a fellow YouTuber who did a stream for 24 hours a few months ago of Breath of the Wild with commentary and questioning. Would you do that for $100 donation? No. I choose life. Hey, I work at McDonald's. Shout out. McDonald's is based in Chicago. Shout out. Am I ever going to do a full set of 360 after the OG Xbox? No. There's not enough excitement there for that. Plus, that's a much harder task. Like, the 360 is still getting games. Not many, mind you, but it's still... And it's been around for 12 years. Like, no. That's too big. Adam, Saturns are like 1,800 yen on Amazon Japan. Is that a good deal for someone who can't travel? If you can't travel, yes, but that's much more expensive than they are in person. See, the thing I noticed about Japan when it comes to how cheap stuff can be is, so a great example would be a Sega Saturn game. Let's say Panzer Dragoon Saga, right? So the American version of that, it's like $500, right? So you go online, you'll see the Japanese version, it's like $10. You're like, duh, I'll do that all day, right? Even though it's in Japanese, you follow a strategy guide, whatever, you'll be all right. So that's what a lot of people do. Now you actually go to Japan and you'll find that game in bargain bins for less than the equivalency of $1. So what's happening is a lot of these guys will go there, they'll basically go into all the bargain bins, grab those, and then they'll sell them to you for like $10. So they're basically making like $9-8 on each one of these games, and you think you're getting a good deal, and really they're just making money. So that's up to you. You are paying a markup. It's just that it's substantially cheaper than it would be to buy your local version. I would only say if you're gonna try to pursue video games in Japan that you're going there already for another reason. Like, unless you are really excessive or you're really loaded, you should not go there for the purpose of just buying video games. In theory, you could actually come out ahead if you in my case. That's not why I went, of course, but like I didn't have to pay for my flight and I had a cheap hotel. And then food, I have to admit, was the miracle because food was way cheaper than I was expecting. So as a result, I was able to put way more of my budget into video games, which is why I ended up buying a second suitcase while I was there. And I got lucky on that suitcase. So I was able to buy a bunch of stupid shit, to be honest with you. But that was a freak event. And so you can come out way ahead. I came out insanely ahead, as people are pointing out, because of that GameCube I found. If you missed my book off video, and I don't blame you if you did, because it was a 51-minute pickup video. The thing I picked up at the end that I showed was a white Final Fantasy GameCube. It may not sound like that big of a deal, but as it turns out, only 150 of them were ever made. You check eBay, they literally sell for thousands of dollars. I bought it for the equivalent of about 27 bucks. Yeah. So if I were to sell that, easily could go all the way back and do everything again, and then some, probably twice, with the amount of money that thing's worth. So you can come out way ahead, in theory, but I have no intention of selling it. Do I like Portuguese food? Yes, I do. Yeah, I can't believe I found that GameCube for so cheap. It's like, that's why if you watch the video, I didn't even take it out of the plastic wrap with the price tag on it, because I was like, people will not believe me if I don't do that. So I left it sealed so you guys could see it. And I was like, right? Isn't this nuts? That's by far, from a financial standpoint, the single best score I've ever had, ever. My local game store has a Saturn for 60 to 70 bucks. Dude, I was finding Saturns, like consoles, in Japan, $7-8. Nothing. It's worthless over there. Because there were so many more of them, and it was so popular. So do you guys want me to keep going, or should I stop? Were you affected by the PSN, PS3 era data leak? Do you mean that hack or whatever that happened? I didn't get affected by it so much as I got like a free PS3 code for some game randomly like 6 years after it happened or whatever. Do I use my Wii as a doorstop? No. Even though I hate that console, I don't physically abuse it. Does traveling to all these countries get tiring? Physically? I mean, yes. I mean, I fly on an average once every 2 weeks. And it's... But, you know, coffee is my friend. So you get all right. You know, like I was just saying, I flew last Friday, and I was the only person on the plane. Shit happens. Then I'll be flying tomorrow. And then, actually, it's funny, I'll be in Europe for 3 weeks, so that'll actually be the longest I don't fly for a while, is the 3 weeks interim. Chip says, how much longer are you going? I can keep you company if you want. Possibly. I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this, to be honest with you, dude, because I will now have been going for 5 hours. Plus, I'm not really. I don't have my headset and stuff. I'm not really geared up to be able to do a call in. If you had told me ahead of time, I could have potentially done that, but I don't think that's gonna work. Am I ever scared to travel? No. I mean, I've been to enough places. I've done enough. I've gone to enough places. I know enough about the basic rules. Like I said, dude, if anybody has questions about travel tips and like what you should do, if you're like ever, as I know a lot of people like are afraid to go places and they just like, you know, like what would I even have to do? What happens? What if I don't know the language? That kind of stuff. I'm happy to answer questions like that, but you know, nobody seems to really be asking stuff like that. Gotta go. See ya. Have a good one. I mean, Chip, I guess I could try to patch you in through my phone, but it probably wouldn't sound very good. I don't know. Probably not worth it. What are the main reasons you travel so frequently? I get invited to stuff. Conventions, media events, all that kind of shit. It's always like, hey, do you want to come to this thing? You can be a guest, you can do this, and or whatever. We'll pay for all the shit. And you're like, all right. Because you're not really supposed to turn stuff like that down. Otherwise, you don't get the opportunity again. Have I ever been to South Korea? No, I have not. I'd like to. So you really got the whole plane to yourself and they didn't cancel the flight? No. I actually asked them about that and they said the plane has to go there because it has to pick people up and come back here. So it has no choice. You either can stay on or you don't have to. I was like, of course I'm going to stay on. So yeah, I was the only person on the flight. If you check my Instagram, there's a photo of me on the plane all by myself. I got bumped up to first class because there was no reason for me not to be there. Have I ever had any snakes on a plane? Can't say I have. Any travel tips for what to expect on a trip to the UK and Ireland? Are you from the US? Where are you from? Because I can give you the North American perspective. Or at least the American perspective. What do I think of DeMarcus Cousins? Is he still playing or didn't the Sacramento Kings trade him or whatever? North Korea? The only way you should ever go to North Korea is you go to South Korea and you go into that like neutral room. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? If not, I'll explain. So there's along the demilitarized zone, there's this little room that is like half of it is in North Korea and half of it's in South Korea. And it's a neutral space that they both agreed to. Like if there's ever like tensions, they need to talk, they go to that room. Half, and like, you know, the South Korean would stay on their side, North Korean stays on their side, and they can just talk. Now, it's the South Koreans will allow you to go into the room, and the North Koreans, as per their treaty, can't actually stop anybody from going to the North Korean side of the room. But you cannot leave like out the door out the North Korean side. So that's how 99% of people who go to North Korea see North Korea. They go into that room and they just technically are in North Korea. But if you are in South Korea and they if you decide you want to do this, the South Koreans will make you sign a whole bunch of shit and be like, look, North Korea is nuts. If you go to that side of the room, they're not supposed to grab you, but we can't stop them if they do. They might just grab you and take you out of the room. So it's up to you. You're 100% at your own risk. And a lot of people do it. Just so they're like, I was in North Korea. That's the only situation in which I would go to North Korea. There's no other way, unless like their whole government completely changes. So you said you're going from LA. Okay, so you're an American. If you're flying straight into Dublin, you'll clear customs in Ireland, which is easy. It's basically just, here's, you know, show them your passport. The stamp for that passport is huge, by the way. I've never seen a bigger stamp on a passport than I have in Ireland. And once you're cleared for that, you're good for all of Ireland. And when you leave to go to the UK, as an American, if you're a citizen of the EU, you could fly from Europe to, or sorry, you can fly from the Republic of Ireland to the United Kingdom with nothing special happening. As an American, you need to do one additional step, which is super easy. When you're checking your bag in or whatever, you're getting in line, you know, check into the airport. You basically just tell them like, hey, I'm an American. I'm going from here to here. And then they'll check your passport and they'll stamp this piece of paper you have with you, like your ticket or whatever, basically saying like you're cleared for British customs. They basically pre-clear you for the UK. It's just an extra step, super fucking easy. You won't even be able to avoid it. Like when you're there at the airport, they're gonna make you do it. In my case, it was funny. Like I had my passport and I had my piece of paper, which was essentially my ticket. And I said like, okay, I'm an American. So I was figuring he was going to take my passport, run it through the scanner like normal border control, and just ask me questions. Like that's how it's supposed to be done. But in this case, I showed him the passport. I hadn't even opened it. Like it was just the outer side of the passport. And I said, yeah, I'm an American, so I just need the thing. And he just takes the paper and just stamps it without ever looking. And he just hands it back. And he's like, have a safe flight. So he cleared me for the UK without ever looking at anything. So it was fucking easy. And then once you're in the UK, you know, you're fine. You're good to go. Don't forget they use different currencies. The Republic of Ireland uses the euro, whereas the United Kingdom uses the pound. And make sure you call ahead for your bank and you call your cell phone provider and you figure out which plans you want to use, all that kind of shit. That's what would be highly recommended, is to do that. If you have any other questions, please let me know. They both speak English, obviously, so you'll be all good on language barriers. Was I a fucking giant in Japan? Did people take pictures with you? No. People in Japan really just kind of, if you're a Westerner, will pretty much just completely leave you alone. You're traveling from LA to London and then over to the Republic of Ireland. Well, it'll probably work pretty much exactly the same way. I pity you if you have to go through Heathrow for a story that was already told earlier in this video. But yeah, clearing customs in the UK is pretty easy. You just kind of land, you go automatically over, like you have no choice but to follow straight to the customs. And then you give them your passport. They'll ask you questions. The UK is one of the only countries I go to that asks questions about what you're doing there. Probably because they know you're an American and you can actually understand them and answer. But it's always basic stuff like, you know, are you here for business or pleasure or whatever? Pleasure or tourism, I'm here to hang out, see stuff, that kind of thing. That's what they want to hear. You don't need any special visas or anything. As an American, you'll be fine. They'll want to know what, you know, the duration of your stay is. So make sure you know the dates. Be like, I'm going to Ireland on this date. They might ask you where you're staying, so make sure you have your hotel information all set up. But it's real basic stuff. Do I have Snapchat? No, I do not. I'm an expert at flying around the U.S. Any tips for international flights? You usually, if you're checking a bag, you get there an hour earlier, like 3 hours as opposed to 2. Depends on the country. Maybe Canada, you don't really have to bother with that. But when you go to Europe or Japan, they usually give you at least 1 check bag free. In Japan's case, they give you 2, but that was through United. I don't know about other airlines. The flights are obviously longer. And bring a pen, because a lot of countries when you go there, this applies to buddy who was flying from LA to London. Generally, they'll give you this little form you have to fill out for customs. So make sure you have a pen, because a lot of the time the flight staff won't have one to provide you with. They don't want to give it to you, so make sure you bring a pen. And it's going to ask you a lot of like really dumb questions, like, are you bringing in weapons? Do you intend to kill people when you're here? And like stupid fucking shit. Just use your common sense. And then it'll ask you ones like, have you been to a farm in the last like 90 days or something like that? I mean, you should always answer honestly, but generally they want to hear no to all these questions. But if you're there for like business reasons and you need some sort of special paperwork, like if you're there to work for whatever reason, you better tell them that. But you know, that's up to you. That's up for you to deal with. If you're using any sort of special visa or something, like if you're just going to be a tourist, just say no to everything. You'll be fine. Have I ever been anywhere in the UK apart from London? Yes, Nottingham. I went to Wales. I was in Cardiff for a while. Those are the 3 primaries. Do you remember the stream a few years ago when someone asked for an autographed pair of your drawers? No, because I'd only been streaming for like, maybe I have been streaming for a couple years. Fuck, I don't remember. Did I go through Heathrow? What did I think? You missed the Heathrow story. I fucking hate Heathrow. It's like the worst airport in the world. But I'm not going to tell that whole story again. I did earlier in the stream. Yeah, if you have any other questions about that, let me know. Never tell them you're bringing food. American customs is filled with dipshits. That's a really good point. So it's funny. This is an interesting story. So I I looked into once bringing some deep dish pizza to Europe. I think it was 2 years ago. For my favorite deep dish place in Chicago. It's a place called Lou Malnati's. I've mentioned it multiple times in the stream, actually. They do like pre-cooked frozen ones, right? And I thought, okay, I'll bring a couple over and give them to people. Now, it very specifically states you can't really do that. They're not supposed to allow you to leave with them. And I was landing, specifically, I was going to land in Warsaw, Poland. And I looked ahead, and Poland's like, you can't do that. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't risk this. But I kept digging deeper and learning. And what a lot of people said was, so there's a really unique situation here where you have to understand, if you don't know much about Poland, they love the United States. It's the most pro-American country in all of Europe. They love us. And their favorite city, bar none, is Chicago. The reason for it, massive amount of Polish people live in Chicago. So there's like this bond there. And so what it actually said was, look, you're not supposed to take pizza, but out of O'Hare, Chicago's main airport, they typically allow it because they're like, this is just what everybody does, because Chicago, pizza, whatever, let's fine, fuck it, go ahead. And then when you land, Poland is definitely not supposed to allow you to keep it. But you came from Chicago. Okay. Pizza is okay. Chicago. It's okay. You go ahead. Like, they don't care. They don't care because, oh, you're from Chicago. That's fine. So it's funny. So I got to bring them in on that basis because they were like that unique situation. But in general, you're not supposed to bring like meat products or cheese or anything like that. Like some countries will be really strict about it. Like my buddy Shane Rerez, like he went to too many games. And a fan of mine named Megan, she's a Game Society fan. She came out and she makes like candied apples. And she brought them to us. And I ate it. It was awesome. And then she made one for Shane. And Shane's Canadian, so he didn't have time to eat it, but he drove back. And when he was trying to cross the border, they wouldn't let him keep it. It's like some countries really care. Like, no, this is an apple. You can't have this. So it happens. Was I ever nervous about what? Lou Malnati's is fucking great. I really want to try Lou Malnati's. You should. It's good. It's deep dish as opposed to stuffed. They're two different things. Walmart or Target? Target. Thoughts on Snapchat? Yeah, that was like the first social media platform where I was just like, I think I'm too old for this. I just don't get this one. Like, why does anybody want this? Not my thing. Five hours and 7 minutes. What's my longest stream ever? Isn't it like 5 hours and 20 minutes? Can anybody check on that for me? I think I have a playlist that just has live shows, so it should be in there. Tips for finding cheap flights. That's a good question. It obviously depends on where you're going. Generally, what's advised is about 6 weeks prior to departure. And then what you're going to want to do is check places like Cheapo Air and Just Fly. And a lot of those, like Cheapo Air always has promo codes. So you just like Google promo codes and you'll generally get like 20 to 50 bucks off, stuff like that. The irony is I haven't had to pay for a flight in years. Like I get free flights everywhere. So it's not, but I look into it a lot because, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh, I got to bring my girlfriend somewhere. So then I got to look and see what her plan's going to be like. And you just figure that kind of shit out. But yeah, always compare the main websites. Like sometimes you'll go to Cheapo Air and you'll see like a flight plan and you'll be like, oh, this must be cheaper for a reason. Then you go to like United.com and theirs is actually cheaper and you're like, oh, I wasn't expecting that. But yeah, usually it's best to book a flight. This is gonna sound weird. Book a flight on a Tuesday. That's typically, for whatever magical reason, the cheapest day. No guarantees, obviously, but longest stream was 5 hours and 24 minutes. We're at 5 hours and 9 minutes. I think we go for 5 hours and 30 minutes and we call it a wrap. What do you guys say? I think that's how we do it. We can set a new record here tonight, everybody. Alden, did Aaron or Emery ever get back to you? Thank you guys for looking into that. Target was a disaster in Canada. Okay, small story about that, Randall. So I was in Winnipeg like a month and a half ago, and we we went past, and our guy driving us around showed us. He's like, "Yeah, see that? That was supposed to be a Target, but what happened was Target closed up shop before they ever finished it. But they had a contract deal to finish the building. So that was, even though Target was not going to exist here, they had no choice but to physically finish building the building. So this is just abandoned Target that was never stocked with anything. It's just funny. Adahat, welcome back. Where'd you go to, man? Emery got back to me. Well, what did he say, dude? Is joining a network a good idea to boost a YouTube channel? Yes. Never stay with YouTube's default system for any fucking reason. MCNs are always the way to go. Like, look at this. I got a fidget spinner from my MCN. Screenwave. Emery is fine. Haven't heard anything from Aaron yet. Okay. Well, I would check, but I don't want to be rude. Do I mostly stick to coach when flying? Yeah, it's very rare for me to get lucky enough to be bumped to first class for any reason. As I mentioned, in that one case, like, literally on Friday when I flew, when I was the only person on the plane, they let me sit in first class because I was the only person on the plane. And at first I was like, can I just sit there? Like, is it okay? Like, even though I'm not, don't treat it as first class. I just want to sit here because there's no one on the fucking plane. They're like, yeah, it's fine, whatever. So I sit there. And then like a minute later, the flight attendant's like, do you want a drink? Do you want food? And I was like, well, I'm not first class. And she's like, oh, I know, but what else am I going to do with it? So it's like, all right. So I got first class treatment even though I hadn't paid for it. Do I ever feel safe on a plane? I feel the safest on a plane. Planes are great. I never feel nervous on a flight. Here's a little fun tidbit that no one ever told me growing up and that you guys should all know. It's scientifically impossible for a plane to crash from turbulence. Think of it as a big Disney ride in the sky if it's vibrating. It's not going to do anything. Planes are incredibly safe vehicles. It's very, 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 very rare for one to crash. In fact, I'm the kind of asshole who's so confident on a plane. I remember once literally watching a marathon of Mayday airline disasters on my tablet on a flight. That's the kind of asshole I am. But it's like, it doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. Aaron is probably getting mauled by bears. Emery said he hasn't messaged you. Okay, well then I don't know what the fuck's going on. Aaron got wandered and got lost. That's very possible. He does that. Earlier you said you don't smoke weed or tobacco. Do you drink alcohol? No, I do not. Last time I had any alcohol, New Year's Eve 2006, turning into 2007. My friend, for whatever reason, talked me into taking a shot. I don't know why I did it. I was like, this is pointless, and I didn't do it. After that, I was like, this is stupid, and I didn't enjoy it. Like, I just don't drink. I've never enjoyed it. Shave my beard. I did, dude. This is trimmed. I live an hour outside of Winnipeg. That Target did, in fact, open, but closed shortly after. It was a massive store. You might be right. I mean, I'm just repeating what I was told. How often do you get free flights? Dude, I haven't paid for a flight in years. Like, I mean, I fly a lot, but it's always because I'm invited to something. It's very rare that I get to go to anything of like, hey, I wanted to go to Japan, right? But in that case, I guess you could say I paid for it because I used miles, but I didn't. That's not money. That's miles that it accumulated from other free flights. Does that make sense? Did I ever take any ferries in Europe? I think when I was a kid, we took one from the UK to France, I think. I don't totally remember. Say shit in Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese. Would you ever go to my ship? Maybe on a cruise? Do you own a ship? Oh, buy ship. No, I have no interest in that. I'm there for efficiency. Like, I want to get there as quickly as possible. Hence, plane. How cheap is a PS1 in Japan? I wasn't really paying attention to it because like something like a PS1, there's nothing special about it. Like it's the same damn thing, just region locked. Like who cares? Sorry, I'm just reading the questions. I'm thinking we go for like 15 more minutes, and then I'm out. What do you guys think? So let's call this last call for like super chats or Patreon or PayPal. If you have any special whatever, just let me know. We'll do that now. Why are tickets to Japan so expensive? Because everyone wants to go, dude. You could try flying standby, but, you know, that's not guaranteed. Why didn't I pick up a Saturn in Japan? Well, first of all, I have Japanese Saturns already. Second of all, no real reason. Like, I had higher priorities for things that I had. I wanted to use my luggage space for. Do I have a Famicom disc twin system thing? No, I almost pulled the trigger on that there, but by the time I was like ready to do it, my suitcases were full. Oh shit, I fell asleep before you started the stream. Well, I'm still here. It's been 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'll probably go for another 15 and then I'm out of here. Have I been to Japan? Yeah, dude. I was talking about that a lot. I was there in April. You should watch all my Japanese game hunting videos. That shit's insane. Love your videos. Shoutouts from Brazil. Shout out from the US. How long will Sega keep making Sonic games? I'm surprised they still make them, especially with its reputation. As long as people keep buying them. Are Saturn mod chips worth it? Possibly. I mean, like, if you really like the Saturn, yes, because then you don't have to deal with playing, you know, buying the games, I guess. But you might want to look into those flashcards that people have made, or you basically put them in the back and they basically allow it to play burn titles. That's probably a lot easier. Well, Nation Harris says something I meant to ask, but I can't remember what it was. Well, you got like 10 minutes to figure that out, dude. Lived in Japan for 4 years. It was a great place. Yeah, it was. Any pickups in Japan you regret getting? There was a couple where I got them back here and realized they weren't actually exclusives. Like, there were American versions, and I either had them or they exist and I didn't have them, and I just fucked up. Now, nothing expensive. It was just like annoying little shit. Just got a super chat. Any from Nick Plays. Thank you. Any good retro game stores in NY or LI that you are good? Do you mean LA? New York. I was only first time I had been in New York in like 15 years was like 2 months ago, and the only store we went to other than Book Off was Video Games New York, and that store is fucking awesome. Like, there's insane shit in there. I didn't buy anything because it was just too much and not much time, but that store is cool. If you mean LA, I did a video on this place called Super World 8, something like that, a few years ago. That place is pretty cool. I'm not sure what LI is, though, if that's something else. Thank you for the super chat. What was your worst experience in Japan? I don't know if I had any bad experiences there. Like, everything was pretty fucking awesome, to be honest with you. There was never anything that was, like, awkward. There was never, like, anything I was like, oh, fuck, why'd that happen? Oh, okay. This is small potatoes. But the worst thing that happened was that, I guess it was embarrassing. I walked into the hotel, and it was just, there was no one in there in the lobby except for the staff who was just behind there, and they just said hello. And I said hello. And then I opened the door to the staircase because I was going to walk up because I didn't need the elevator. I was only on the second floor. And I opened it and I pulled it way too hard and it slammed right into the wall. And it was obvious that I had done it because I was the only person there. And I was just like, it was just embarrassing. And I didn't have the guts to like look back and be like, sorry. So I just kind of like, I think I said, sumimasen. And I just like ran up the stairs. And that's, I think that would be it. But that really wasn't that bad. LI is Long Island. Okay. No, I don't know if I've ever even been to Long Island, to be honest with you. If I have, it was a long time ago. So I have no specific recommendations for that. Holy crap, you're still going. Not for much longer. I'm going to bail in like 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. We're setting a new record, everybody, because apparently the old record is 5 hours and 24 minutes. We're now at 5 hours and 19 minutes. We're going to go to 5 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm out. If somebody paid you extra to bring them back a Japanese Saturn, would you? I guess, but in that situation, it wasn't possible because I didn't have the space. Like, it just logistically wasn't going to happen. Plus, I hate doing kind of shit like that because then people want a good deal. That's understandable. So let's say you're like, hey, I want a Japanese Saturn, and I find it for like the equivalent of like $9 over there, right? You're going to be like, well, can I have it for like 20? which I would have no problem doing. You know, I get to make a little money on it, whatever. But at the same time, the amount of space it takes up, it's not worth my time or my effort to do that. So for it to be worth it to me, you have to spend more on it. And then that makes me the asshole because you're like, well, no longer am I getting a deal. And you're right. So nobody really wins in that situation. So I'm out the space and I can't get things, and all for the sake of making like $10. No thanks. In theory, I'd be open to it, but you know, it just becomes awkward. Would I consider RGB modding your Pioneer Laser Active? No. Why? What's the point? Just leave it be. There's so many other ways to play Sega Genesis and Sega CD games. I'm not going to play the fucking that Pyramid Patrol game. Super chat from Dave Otley says, Adam, is the Switch dying? No. Currently it's doing very well. I wouldn't be surprised if that's not how it stays within the next couple of years, but for this year alone anyway, I imagine it'll continue to sell like gangbusters. After Super Mario Odyssey's over, then we might start to see stuff change. Depends on how many third-party developers they can keep and entice. Thank you for the super chat. Thought it was issuing the Japanese toilet. Oh, yes. Thank you, David. Yes, the worst moment I had in Japan, I was in Den Town, and there's a McDonald's there. And I had to go to the bathroom, so I was like, all right, I'll go, take a shit in the McDonald's, basically. And the toilet, I swear to God, was from the future. It had like a calculator on it. It was insane. And it was like everything you could possibly potentially ever need on the toilet except for a flush, like an obvious flush. And I was like, and then there's clearly like a line forming, and I'm pressing every goddamn button on this thing until it eventually flushes. And it was just annoying as shit because I'm like, I feel retarded. In this moment, I feel legitimately foreign and not capable of functioning here because I was defeated by a toilet. That's how I felt. And then eventually I got to flush and it was fine, but it was just like needlessly awkward. Do you have the Sayo cartridge? What's your thoughts on it? I do not have one. I know what you're talking about. That's essentially a flash card thing you can put on the back of an old school PSX, PS1, basically in the Game Shark port, that serial port. And it allows you to put an SD card in that, and then you can play PS1 games through that. It's a neat concept. It, of course, requires a level of soldering, which I can't do personally, so I'd have to have someone do that for me. Once you get past that, then yeah, it's neat. But I don't have one. I saw one last year, and I don't think, if it was released, I don't think it did very well because I haven't heard much about it since. But I've used one at Too Many Games in 2016. What if somebody gave you the money for the console, shipping, and a finder's fee? Would you ship it from Japan for them? I guess, but you're not really going to come out ahead there because you're going to have to pay all those things. Then why not just buy it off eBay at that point? Did you push the button and water sprayed in your face? It didn't hit my face, but it did spray. It shot up, but it didn't hit me. Do you own the expensive game search for Eve on SNES? Can't say I'm even familiar with it. So Adam, should I bring like 3 suitcases with me just for games? That's entirely up to you. I don't think any airline is going to let you check 3 suitcases through for free. With United anyway, you get the carry-on, you get extra item, which is usually like a laptop case, and you can check 2 bags for free. Going over there, I only checked 1, and when I was there, I realized very quickly, well, not very quickly, but after like a week or so, I realized I was going to need a second one. But the thing is, suitcases in Japan are retardedly expensive. Like, retardedly expensive. Like, you can go to like any thrift store here and buy a suitcase for a couple of bucks. Their new suitcase, like $300. We're not even talking like good ones. They're like shitty. $300 suitcase. You're like $100 is a used one. So when I was there, I needed one, and I basically talked to my buddy James, and I said like, hey, like where can I get one? And that's when he explained like you'll never find a cheap one. It's not going to happen. And I was like, why not? He's like, no, they don't do that. He's like, the only people who travel out of Japan are like really rich people. Like, it's not encouraged to leave. So I was like, fuck, okay. And we went to this thrift store. He's like, yeah, the thrift store has video games. We're going to look in there. And I was like, I'm going to check for a suitcase while we're in here. He's like, you can, but you're not going to find it. And I was like, all right. But I went anyway. We looked over, we saw a bunch of backpacks and stuff. And then out of nowhere, there's this fucking suitcase there. And we were both, I mean, I guess he was more shocked than I was. And he's like, I've lived here for years. I've never seen a suitcase in a store like this, ever. And then we looked at the price. It was about $9. I was like, done. I'll get it. It wasn't the biggest suitcase. So it wasn't like the best one. But for that price, considering the situation, done. No problem. So if I do go again, that would be one tip to myself, is I would definitely check a second bag through, even if it's completely empty, just to have it. Because that would definitely be worth it on the way back. Best way to get a Switch, buy one. I have no idea how hard it is to find one of those currently. I got mine on launch date. I pre-ordered it from Best Buy. I never ran into that problem. Just got a super chat. Thank you, Dave Otley says, I didn't buy the Switch and I'm a super fan. To be honest, Odyssey doesn't look that fun. I'm sure I'm looking for something like Paper Mario, The Thousand Year Door, Mario RPG, Mario 64, or FF7. I actually think that, here's the thing, I think that Mario Odyssey, to me, it looked a lot like the return of Mario 64, so I might dispute that one. As for RPGs, I don't know, man. I don't think you're... I don't know. There's got to be other people who can recommend some good RPGs on there at this point in time, but you're very early into the life cycle of the Switch. But I think you'll get there. I mean, the obvious answer is play Zelda, but yeah, you know, it's a thin library currently. I hope it expands, but I think most of what you're going to get is Nintendo titles, at least for this year. And if it continues to sell well, you'll see more third-party support. But what you'll get, I don't know. I will say this, and I'm not going to mention names, but at E3, I talked to multiple developers. And I would talk about one game or another, and I would ask them, like, what platforms. And it was always a standard answer. PC, PS4, Xbox One. And I was like, what about a Switch? And in every instance... No. It's not even on their radar for making games for the Switch. At least not, those type of like AAA exclusive, or not exclusives, but AAA titles. They are not considering bringing those to the Switch far and away. And so I hope Nintendo can kind of convince people to change. I think you're going to get a lot of individual case basis games where Nintendo, like Skyrim, for example, like Nintendo talked them into doing it. But you're not going to get like, major releases that are coming up across all platforms to appear on there as well. At least not yet. Oh yeah, that's a good suggestion. I Am Setsuna is a good suggestion. If you want a physical copy of that, you can import it from Hong Kong or Japan. It's physical and it's in English. Like, I have the Japanese one. I bought it when I was there. The artwork is all Japanese, but the game itself is actually completely in English. It just detects that you have a North American Switch, and it's just, okay, English. So you can get that one. That's probably a good recommendation if you like RPGs. And yeah, the other one was Disgaea, right? I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but I've been doing this for 5.5 hours. Have I played Mario Rabbids? Actually, I did. I did play that. I played that at E3. Because of that, I actually was like 5 feet from Shigeru Miyamoto. Yeah, that was fucking amazing. Because I was at the Ubisoft conference, and he came down like the hallway there, and I was sitting like real close to him. I don't know if this video was posted or not, but I think it was. I actually showed footage of it, so you'll see like how close I was to the dude. I think it was in the last episode of Playload. I showed it. You're like the Olympic athlete of YouTube live video. How do you do it? Get it. You go, girl. Thank you. Well, to be fair, I'm about to stop because 5 hours, 29 minutes. So congratulations, everybody. We beat the record by like 5 minutes at this point. We're going to go for another minute. So let's do power round questions. Absolute last call for super chats, Patreon. Well, I guess not Patreon, but I recommend Patreon because you get early access to videos. I'm just saying it's a good deal. And then PayPal if you want to do that. Otherwise, we'll just bail here in a second. So yeah, we'll do some power round questions. Just Dance 2018 still on the Wii. Yeah. I remember. So I was actually in the Ubisoft loft at E3 when that announcement came out that they were going to do Just Dance 2018 on the Switch, the Wii U, and the Wii. And I literally just went over to my buddy who works there, and I was like, congratulations, you guys are putting out, well, first of all, another Wii U game, because I was happy about that. But I was also like, and a Wii game. Nice. He's like, we are? Ugh, why are we doing that? Like, he didn't even know. Like, it's a huge company. They don't all get privy to the same shit. But it was just kind of funny. But yeah, it's, hey, obviously corporate made that decision and said, like, they're making money, so let's do it. History was made today. Ade Hot says, yeah, dude, thank you again for the super chats. I know you really helped out. I appreciate that, man. But yeah, it's 5 hours, 30 minutes, 20 seconds at this point. Let's take one last question and then I'm out. So make it a good one. Because I'm going to Europe tomorrow. I need to sleep a little bit. That's gonna be awful, dude. I have like a 9-hour layover in Munich. Anybody live in Munich? I'm just going to take my time here and wait for a good question, all right? Or if anybody super chats or whatever, then they automatically win if that's something you want to do. But otherwise, we'll just wait for a good one. This is just a comment, but I'll read it. Thanks for keeping us entertained for 5.5 hours. I've been here for 3, but enjoy your content. Enjoy your trip. You're welcome. Thank you very much for watching. I won't count this, but Chip wants to know what coffee beans would you pick up for your next coffee? I don't know. It's always just kind of like whatever I run into that's interesting. I never plan. Who the fuck plans for that? How can I send you money with PayPal? If you want to, there's a in the description. There's the PayPal address, so you can just donate to that if you want to. Sorry, I'm starting to fade a little bit here. Thanks for your travel tips, Adam. Good luck on your trip, man. You're welcome. Enjoy yours to London and the UK and Ireland, right? We got a super chat from Dave Oddly. Says, I'll keep following you, Koralik. Thank you. I appreciate it. This fist bump right there. Thank you very much. Derek, hello. We're about to end, so goodbye. I'm just waiting for like one really good question or just yeah, really good question. Do I like money? Yeah, I mean, I don't like it, but you have to have it, right? I'm not going to count that. Have I ever been contacted by, and then there's absolutely no name after it. Hope you enjoy your trip. Thanks for 5 hours of entertainment. No problem. Have you ever been contacted by SLGC? I don't know what that is. Okay, there's multiple people asking what place I would most want to visit that I've never visited. So for the longest time, my answer to that would have been Japan, but I've done that now. And since, well, I guess technically it still is because that's where I would want to go. Like if you ask me right now, like, yeah, I want to go back to Japan. Like that's number one priority. Like I'd like to go back there. But if I can't pick that because it has to be somewhere I've never been, I would probably say either Italy or Hong Kong. I know that's kind of a wide range there. Hong Kong more for like the, you know, insanity, just like, oh man, I'm in Hong Kong, I've never been to China, and you know, like that whole thing, and just kind of seeing what that experience is, to see a part of Asia that was essentially raised by the British, you know, like that's intriguing to me. But from a food, I'm a fat guy perspective, Italy, I want to eat. I think that would be great. I think, you know, obviously, who the fuck doesn't like Italian food? I think that would be awesome. And it would be cool to go there on this trip, but there just won't be time for that. So I've never been there. So I guess that's it. So thank you guys for watching this. I realize this was very long. To that dude, I don't know if you were serious about going through PayPal or not, but I guess you don't have to, because I'm about to stop anyway. So thank you guys. Oh, have I ever heard of the Samsung Saturn? Yes, I have. I showed you guys the only game I have for it on the previous stream. Long story short, Samsung distributed the Saturn in South Korea because Japan was not allowed, or Japanese companies are not typically allowed to operate there, so they have to pretend like they're a South Korean company. And as a result, the games and the console all say Samsung Saturn on it. So I actually have a Samsung Saturn version of Virtual On, and it doesn't say Sega on it. It just says Samsung all over it. It's kind of weird. But anyway, yeah, that's it. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Thank you for the wishes of a good flight. And thank you, everybody, for Super Chats and PayPals and all that stuff. I really appreciate it. So I guess without further ado, have a good one. You guys are the best. I was about to hit stop, and then we got a last-minute Super Chat, so I guess I'll take care of it. I do games, Super Chat. He says, no question, but I wanted to donate. I think that's what DN stands for. I appreciate your content. Love Dreamcast too. Super jealous of your Dreamcast collection. Only caught the end of your live stream. Well, thank you very much. And yeah, you guys are awesome. Obviously, I'm sorry I'm not more excitable, but I have been doing this for 5 hours and 40 minutes. But thank you very much for the Super Chat. I do games. Thank you, everybody, for all your contributions. You guys are the best. Have a good night.